Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from very cold and snowy New York City, New York, baby. We're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the 7th of February. It's Saturday. DSA hit 100K. Congratulations to the DSA. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. As you guys know, yesterday I had a 6-hour broadcast. By the way, I have beanie hair, if you haven't noticed. That's why it's like looking slick back and all this shit. But I didn't get a haircut. No, I just have I have the beanie cut on. Do you enjoy traveling so much recently? No, I don't. Did another 6-hour half-day Hasi broadcast. You guys know. You look distinguished. Thank you. It's so fucking cold outside, bro. I swear to God. Where the fuck is Felix Hasi? He's gonna be on later tonight. But as I was saying, I ended the broadcast, and with Noah went to Alex Press's birthday. I posted a photo from Alex's birthday where I met a bunch of the elites. Mr. Beast uploaded a new video. Whoa, dude, no way. Not Mr. Beast. Met some of the New York elites. Met Jasper Nathaniel. Met a bunch of like DSA guys. Met a bunch of guys who are, you know, brilliant reporters, podcasters, and the like. And that was fun. 5.3K watching, only 800 likes so far. Get those numbers up on YouTube. Yo, that's what I'm talking about. You're right. YouTube, get those numbers up. Only 800 likes? That's crazy. You sound worn out, dang. I have a very strict, regimented lifestyle, right? I have a very strict, regimented lifestyle. And if I break that regimen, it kind of bricks me a little bit. Like, I can keep going for as long as I can and put in the hours and stuff, only because I am, you know, I have like a, YouTube is 2.3K likes. That person needs to refresh. Oh, nice. Still got to get those likes up. I mean, if there's 5K people in there, there should be 5K likes. Not beating the allegations, big dog. I know. My hair being slicked back with the turtleneck makes my head look extra small. I know. I congratulate you on coming to New York City for the literal coldest day. I know. I'm going to talk all about that. So this morning, yeah, I left the party. I went back to my apartment. I went to sleep, woke up, tried to work out a little bit. I really couldn't work out. Let's be real. I will admit I'll cop to it. I read a little bit of Financial Times, went analog with it. And then I had to go on a journey. To try and find, you know, I was reading Financial Times. I'm distinguished as hell. Okay. But, I had to go on a journey to get heat tech from Uniqlo. Okay. For those of you who don't know, it's very cold here. Okay. Let me tell you what it is right now. Like right now, it's 9 degrees, but with the wind, it gets down to -15, which is Minneapolis weather. Okay. It's Murderapolis weather out here. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, I went and got heat tech from Uniqlo, but only the top, because they didn't have any bottoms left. They had they had no bottoms left, which, pause, you know, you go to the bottom store and they're all out of bottoms. I'm like, well, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? In any case, yeah, I was looking for my bottom and I went and got a top. And then for the record, New York, Mum Dynastan, HasanAbi had Central. Okay. I'm like dipping in and out of shops. I go to like Arc'teryx because at this point I'm like, what's winter gear, right? I live in Los Angeles, so I'm like unfamiliar with these brands, right? The big turtleneck I have is from Montclair. I know that's like a fancy schmancy store. Arc'teryx I've heard a lot about, right? And there's just fans working at all of these places. There's I bought Arc'teryx. Are you rich? Yes, I am. I got these gloves because I gifted the Gore-Tex Y3s to Abdul Rahman in Murderapolis, so I needed new gloves. These are wind stoppers. They're Gore-Tex, but I'll be honest, my fingertips, they're still cold with these bad boys. So I got the Arc'teryx. Then I go to the store. I go to a store and I met my first hater in the wild. I've never had that before. And it should have been expected because it was the Montclair store. Because you know that big bulky turtleneck that I wear, which I've been wearing nonstop, it's been carrying me throughout this entire trip. I got that at a thrift store in Japan. Okay? It's a Montclair one. And it's been carrying my bitch ass through this entire process, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm ducking and diving into stores. Like I'm going outside. If it's not windy, it's tolerable. But then when the wind kicks in, I'm like diving into the first store. I'm like literally Gap, you know, Arc'teryx, whatever. I went into like Artesia or something. It's like a women's store. Like I was just going into like whatever store I could, like Auntie Annie's, Pretzel Time. Like I don't even give a shit. I'm like, I have to. Like I have to literally bob and weave. Like it's not even about like purchasing stuff at this point. Now it's just become a matter of life and death, right? Artesia, is that what it's called? Ankh said Aritzia. I don't know what it's called, but it's like it's just women's clothes only, right? Like the guy was looking at me like, what are you doing here? You know, he's like, I don't think there's anything for you here, big fella. Like he was giving me that look, and I basically was like, I was just like, man, I had to do it. Aritzia, the one that fat-shamed Cutie Cinderella, damn. Well, you know, I didn't get to cop the wares. I didn't get to browse the wares at all. I was just more so like I'm making no jokes about it. Like I'm telling you, this was a matter of survival, right? So I'm just going in and out. I'm just going in and out of these fucking stores trying to exist. And finally I get to the Montclair store. There was a dude that ran out. There was a dude that ran out from the Tag Heuer. Like, I think that's like a watch brand, right? Like I don't really fuck with watches. You guys know this. Anyway, he came out. He's like, oh my God, I got to take a photo with you. Like, but it was crazy. Like the amount of HasanAbi has out here, this is what I was looking like too. I had 2 turtlenecks on. I had another shirt, like a work shirt on. And then I had the Carhartt, like, jacket out here looking like Steven S. Bannon. But yeah, dude pops out of the Tag Heuer store and he's like, bro, I gotta take a photo with you. He's like, this is gonna really piss off the MAGA bots. I was like, sure, let's do it. Right? It's kind of funny though, because like this guy's just selling expensive watches to rich people, but he's a HasanAbi head. Like you guys work in like the funniest places. Anyway, is it more HasanAbi heads or just that everyone walks there so you get stopped more? Maybe both, but it felt pretty crazy. Like I was getting stopped nonstop, and I'm by myself. Like I'm not even with March. There's no cameras or anything. I thought that I was actually being a little undercover. You know what I mean? Like I was not undercover at all. I was not slick. So in any case, I'm getting stopped left and right. So I basically finally make my way to the Montclair store. I can't fit in the shit. Okay. 10-pound hot dog in a 5-pound bag. And I don't like the big puffers. Like anyway, I don't like the bubble jackets regardless. I don't like the way it looks. I'm not a fan, whatever. Right. So I walk into the Montclair store, and that's when I first met my hater in the wild. I've never had a hater roll up to me in the wild before. Like sometimes there's like stream snipers and shit that want to fuck around, but like never had like, this has never happened to me in private. And he was like, but it makes sense that it happened in a fucking Montclair store because it's like, you know, rich asshole shit, right? It's like these are very expensive jackets, as I've come to find. And this guy was like, you're a real fucking asshole, you know that? And I laughed. I laughed in his face. I was like, okay. Like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, you're a fucking asshole. And he just like walked away quietly. That's it. Or no, he said, you're a douchebag. He's like, you're a real fucking douchebag. So I guess, yeah, he was a shopper. So I guess socialism is when no Montclair jacket. Well, it's real socialism out here then. But it was a funny interaction. It was a funny moment. Aritzia is not a woman's store, lol. Yeah, it was not Michael Rappaport, for those who are wondering. But hi Hassan, respectfully asking if you could take me as your Ottoman wife. I'm good, thank you. Person actually didn't know who you were. They just really annoyed at how attractive you were. I mean, I just thought it was like a funny. He must like imagine being that bent out of shape. But yeah, and the guy who was helping me look for stuff was like, does he know you? And I was like, yeah, he's probably some fucking MAGA guy. He's probably like a MAGA guy, or he's probably like a pro-Israel guy. He's one or the other, usually. But he was shocked. He was like confused as to why that had taken place. Talking shit over some Montclair jackets? Yeah. But it's just like, I don't know. It was just a fun little experience. It was a unique experience. Was it a Chud archetype or Groiper? I don't know. I didn't look at him. But in any case, are you meeting Zohran today? The title is confusing me. No, I'm meeting Zohran back candidate, Claire Valdez, running for New York 7. We're going to put as many socialists as possible in office, and she's one of them. Yeah, did you guys like the Don Lemon interview, by the way? We're making inroads with the libs. I'm telling you, man, if you're a liberal and you're on the independent side now, you've noticed the shift. I can't be alone in this. I feel like liberals are waking up. They're waking up. They're woke now. They're waking up to the realities as the contradictions worsen. Even with like the Essex County play in New Jersey, I think a lot of like educated white libs, even in the suburbs, who previously would have an ideological commitment to like third way neoliberalism, are moving away from that. And one must ask the question why. And I think it's because their kids are not getting jobs. Their kids are staying at home, right? And it's becoming impossible to deal with, where they're like, I wanted my child to have a better future. I wanted my child to have a better life than mine. I sent him to the best schools and he's just fucking sitting at home on the couch, barely making ends meet. How is this possible? And they're being forced, I think, to reckon with how bad the situation actually is. What are your thoughts on other socialist governments are calling you a role player? Who are the other socialist governments calling me a role player? Like a LARPer? What do you mean? What socialist government? To the guy that sells watches to rich people and is a HasanAbi head, there were comedian guys in Czech Republic before the revolution, and they had a line in their stories, yes, capitalists might be evil, but that does not mean they can't take their money away. Is it a contributor and a propagandist? Not in a bad way. A bit Russia and China both. I mean, Russia is not a socialist government by any means. So I don't know what the fuck that means about Russia, but I don't know what you mean by that. But in any case, let's blast off. But that's it. That's all I got. Let's blast off and let's get it twisted. Let's get it started. Like I said, we got a slam show today. We got jam-packed show today. We got Zohran ally Claire Valdez for New York 7. Hold on. Where is this? Hachi Boo Boo. Thank you for the gifted subs. Damn Kim, save some hosts for the rest of us. Meeting Zohran ally Claire Valdez for New York 7. Felix Biederman in the building. Woke 2.0 is here. Clavicular got mogged. Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the gifted subs. Are you doing an IRL today? Yes, I am. Iran, US talks, Epstein fallout, and more. Get it now, and then I'll promote the Twitch stream again. A spoiler has joined against Ray Huang. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Live on YouTube. There it is. You know you can post both links. No, it's too complex to do it like that. Love the Omar Fateh tweet this morning. Hopefully he runs again. Yeah, don't it always seem to go, guys? You don't know what you got till it's gone. 5K likes. Let's get to 6K likes on the YouTube stream, chat. We got 10K people on the YouTube stream. Let's get to 6K likes. Actually, more than that. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the bell on my YouTube stream as well. Shouts out to the YouTube watchers. Thank you for the gift. 10 gifted. Cologne CPU 57 on YouTube. 10 gift memberships. What's your issue, man? Why you pop out like this? Bro, I realized I'm too online today. Mods, can we ban that word? What's your issue, man? McCream Pie Supreme. My issue is you. You're my issue. How about that? What was going on through your head when Ana Navarro wouldn't shut up? I mean, I don't want to be rude because Don Lemon, famous folk hero, esteemed reporter in the crosshairs of the administration, Don Lemon, said Ana Navarro was my great friend. So I didn't want to, I was a guest. So I didn't want to like cook her too hard. So I just, you know, made my points be known. And I think I won over the panel for the most part, especially because the rest of the panel also had similar opinions towards the commentary that was coming from Ana Navarro. They were not too fond of it. It was pretty funny to see just more and more guests coming on. I was like, this has got to be it, right? I'm thinking in my head, like, this has got to be it. This is the maximum amount of guests. I was like, nope, more guests, more guests, more guests. I was like, damn, too many guests. Watching the Hassan the Hun stream and Ana Navarro's going on and on about how we need to reach out to Republican voters. No, they need to sit down and shut the fuck up. And if they want to be allies, listen to people who were right all along. Yeah. I felt like you were trying to stop yourself from live the whole time. I mean, there was a little bit of that, I'll be honest. Like I definitely was feeling it. I'm ready for the euthanasia maxing. Yeah, there were some good moments from the stream. One of them was clocked by Pop Stanox. Here it is.
These people, and we need to embrace them and amplify these people who are having second thoughts and who are regretting their vote. There's a lot here where I live.
Can I say something? I know I've said a lot. The thing I was going to say is this. There's this calculation that takes place every election cycle in the midterms, only in the Democratic Party, by the way. This never happens in the Republicans, what I'm about to say, which is, how do we get these racists on board? Oh, we have to become a little bit more racist. Oh, we have to become transphobic. Oh, we have to do this. We have to do that. No, we want those voters to come and vote for the Democratic Party or to vote for the most progressive politician that's available. We want them to do that. But we don't want them to do that by conceding on these ridiculous lines. We want them to do that because we're offering something to every American unconditionally. Medicare for all is obviously a great example of this, because at the end of the day, racists need health care too. Racists need a roof over their heads too. And if they have that roof over their heads and if they have that health care, maybe it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to act out on their racist desires. So my argument always is, instead of trying to bargain with them and instead of trying to concede on these, culture war narratives, offer them something to vote for the first time ever, instead of taking a defensive position and allowing the Republicans to dominate the conversation.
We need.
She also said something like, ally with us, at least until next election. And we're all thinking, what the fuck's the point then? I mean, you have to understand, like, this is Ana Navarro's bread and butter. Her entire existence on mainstream media is to say, we have to get these racist Republicans on board. And the only way to get these racist Republicans on board is by becoming, more moderate, right? The moderate is the terminology that is often used, but I think we all know what that means. They mean like moderate on anti-racism, moderate on, anti-ICE, moderate on criticizing the police, all the stuff. Now, is she still a Republican? I mean, she's not pro-Trump, right? But I think for her, I mean, she's the child. Her father was a member of a death squad, right? Yeah, Ana Navarro is a former lifelong Republican. The reason she was a lifelong Republican, even in 2016, she was working for Jeb campaign, is that when she moved to the U.S. from Nicaragua in 1980, her former agricultural secretary dad stayed behind as one of the fucking Contras. So her dad is like literally a war criminal, right? Like, that's true. Like, she's openly talked about it, right? She's like been like, my dad is, my dad's a Contra. Now, of course, because those are our war criminals, like that doesn't mean anything in America. That's not like actually going to get you dinged at all, right? But God forbid you have like a family member that's a part of like the Palestinian resistance or something, you're fucked, right? Because let's be real, America is on the wrong side of a lot of issues, okay? If I'm going to be fair and balanced here, America's on the wrong side of a lot of issues, and our allies also happen to be on that same wrong side. So there's a lot of people that have very bad politics and have contributed a tremendous amount of pain to their respective countries that get to live inside of the United States of America and even openly present their worldview, their ideology, no matter how heinous it might be by American standards, right? So that's just how it is. What is this? Any thoughts on Emiru's take on ICE? I've seen it. Everyone's cooking Emiru on the timeline. Yeah, the Department of War is clavicular posting now as well. We have the most terminally online administration. I know, they went from Groyper posting. They went from Groyper posting to clavicular posting. What is this? Hasan, try not to laugh. Paper straw takes out Israeli soldier. What is this?
We need these people.
Oh, we posted this as well. Embrace and amplify. Are you kidding me? Why are they so obsessed with undercutting the vulnerable and bleeding to make the people who paved the way for that violence to happen? Yeah. So let's look at the comments. By the way, this is the Don Lemon collab comments. Lemon heads, HasanAbi heads. Hasan is so smart. It's a great idea to have him on your show. It was a great conversation. I didn't know Akila loved her too. It was never about the economy. It was never about the deficit. It's always been the racism. Two lemons collide. Pleasure to see Hasan on the broadcast. So uncanny watching Lemon Brother with Don Lemon. Universe indeed healing y'all. Thank you for having Hasan on. More Hasan. He's been so unbelievably negatively portrayed, and it's such a shame because he's one of the smartest political voices of our time. And I'm saying that as a Southern mom in her 50s. He gets this current American political landscape and how we got here and is capable of presenting and understanding through succinct and digestible facts. God damn. He also has a very comprehensive foreign policy understanding in all of the ways inequality, colonial thinking, unbalanced wealth distribution via economic power structures has created a ruling class that's manipulating every part of our lives. His own channel against, again, as a 50-ish year old, isn't necessarily always an easy watch because I'm not the target audience, more geared towards my kids' age. But whenever he's invited onto a show, he rocks it every time. Thanks for giving this message a platform. Is that your burner? Yeah. On my burner, I present myself as a 50-year-old. Wait, hold on. Shit. I present myself as a 50-year-old lady. I gotta admit how surprised I was that I was agreeing with someone like Hasan Piker who was articulating all the frustrations I'm having with the Democratic Party, the racism, the Epstein files, the wars, ICE. If Dems are competent enough, they should use these events to galvanize the party for the midterms in 2028. See? That's what I'm looking for. Okay? I'm looking for people who are not like HasanAbi has like in the comments, but I'm looking for like liberal fans of Don Lemon who are like, damn, I thought this guy was ass. Turns out he's not ass at all. Maybe I was lied to about his positions. Because it's crazy that like for a lot of liberals, like their first interaction with someone like myself is oftentimes very, very negatively portrayed by a diehard like Democratic Party loyalist. But I will say another theory that I have, as I have many theories, as you know, is that a lot of blue no matter who people are simply regime loyalists. They fancy themselves to be more intelligent than the MAGA cult, but they sometimes engage in cultish thinking as well. And I think a lot of people that present themselves as like diehard, riding with Biden supporters, riding with Kamala supporters, don't necessarily have like a real ideological commitment to third way neoliberalism, but instead have a loyalty to the Democrats because they believe in the harm reduction theory. Now, the harm reduction theory is correct. The problem with the harm reduction theory, however, is that, one, it doesn't go far enough in terms of protecting the marginalized identities that it's supposed to protect. It's just simply better in comparison to the Republicans. And year over year, it just gets worse and worse for the base of support because the Republicans are constantly ratcheting the country in a rightward trajectory. But the reason why I'm saying The reason, and harm reduction theory is obviously demonstrably a failure in terms of drawing out voters, right? It doesn't fucking work. So technically it fails in reducing harm, right? It's not harm reduction necessarily, but it's harm delay. And even then, it's not even doing harm delay because you end up losing if that's your only, if that's the only reason why people should vote for you. If the argument you're presenting is we're better than the Republicans marginally, clearly that's not enough for people to come out and vote for you, right? Having said that, the reason why my theory is that a lot of these guys are just like regime pilled. They're simply regime pilled and going along with, you know, whatever the regime presents them, and they're defending it unconditionally, is because of that one massive Democratic Party booster, Stacey K. Right? I had some understandable but mild criticism in the direction of Zohran Mamdani and the timing of his endorsement of Kathy Hochul. Okay? If you recall, this is what happened yesterday. Popstanox posted that criticism, that mild criticism, to which, once again, as you guys know, I mean, Zohran is ideologically the closest elected I have. Okay? There is, I mean, it's not a secret. He is not only someone who I am, you know, personally connected to, but also someone who I find to be the closest to my worldview, a person who is a self-described socialist. Some of you may disagree with that, right? Mild for 2 hours, lol. Yeah, I mean, most of it was just like justifying my perspective to a lot of people who didn't understand it, but that's usually how it goes, right? But my point is, not only am I, do I feel like demographically represented by a politician, 34-year-old, socialist, Muslim, anti-Zionist, all this stuff, but also there is this ideological representation that I have, closer than probably many other congresspersons, with the exception of maybe like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. So in spite of all of that, and in spite of all the efforts that this community has poured into getting Zohran Mamdani, an underdog, elected into a nationally prominent position of power, although I'm, you know, critical of him in this moment, right? I said Hassan Piker, or Popstanox writes, Hassan Piker disagrees with Zohran Mamdani's decision to endorse Kathy Hochul. There's no guarantee that Kathy Hochul is going to turn around and do anything for Zohran once she secures power. While Hochul has signed off on universal pre-K, there's a lot more in Zohran's agenda she has to sign off on, especially a wealth tax. If Zohran waits in this moment, he could take advantage of Delgado putting pressure on Hochul to assume more left-wing positions. So it's not necessarily that I have an issue with like even an endorsement of Kathy Hochul at all. Hassan, is Ostanox leaked? Yeah, exactly. I'm actually a wizard at editing. Doing this amidst a massive strike with 15,000 nurses in New York City at a time when Hochul has extended the emergency to not give in to their demands is unimaginably bad, right? It's just like a bad time to do this. I know he wanted to do this to get ahead of the New York Democratic Party's like obvious endorsement where Kathy Hochul secured like 85%, all this stuff. But regardless, you don't have to put yourself out there. You don't have to present yourself as a defender of the machine at all, right? This is not necessarily an argument about like why endorse Kathy Hochul at all. I understand the political machinations at play here. I understand the reasons as to why you would do such a thing. I just don't agree with the timing of it. Now, having said that, okay, are we leaving soon? Oh, okay, good. Oh, you got me soon.
35 mile per hour wind.
35 mile per hour wind gusts? Oh, hell yeah.
-15 degrees.
Hell yeah. Thank you. I was out and about trying to get heat tech and get a jacket, but I couldn't fit into anything. All right, perfect. Anyway, the point is you should disagree with your electeds. You can have healthy disagreements. That doesn't mean that you write them off. That doesn't mean that they've betrayed the revolution. That doesn't mean anything until, you know, they show themselves to be a betrayer, I guess, right? I don't think Zohran is there yet, right? I mean, but it's fine. It's like, it's normal and healthy to have reasonable disagreements from time to time. Now, what's interesting about it is, here is the difference between someone having a healthy disagreement with someone who is ideologically on their side. Me versus a regime enjoyer. Stacey K says, I honestly think Zohran Mamdani is better at politics than Hassan. To which I responded with, I respect how much you ride for the regime. If the Democratic Party was a communist If the Democratic Party was a communist one, you'd be a communist, maybe one day. To which she replied with, yeah, actually, I would defend an elected communist over unfair criticism from streamers, which is kind of what I'm currently doing. To which I replied with, precisely my point. And then posted an image of the, the most loyal servants of the Cultural Revolution, the Red Guard. Now, it's funny because she's like also calling Zohran Mamdani a communist. That wasn't what I was saying at all. I don't think she took anything away from your back and forth, to be honest. Getting dunked on by Hasan for defending Zohran. If you told me in 2024 I would be finding myself often agreeing with Stacey K in 2026, I'd be most bewildered. Zohran played a long game well so far. Like, critique him obviously, but also don't assume you know what he's cooking. I've always been blue no matter who, but what you didn't know in 2024 is that I meant that wokely. How's defending Zohran writing for the regime? I love that there is no productive discourse to be had on any website, really, and especially on Twitter, because most of the time you're basically battling people who are either professionally misunderstanding you or too stupid to understand your point. My point is, Zohran is my guy, not your guy, right? You're the type of person who says this is too woke, this is too pie in the sky. You stand in opposition to someone like Zohran until they win. And when they win, you're like, now Zohran is my guy. So much so that you refuse to even apply any sort of constructive criticism to anything that this elected is doing. And that's what's fucking awesome. This is my proof. If there was ever a moment where I disagree with someone like Bernie Sanders, for example, me and my dog, who I've never electrocuted, yeah, no, I know she's not a fan. I don't really care about that sort of thing at all. I just, I will defend her rights unconditionally, regardless of the fact that her politics is so disastrously bad that it probably will elect the most transphobic administration possible. Either it's a Democratic administration that's leaning into the transphobia of the Republicans, or the maximalist transphobic Republican administration. I will still be out there fighting for her rights regardless, right? In any case, but that's neither here nor there. The point that I'm trying to make here is that these people do not have the ideological commitment to third way neoliberalism. The only reason why it looks like they have some sort of ideological commitment to third way neoliberalism is because they are incapable of thinking for themselves. They're incapable of having a political machination that is totally separate from whatever the party, one of the two planks in this country, in our current duopoly, is representing. So if the Democratic Party turned into a communist party tomorrow, magically, okay, a lot of the people that are vote blue no matter who would be communist. They would be saying, better red than dead. They would be advocating for full tilt communism, luxury communism. That's my point. My point is these people don't actually have any political machinations, any interest in like an affirmative vision. They're constantly on the defense. Okay. They are, yes, as the chatter said, they are loyal, unthinking soldiers, but that's a good thing. You need people like that, right? You do need people like that. You need some cadres. Yeah, she's literally an apparatchik, lol. Exactly. So my point is, I welcome them because they play a major role in the grand design that I have and that many of you, I think, understand at this point, which is dramatically reshaping American politics by exhausting one of the options that we have in the duopoly that exists and getting these regime loyalists to defend that perspective. Hasan is blamed for that shit. Well, same with the average Republican voters who don't care about billionaire tax cuts and defund the public sector. They simply want to be lounge with the side of power. Yes, I think the vast majority of the voting population have no personal opinion about how this country should run or what a decent future for this country would look like. They have no grand design. They have no ideological commitment to anything. They're simply operating on a defensive posture. The voters, I mean. They're followers. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You need a yeah-based guy, right? You need many yeah-based guys. And these are our yeah-based soldiers. These are the people who see themselves as intellectually a cut above the Republicans. These are the people who look at the Republicans and the MAGA base and go, oh, they're a cult. They're so stupid. They're such a violent cult. And there's truth to that. The Republicans are a violent cult. But they also operate under the same cultish thinking, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a necessary and good thing. All it would take for these people to defend and preach the gospel of socialism or communism would be if the Democratic Party was a communist party or a socialist party. Not saying that that'll happen, but that's it. And this has been a theory that I've maintained for quite a while. As I have said over and over again, if Bernie Sanders had won in 2016, the Democratic primary, every single one of these, like, oh, I'm never voting for a socialist ass people, I'm pro Hillary Clinton ass people, would have become major Bernie dick riders. The evidence for this suggestion comes from 2008, because when Hillary Clinton had a diehard cult-like fan base, the overwhelming majority of the Democrats voted excitedly for Barack Obama and became lifelong Barack Obama stans. That's it. They're just fucking loyalists. What they see in front of them magically becomes totally available and in the realm of possibility and something that they demand. They are the ones who lack the vision. They are the ones who are not audacious enough to dream. But you need people like that. You got too many dreamers, too many yearners, too many ideological delineations, and all of a sudden you have too many problems, too many cooks in the kitchen. So my point is, we shouldn't be spending a good deal of time trying to fucking yell at these people. We should work to identify how we can get them on board in the primary structure to vote for the most left candidates possible by pumping them full of the electability argument. And that's it. Now, of course, they get their notes from mainstream media, and mainstream media, for the most part, is still very much committed to the think tanks that churn out policy papers with regular frequency, that have a very clear vision of defending liberalism, defending third-way neoliberalism in particular. So you just have to do your very best to continue pumping it. I'm out. I just can't take this dude. I've tried. That's a bummer, chatter. Is it because you think I'm too revisionist? Is that what it is, you think? These same idiots join the bandwagon and do left bashing every chance they get. Fuck them. Yeah, but they don't do it because they have a serious liberal commitment. Do you understand? That's my point. They do left bashing because, they're learning that from MSNBC. They're learning that from the mainstream resources that they're reading. They would not be engaging in left bashing if all of the readily available resources was, repeating the things that I'm saying, for example. My point is they're an empty vessel. That's it. Why don't you prioritize reaching lib audiences on shows more often? I'll do more of that, I think. Well, also, part of it is because everybody in my community is so goddamn annoying. But that's not the reason why I don't do it. It's because I have other shit going on, right? But let's be real, chatter. You're probably familiar with how this stuff works. I go on the Pod Johns, and 99% of the ultras will say, I am committed to being a loyal servant of America. I want, bourgeois capitalist liberal democracy. I love the Democratic Party. I'm sheepdogging. I'm shepherding the revolutionary. I'm cutting the revolutionary potential short of the masses and helping them find a space and an outlet, a pressure valve that they can release by voting for the Democrats. It's not just 12 ultras, chatters. Come on now. A big chunk of my community is very stupid when it comes to electoralism. They despise it. They still do it. They still vote at the end of the day. But there's a good chunk that will love talking shit about it over and over again to present themselves as the most moral vessel. They too, in some ways, lack the vision. They have a vision they have an ideological purpose. They have a vision for a better future. Having said that, however, they have no vision of achieving it. They don't have the methods. They either fantasize about a time past and assume that if we follow the trajectory of Lenin or Mao or whoever their fascination is, Enver Hoxha, Tito, that we will achieve socialism with no care or consideration for the current material realities, the current mechanisms for organizing, where the masses are and how the masses self-identify, how the masses see their own politics, how reactionary the masses are towards leftist politics in general, Marxism, Marxist-Leninism, socialism, anarchism, right? They don't consider any of those things in their calculation. And that's it. In any case, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, no matter what. I worry that this is erring close to Ana Navarro's point yesterday. I agree with you for electorals and purposes, but ideally I want people to have personal convictions. People whose personal interests include how society is treating people around them too. They don't need to understand policy, sure, but they need to give a damn. I know, but if they don't, I'm not going to be able to fucking convince them, and who cares, right? Anyway, having said that, let's look at a fucking loyal servant of capital. One who does indeed have an ideological commitment to third-way neoliberalism because that's the only way that he can make money. Adam Gentleson. John Fetterman's caregiver, caretaker, personal handler, Adam Gentleson, went and started the Searchlight Institute. This is a place that's supposed to put out policy papers. They are objectively wrong all the time. Their job is to basically tell the Democrat electeds that they're totally right for listening to their fucking corporate donors. That's their entire purpose, right? Their entire purpose is to say, oh, we got to be more moderate. We got to be more moderate. That's what it is. So Adam Gentleson says, Democrats saying tough on crime. We are so back, in response to Kathy Hochul's shitty ass post here. Wrath of Kath. Tough on crime. Fighting for New York. No mercy. No one messes with New York. Adam Gentleson supports this and says, Democrats saying tough on crime. We are so back. To which many people also repeated, Democrats saying tough on crime. We are so back. That was awesome. Brian Tashman replies to that with, this was the 2024 message, and how did that turn out? The prosecutor versus the felon. Democrats see winning contrast between Harris and Trump. Adam Gentleson responds to that and says, it's a monument to motivated reasoning that some folks have convinced themselves that Kamala Harris, who in nearly a decade on the national stage had an unbroken record as an orthodox progressive and who endured relentless attacks from Trump on that record, lost because she was moderate. Mike from PA chimes in and says, Adam, she was a senator for 2 years and spent most of her time in statewide office as a bog standard centrist Democrat. To which I know Adam's response, which is the dumbest response of all time. That's just not true. She had one of the most lefty voting records in the entire Senate. She co-sponsored Medicare for All and supported open borders. But that doesn't fit the narrative, so people are recasting her as a moderate. That's what I mean about motivated reasoning. I hate this argument because the government tracker, nonpartisan tracker, literally has the worst standard. This tracker made Kamala Harris out to be more progressive than Bernie fucking Sanders. This obviously doesn't factor in politicians devoid of any sort of power when they're in the minority party, going out and voting for bills they have no intention of following through on once they are in power. Medicare for All being the greatest example of this. Kamala Harris was supposed to be a Medicare for All loyal soldier. She was never a Medicare for All soldier at all. She didn't even have Medicare for All on her fucking platform when she was running for president. And not only that, but also she did desperately try to present herself as a fucking moderate. That's precisely the reason why she was hanging out with Liz Cheney the entire time. In any case, most lethal military, continuing along with everything that's going on in Gaza, all this stuff played a role in her looking hypocritical, including seemingly changing her attitude on immigration, even though it technically didn't fucking change at all. That's always a bit of a cop-out when you say most left-wing vote records in the Senate. The Senate is entirely composed of right-wing goons, and even then, that's only on what was voted on. You got to measure things somehow. Correct, she tried to pivot, and it wasn't enough to overcome the deeply unpopular left-wing policy she spent most of her career taking, and for which Trump relentlessly attacked her. It's that simple. Or maybe the Democratic Party doesn't have a real vision for immigration and are simply playing the defensive posture that they are known to play, and this makes them look deeply fucking hypocritical. And part of the reason why is because a lot of people don't have any understanding of how politics is done, and they just assume Democrats are the open border party. Adam, it is demonstrable fact that Harris ran as tough on crime prosecutor as VP told immigrants don't come, extolled a lethal military at the DNC, and refused to budge an inch on the single biggest progressive issue of our time, Gaza. Don't disagree on Gaza, but time did not start when Harris became the nominee. She spent most of her career taking unpopular left-wing positions that Trump hung around her neck and she lost. I do not recall Trump attacking her for being a moderate centrist, because Republicans don't ever say someone is a moderate centrist. Why the fuck is this the counter argument? When have Republicans ever attacked someone for being a moderate centrist? Republicans call Nancy Pelosi a communist. Are we living in the same universe? This is motivated reasoning. Adam Gentleson, former handler of John Fetterman, a careerist as a Democrat consultant, has realized that his bread will be buttered as long as he fucking tells the same Democratic Party electeds in the National Party that they do not have to stray away from the path that they've charted so far, third way neoliberalism. Moderate, 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 go moderate. This is exactly the reason why Kamala Harris lost. They don't want to fucking recognize that. The autopsy was hidden, okay? Not even certain if the autopsy would be decent enough anyway, but the very fact that they hid that from the masses is indicative that maybe they saw some stuff in there, especially around Gaza, that they did not want other people to know. They did not want to come to that conclusion. They didn't want to recognize it, okay? But basically, when you are on the Democratic side of the ticket, the Republicans are never going to fucking turn around and say, "Hey, you are actually presenting a reasonable, moderate position." They're just going to call you a communist. Whatever you are is bad, because unlike the Democrats, Republicans do want to fucking win. Okay, that's it. That's it. Republicans want to win. Democrats want to win by slim margins, slim enough that they can justify their inaction in Congress, in the legislative body, with a rotating villain structure that they have in their party. That's the reason why the Republicans look vile but competent. Democrats look feckless, hypocritical, and incompetent. Okay? Democrats want the Republicans to follow through on their agenda, not the voters, of course. I'm talking about the politicians. Democratic politicians want the moral superiority of feeling as though they tried their best and they lost, and allow the Republicans to do whatever the fuck they want to do, because they hate legislating, because following through on their promises that they've made in the campaign implies going against their corporate benefactors. Republicans do not have this problem. Republicans can be openly and transparently vile. They can be openly and transparently as pro-capitalist as possible when they're marketing themselves. That's why they rely heavily on culture war narratives to shift people's attention away from the material realities, and make everybody and their mothers focus on the immaterial, the culture war narratives. They can get away with a deregulatory agenda. They can get away with destroying unions. They can get away with being lapdogs and servants of billionaires. Democrats, on the other hand, are supposed to present themselves as against all of that, even though they technically are pro all of that, right? Because they are the same corporate benefactors that have a vested interest in continuing same old business as usual politics. Complete and utter domination of the working class at the behest of capital. That's it. Matt Iglesias finally admits at least one of his failed positions, talking about the New Jersey 11 race that ended up with AIPAC actually hurting or receiving an own goal. I talked about this extensively, but I'll give you a quick summary. Analia Mejia is a Bernie-crat, and this AIPAC subsidiary United Democracy Project in the New Jersey 11 race identified the former Congressperson Malinowski. Am I saying his name right? Sorry, shout out to the Polish. As the number one guy to defeat. Why did they want to do that? Because he had said that although his consistent advocacy in the Biden administration, and although he had a proven track record of being pro-Israel for the most part, he said, as a centrist Democrat running in this race, which was the most likely candidate to win, he had the audacity to say he could step out of line with the AIPAC position. So AIPAC basically pumped millions of dollars into their own personal moderate Democrat candidate that was, objectively pro-Israel. and also spent an even larger amount of millions of dollars against the centrist Democrat for Malinowski's statements of sometimes conditioning aid potentially in the future to the state of Israel. That's it. That was all this was. And because of this, because of the endless amounts of attacks that he received as a candidate in the Democratic primaries in an anti-ICE race, he was not sufficiently seen as anti-ICE. He had actually funded ICE. AIPAC abused that over and over again. And it left people thinking, okay, well, I want a real anti-ICE candidate. This part is very important. And the only abolish ICE candidate happened to be Ana Lilia Mejia, the Bernie-crat. So they ended up firing. They ended up launching a cannon in the direction of the centrist Democrat who was objectively pro-Israel. And now the Bernie-crat is going to win this race in a massive upset victory. Isn't that wonderful? To which Matt Iglesias says, this is an egregious fuck up by AIPAC, and both the fact that it happened and their absurd response are representatives of what's been really catastrophically bad politically decision making the pro-Israel community over the past 2 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took meaningful, politically costly pro-Israel actions that displeased their base, and for their trouble, they got completely hung out to dry. Who could have foreseen this? Yeah. Brian says this is the first time he's admitted to this law. He spent his entire primary saying exactly the opposite and calling the anti-genocide protesters fringe radicals. Here's one he forgot to delete, and he deleted a bunch of his positions, I guess, after delivering this final recognition, which is not even a day late, $1 short. It's more like 2 years late and billions of dollars short. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden dropped this race for Israel. For Kamala Harris, it was an act of cowardice. I've talked to people that have worked with her closely on her campaign. They agree with me. I will not be revealing names, of course. It was an act of fucking cowardice. She just hang on to Joe Biden, this anchor around her neck, because she is incompetent and cowardly. Joe Biden, on the other hand, was a demented ultra-Zionist and had an ideological commitment to Israel, and I suspect wanted to see dead Palestinian children, because the way he was behaving, in spite of the observable reality that Israel consistently made him look like a fucking asshole over and over again, the observable reality was that Joe Biden was chalk committed to maxing out all of his contributions to Israel, no matter what the political cost for that was. He promoted the genocide. He continued the genocide. He lied at the behest of Israel in deeply shameful ways. He destroyed the liberal international order. For the record, he absolutely destroyed it, which is ironic because that was supposed to be his signature accomplishment, right? Instead of the Finlandization of NATO, we were going to do the NATOization of Finland. 15-minute warning. Okay. Mr. We NATOized Finland, turned around and torched what remained of the attitude towards the international rule-based liberal order. He destroyed it, especially because it was so close in proximity to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Hakeem Jeffries, on track to win the majority, neutralize Trump's gerrymandering gambit, has wielded discharge petitions to more effect than any minority leader, vindicated on the ACA shutdown tactic, not bad. Oh my God, he's still... These guys, you have to understand, these guys are paid to lose, okay? They are paid to give the losing analysis, the loser's analysis to the Democrats. Their bag relies on them being wrong all the time. That's it. The DNC concealing the 2024 autopsy as if voters don't deserve transparency is in keeping with how they shut out external input on Biden running for re-election. The party making the democracy case is internally undemocratic, staffed by careerists prioritizing their own power. Do we have a playlist for today, by the way, Themasius? I'm known in Orlando as the Asian Mogger. Would you have the honor of validating me? You are not the Asian Mogger. Don't you lie. Don't you fucking lie to me. There's only one Asian Mogger in Orlando, and he mogged clavicular. Anyway, let's talk about Donald Trump, by the way. Real quick hit on that. Donald Trump is up to no good. As you guys know, he came out of the gate swinging with this post that he had about how the Democrats objectively stole the election, and then fucking had that brief screen recording where Obama and Barack and Michelle Obama were were presented as apes. And understandably, that led to a little bit of chaos and controversy, because that's like the one thing that even racist Americans are not going to get on board with. It's basically the equivalent of calling a black person the N-word, right? And at first, Caroline Leavitt and the Republicans instantly started defending it, because that's their primary purpose. That's what they're known to do. That's what they're supposed to do, right? But then they backed away. They backed away because this is totally outside of the bounds of permissible racism. But Trump turned around and doubled down regardless.
President Trump saying he will not apologize after sharing a video clip on his Truth Social account that depicted, I can't believe I'm reading these words, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes. The post drawing widespread backlash from both Democrats and Republicans. The White House removing the post after it was online for about 12 hours. CBS's Willie James Inman is in West Palm Beach with more on this story. Good morning, Willie.
Adriana, good morning to you. The president claims he didn't see the first portion of that he saw only the first portion of that video and not the racist part of it. He claims he passed it on to a staffer who didn't review the full video. Now, we want to warn our viewers, we will show it briefly for context in this report.
I am, by the way, the least racist president you've had in a long time.
President Trump's controversial late-night video post on Thursday was about alleged voter fraud. And
can I say something controversial? Maybe my black HasanAbi Hayes will get mad at me for saying this. I don't think they should shy away from showing it. Like, we're all fucking adults, man. He posted that shit. I think it's a disservice not to show exactly what he was posting. Is that controversial? Like, am I being white on this? Like, is this, you know, Caucasian activities? I think, like, no, I think he should be embarrassed over and over again till the ends of time for posting this shit. But I think when the media goes, oh, we shouldn't show you this, I feel like it's a disservice. No, show it. He posted it. He didn't have no problems. He had no qualms posting that shit at all. I think that shit should be shown. I feel like it's this like relic of old school liberalism, maybe like almost like a woke 1.0 thing where they're like, oh, you know, we're just not going to show it to you. It's like, we're all adults, man. I don't want to speak out of turn here for you know, my black chatters, but like, we've all seen shit like this, right? I don't know. I can only compare it to like Islamophobic shit that I receive with regular frequency, and yeah, it's not pleasant to see stuff like that. You know, my face superimposed over Osama bin Laden or something, or saying that like I'm a ISIS fighter or whatever. It's not great to see it, but I would much rather have everybody see the fucking shame that these people are bringing about themselves than not. It almost feels like you're helping this person, right? Like, it's very cringe, and I understand why it invokes certain feelings. Like, I'm much more in line with like not showing certain images, like, you know, George Floyd, right? Like, I don't, because a lot of people will go back and forth on things like that, like real violence that a real human being has received is very different than like this kind of like nonsensical racism.
Like beginning, I saw it and just passed it on, and I guess probably nobody reviewed the end of it because what I saw at the beginning was really, really strong.
But the end of the video showed a depiction of the Obamas as apes. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt initially defended the post and called it an internet meme about the Lion King, adding, "Stop the fake outrage." The political fallout was swift, with some members of the president's own party calling on him to take down the post and apologize.
You condemn the racist parts of the video? Of course I do.
But the president says he did.
We don't need to see state violence like that. I understand people wringing their hands over that. Someone died in that incident, but this is a stupid meme. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not saying this like extends to gruesome imagery that shows the final moments of like a black victim of state violence or whatever. I'm not saying that that's the same here. The calculation is different on this one because this is like the slight here is imagery, right? And if you don't show the offending image, then you're, you know, doing a disservice. As a black woman, I was educated in black school where we watched videos of black people being Hosen attacked during the civil rights movement. Later, when I went to a white school, they were allowed to believe that none of the state violence was real because they were protected from seeing it and raging. Yeah, there's also that argument as well. I mean, it's just like,
didn't do anything wrong.
We took it down as soon as we found out. I didn't make a mistake.
Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
I didn't make a mistake. Someone else did. Okay.
Lone black Republican in the U.S. Senate posted this, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this.
Dude, I love this, by the way. This is my favorite line. Praying this was fake. Yeah, Tim. Oh, yeah? You're praying? You're fucking praying this was fake, huh? You're such a bitch. He's such a bitch. He's like, this is the most racist thing I've seen. Really? Were your eyes closed? Were your ears plugged when he was going around being like, Haitians are eating cats and dogs? You know how they are, those black immigrants eating cats and dogs. That's right. They do voodoo. Like all this shit. You think that wasn't fucking racist? Pray harder, bitch. And then Trump turns around and is like, yeah, I posted that. What of it? I didn't post it. Someone else did. But I'm not apologizing.
The president should...
Just attacked by your... Just attacked by your chat for asking a simple question. What the fuck kind of community do you have? The question was, hey, Hasan, cool stuff. Can we get a sex stream soon? Like, this is straight up, unvarnished racism. Is indefensible. But I'm sorry, this is far from the most racist act that the Trump administration has turned into regular policy, when the last fucking couple of months of this administration was saying every Somali is a parasitic demon that needs to be forcibly excised from the boundaries of the state. Okay? Like that, to me, that's not only unimaginable racism, like Hitlerian nonsense, okay, but also on top of the Hitlerian propaganda, the dehumanization of a group of black American citizens, by the way, because Somalis are American citizens by and large. But then on top of that, they also implemented a policy of occupying a city, and they started blackbagging people, kidnapping them, kidnapping brown people and black people in the fucking streets under the suspicion that they might be undocumented. Do you understand how fucking stupid that is when you're like, well, this is the most racist thing I've ever seen? It's like, well, bitch, you haven't been paying attention, okay? You have not been paying attention. Once again, the only reason why Tim is offended by this is because all the other stuff, albeit objectionable, is at least like not directly impacting him. Like he can find that somewhat defensible. He can just like turn around and say like, well, you see, this is just immigration policy. This is good. We just want to protect our nation. A nation without borders is no nation at all. But this one, he's just directly saying black people are monkeys. And of course, he can't fucking defend that. Even Tim can't defend that, right? So the real offense here is that this makes Tim's position much harder to defend. That's the only reason why he's like, oh, I hope this isn't real.
CBS News has learned the president personally called Senator Scott and said the video was a staffer's mistake. The post was deleted after the president's call with Senator Scott.
I think that it was an acknowledgement that this was definitely an error. I just don't believe a lower-level staffer actually did it.
Republican political strategist Malik Abdul.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is like Tim Scott's purpose. Like, no disrespect here. Some people get touchy-feely when I say this, but like, let's be real. There's only one role that black Republicans play in the party, okay? And that is the role of a token who sits there and says, as a black American, I've experienced racism. Insert Republican position here is not racist. That's it. That's it. And you can see that here. Here is Senator Tim Scott calling Donald Trump an American lion at the 2024 RNC, saying words that we've heard a million times over from every black conservative, which is that America's not a racist country at all.
It's going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country.
Is this actually outrage for racism against black people or just because it was Obama? No, it's racism against black people, chatter. What are you talking about? If Donald Trump called Barack Obama the N-word, that wouldn't just be exclusive to Barack Obama. That's how racism works. It's against all black people. And that's why Tim Scott, who is whose sole purpose is to fucking lie to people and make white people basically feel more comfortable in their white supremacist values, by presenting this false narrative that America has no racism in it. America's not a racist country. All this shit. Found that to be indefensible.
No, we're not.
Oh, you can.
But if you were looking for racism today,
1 second.
you'd find it in cities
run
by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope.
Yeah. Good one. Okay. I mean, it's shameful, right? Of course, he doesn't have the capacity to fucking feel shame, but it's a shameful experience to be this guy. It's you have debased yourself. You are no longer you are actively arguing against your own lived experience. Let's be real. Okay? You are actively arguing against your own lived experience in an effort to advance your personal career, in an effort to make white people feel some type of way about their perspectives, their racism. You have no integrity. You are a silly person. That's it. But even a silly person has, I guess a moment where they feel like they've been humiliated too much.
Has to have a serious reset, or he's going to risk not just what happens in the midterm. Donald Trump is going to risk his legacy if he does not change course.
And Vlad...
Yeah, he's really risking his legacy. Yeah, by not being more racist, I think. Because that's his legacy. Who the fuck thinks Donald Trump's legacy is unironically, tolerant, woke, not racist? Like, who the fuck thinks that? We have to go right now? Are we late? Okay, I'm going to change real quick. I'm going to put on more clothes real quick.
During that gaggle on Air Force One with reporters, the president also claimed that he's the least racist president that America has had in a long time. He also says that he has paid attention to issues that are important to the black community, including criminal justice reform and funding for historically black colleges and universities. Vlad.
All right, Willie, thank you very much.
I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud and the machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people. Generally, they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody did.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake.
Okay, well, he did eventually remove the post. It had been up for nearly 12 hours, but he did remove it. And I want to warn before we show it to you that it is racist and offensive, but it's important to show because this was posted on the official account of the President of the United States, right? This is what was posted there. You can see here the faces of the Obamas put onto bodies of apes, and his decision to take the post down came after the White House initially doubled down on the post itself. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, saying, quote, "This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and the Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public." Well, that was said, but then the backlash got loud. Republican Senator Tim Scott, the only black Republican in the Senate, came out calling it the most racist thing out of this White House. Ted Herndon and Andrew Yang are out front now. Pretty incredible, Ested. Okay, on a lot of levels. But it takes them 12 hours to take this down. Yeah. At first, they say owning exactly what it was, not trying to say it was about voting machines, and I didn't see the part about the apes. They actually owned the whole part about the apes, and then still took it down.
Yeah, the initial response was to defend it, as it always is with the Trump White House. And then after the blowback started, we have seen these kind of further retractions. I mean, when I saw this morning, it is both shocking and not shocking at the same time, right? Like at one, you have the reality of the president of the United States engaging in offensive racist behavior, but you also have a president who has had his whole political rise tied to those very same things. I mean, the origin story of Donald Trump is a racist conspiracy about Barack Obama. So, I mean, we cannot extract Donald Trump from the trail of racism that he has left or encouraged. But I think this reflects a White House that is increasingly at a credibility loss too. They are putting their officials out there, Caroline Leavitt included, and whether it's Minneapolis or whether it's Trump's health or whether it's this video, they're increasingly asking the public to not believe what's in front of them. And I think that has contributed to Donald Trump's increasing unpopularity with the electorate.
So, Andrew, the White House obviously now trying to blame it on a White House staffer. Okay, which, I mean, there's so much irony in that. You could take the Rob Reiner post, you could take so many posts that they actually haven't even tried to blame on a staffer, right? That he goes ahead and posts his own stuff that I don't know anybody thought was okay. In this case, Trump allies are calling to fire the staffer. Bill O'Reilly said you got to fire the staffer right away. Pastor Mark Burns, after speaking with Trump, says my recommendation to the president was direct and firm. The staffer should be fired immediately. And the president should publicly condemn this action, which he didn't do, right? He said he didn't make a mistake. But a source familiar with Trump's social media, as I said with Rob Reiner, he posts on Truth Social all the time by himself. He posts in the middle of the night by himself, right? So suddenly in this case, this one somehow upset enough people that he's going to put the fig leaf up?
Yeah, the backlash was truly bipartisan, which is something of a rarity in today's politics. I agree with aside from how violent and disgusting
isn't that
the video
great?
was,
The backlash was bipartisan.
Was distraction.
We're back to bipartisanship.
Because the actions of ICE in Minneapolis, wildly unpopular, even with many people who voted for Donald Trump. This week, a job report came out saying that it was the worst January for people looking for jobs since 2009.
It's 17 years. I mean, to go back.
Yeah, and so I thought to myself, okay, this is Trump throwing something out there to change the news cycle.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think there has been speculation that he has done that before. We know that that's his instinct, is to like get it back on his terms.
What's the brand of the shoes? Is it Rick Owens, Doc Martens collab?
More familiar topics, be it social stuff or
Excuse me, to the people saying "fuck off, Andrew Yang," no one cares about you. How dare you say such mean words? We are. I can't even say it. God's not letting me say it. We're Yang Gangers, baby. Yeah. We need a new way of politics, a new way forward, okay? That's what we want. That's what the people demand. Go forward. Not left, not right, forward. Instead, W, though, always.
We used to call wokeness or fighting against that.
Yeah.
This isn't that.
This is way beyond.
This is way
this
beyond
is like
that.
A very, very
and so I'm saying even as they try to draw Democrats into culture wars, I think they have miscalculated the moments in which Donald Trump goes way beyond that. The Rob Reiner post is one of that. I think this post is another.
Yeah, worse.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rob Reiner post didn't get this much from Republican senators, and you had administration allies coming out and saying, fire this guy, apologize immediately.
Joining me now is Harvard University professor and former NAACP president Cornell William Brooks. Professor, the president is saying in furtherance of a lie about voter fraud in Georgia, of which there was not, which is just something he endlessly repeats like a guy in a bar late at night. He posted or approved the posting of this meme. What do you make of his explanation and how the White House has kind of come up with various explanations throughout the day?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. What I make of the president's explanation is that it is neither an explanation nor an excuse. We have seen from this White House shifting narratives, the president taking responsibility for posting that which the White House denied and that is subsequently attributed to a young staffer. So in other words, we have shifting narratives, apparent lies, and the president not taking responsibility for his actions and the consequences of it. Anderson, we need to really be clear here. The president was drawing from a deep, toxic well of racist tropes going back to at least the 1850s with scientific racism. This notion that Black people are most closely related to apes and gorillas and simians, such that they are subhuman and sub-citizens. And since this president has called into question President Obama's birthplace and his legitimacy, credibility as a citizen, this is true to form. So in other words, this is incredibly offensive. It is not entirely new.
Well, it's interesting. You are right. It is also interesting that he doesn't say you know, had I seen this, I never would have done this. This is, you know, terrible. These images are sickening. You know, and I would never post something like that. And it's interesting to me that I guess he views it as a sign of strength, his refusal to ever apologize, his refusal to admit that he made a mistake. It seems to me.
Hasan, get your racist PhD up. This guy's cooking you. I know. I'm getting cooked. I'm getting racism mogged. Don't forget the gloves on. I have it right here. Even though they're not exactly that good. We're about to find out if this heat tech actually holds, by the way, because I just swapped out the heat tech for the big bulky turtleneck that I have, the Montclair turtleneck that I have. Donald Trump is using Lion King memes the right way. God, Ezra Klein gave us such a beautiful gift with that, honestly. He gave us such a beautiful gift with that. I am forever grateful to Ezra Klein for that. Good luck. We're another big freeze weekend here. I know. I'm going to try to fucking purchase a jacket.
The ultimate sign of weakness that he's
anyway
so afraid of.
We're moving on.
We're moving out.
I'll swap over in a second, okay?
Admit it when he does.
Well, you know, the thing is, it's a sign of weakness in two respects. There's a weakness with respect to admitting a wrong and taking responsibility, but there's also weakness with respect to his inability to resist this racist impulse to demean, to degrade, to belittle Black people generally and the country specifically. And what I mean by that is this president seems to think that he is merely insulting the Obamas and Black people when he, in fact, is also insulting his supporters. What do we mean by that? He seems to believe that his base and white Americans can be so rage-baited and race-baited that they will forget high grocery prices or unaffordable homes or a White House that is in absolute chaos. So in other words, he calls into question the humanity, the intelligence and character of Black people, but he also calls into question the intelligence and conscience of white people. And so he is so small on so many levels. This is, caricature, I should say character in miniature, microscopic character.
Cornell William Brooks, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
So I generally don't ask questions this way, but I just have to because to me, it's so obvious. Explain to me how this is not racist.
Well, first off, I think it's racist just to assume that apparently Black people own looking like monkeys. Apparently, we're just supposed to own it. So if someone says we look like a monkey or that they put us on a monkey body or like what they did with the advertisement where the little kid the Black kid had a monkey outfit, uniform on, just like the white kids did, it's somehow racist. So Blacks should view themselves as monkeys. And anytime someone calls us that or puts us on the head of a figure, that we're supposed to be immediately outraged that this person is doing this. And let me explain to you.
Tommy, I'm sorry, I can't just let that go without asking you something. Have you learned anything or studied history in this country around slavery and the depictions of Black people in this country during slavery?
No, I have. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you know that was a common thing to equate Black people to apes or monkeys. And usually it was a reference to they came from Africa, so they must be apes and monkeys. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, well, the idea of they came from Africa, there's a lot of animals that came from Africa. As a matter of fact, all of the ones that were depicted in the video, you guys didn't show the whole video. Biden was also a monkey. Well, Biden was a monkey in the video too, so why aren't we outraged? As Black people, we have carte blanche to call anybody anything we want. And I'm from the South.
That's not true. That's not true.
Who can't we call a name? Y'all have had people on your show that call white people aliens, that call white people devils. No one gets in trouble on national television for calling a white man a devil.
I mean, a devil is not
just a bad person.
A devil doesn't equate to race. It equates to character.
No, we actually, if the person beside you would tell you the truth, we actually believe that the white people are devil, and many believe that we're aliens. We believe
I'll give you
Tommy,
no, hold on. I can give him an
this
example.
argument,
Tommy, don't put me in your. I'm not.
In the chat. Scene change the inches. All right, we're good. Hold me. Chatters. Hello. Saved.
What were we watching? What did you have them looking at? Hi, chat. know it's been a while since we've done one of these.
Yeah. Also here, don't read it out loud, but I mean, it could be worth it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right.
I mean, we only have like a day
TMZ
back
clip
home.
was insane. Am I accidentally on Flip Finder? Yeah. Oh, a black guy was defending the racist video?
Nice.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, but what was I saying? Dude, there have been so many different like podcast hates, media hates, stuff that I was like planning on doing out here that I just haven't had time to schedule.
I mean, you've still been doing a lot.
I know. You can show the camera up. Okay. But it's been crazy. And what is wrong?
It's just a little blue because your room.
Volume up, please.
Well, it's because I wasn't playing. I mean, I guess I could turn it up a little more, but.
Y'all need earbuds, lol. Turn up your volume. Oh, Haas is back. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's change the cool and warmth. Let's see.
I got chattering on my phone, but like I don't know how to like look at the YouTube. I don't know how to figure out the YouTube's situation. Oh, here it is.
YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, it is blue.
Not anymore.
Oh, it's not blue. Oh wow, I just watched it. In our favorite Hasi whip, turn your own volume, not Hasan.
Turn your speakers down, bro.
Okay, I take it back. The fit is low-key adorable.
Oh, we're both wearing Carhartt today.
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
yours is Carhartt whip.
Sakai.
Whip. Or oh yeah, well I think it's Whip Sakai.
It is, yeah.
It's Whip Sakai collab. I am on the other hand wearing layer time. Okay, are you guys ready? First of all,
I think you're over the lead.
I'm wearing not heat tech, unfortunately, just regular dry fit. Okay, but it's one extra layer of insulation, so that's good. Insulated with the socks. I got the Rickies. Okay, all this Rick on me like I'm mortified. You already know what's up. Doc Martens collab.
Used to be in a pickle, now we in Rick.
Yeah. We got, I don't know what this brand is, but this is, I got this gifted. But the pants and the work shirt that I wear is from the same brand. It's like a top and bottom. But first layer, Heat Tech, Uniqlo Heat Tech. Warmest one I got. It was literally like the last XL one that I had in the store. On top of that, I got the, what's the turtleneck I'm wearing? That with the Russian, no.
Oh, I don't know.
It's an American brand, but it has like the Russian Cyrillic. Chat would know, yeah. Chat, what's the brand? This, yeah, oh, Heron. Yeah, Heron Preston. No, it's not Gosha. Heron Preston. On top of that, I got the work shirt, and then on top of that, I got the Carhartt work shirt. So I'm double work shirted up. But this one has like a layer of padding in it too, so it's a little bit warmer. Got a beanie from a random restaurant last night because it was fucking cold.
You went to a random restaurant?
I went, yeah, I was hungry after the stream with Noah, and I was like, let's just, peel in here to get some food before we go to this birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I went out last night.
So did I.
Yeah, you went to a gay bar.
I did go to a gay bar.
And then we got the Kneecap Molotov cocktail.
That is fire.
The Kneecap Molotov cocktail scarf.
I like it.
March is always out though, yeah.
Yeah.
And then this morning I asked March to work out with me and he said no.
Because today's my rest day. I worked out the past 2 days.
Cap.
It's real.
Cap. I don't believe you. Which gay bar? Bro, it's 27. It's not even cold. Chatter?
Dude.
I don't know how to explain to you.
It's 35 mile per hour.
First of all, it's not 27. It's 10 degrees. But it feels like minus 16. And there's an extreme cold warning that has been given out. The conditions are expected to last until 1 p.m. Sunday, February 8th. Additional alert is the wind advisory. Because of the windy conditions, even with wind gusts up to 38 miles per hour, they make the temperature feel like it's minus 16. So you're
Minnesota weather.
Yeah, this is, I brought the Minnesota weather with me.
Yeah, it keeps following us.
For the softies.
Also, this is a text I just got.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
I want to say it or not, but
yeah, we got more guests coming on the broadcast. Diana Moreno is also going to be on it. We're oh yeah. By the way, guys, we're on our way to link up with Claire VALDEZ. She is running for New York 7, another Democratic Socialist of America elected. We are going to get to learn about her, what her policies are. Oh, it's effing.
Oh, just kidding.
Tunnel got him.
Great tunnel.
Hold, we back. Green. Anyway, as I was saying, we have, as you guys know, my job, my goal, what I live for basically every day is to try to push American politics to the furthest left position physically possible. And a part of that strategy revolves around getting socialists elected. And that is precisely what we are going to be doing today. That's why I was an early booster of ZOHRAN and was very excited about ZOHRAN. Still am, you know. Yeah, I want people who are as Marxist as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the most leftist.
If you can radicalize Austin, you can radicalize anything.
That's true. Austin is a diehard liberal. As you can see, Afghanistan has been forever tarnished. Woke Sharia is obviously imminent. A lot of people are refusing to cover this stuff accurately, but we're in the heartland of Afghanistan right now, on our way over to go meet up with Claire Valdez and Diane Moreno. Diane Moreno, of course, took over ZOHRAN's state assembly position.
Valdez.
And Claire Valdez is running for a seat in New York 7. Why can't we hear the call to prayer, Toe? Wait, we can't see the Twin Towers? I mean, I think you know what happened there. Dan Marino laces out. What? No. Did he discuss a brutal frame mocking of clavicular? Don't worry, I'm going to ask them about it.
You're going to ask Claire Valdez about it?
Yes, I'm going to ask Claire Valdez about the brutal frame mocking that clavicular received from the Arizona State University frat president.
I don't know what this is.
You didn't? Wait. We are right now in a car.
I'm so sorry.
We're in a car. You are my producer and camera operator, and you are not aware that clavicular got frame mocked?
Was this before or after he was gesture maxing?
No, this is after. He's been gesture maxing already. He's been gesture maxing. He realized that being a fun-loving guy is actually a much better method than the cold arm method.
I don't want to be here anymore, man.
Show Marge Lamau, dude. I don't know if you're ready for this. Can I even show you?
Show me.
Are you ready for it?
What is this?
Wait, what the fuck is this? Everyone in the store was, or this is not the actual clip, but this is a funny one regardless. Everyone in the store was worried that Clav was withering after seeing him bone smash for an hour straight, but didn't realize that this was his chance to become the #1 ranked Chad.
You know what, fuck it, why not?
Look at the faces of all the low-tier normies, by the way. Like, look at the faces of low-tier normies when they see a true alpha Chad on his way to ascension, like becoming a true Adam, and they're literally shocked, like they can't comprehend it, because they will never ascend.
Right.
Whereas, like, I mean, they don't even understand true greatness when they see it, because like he is on his pathway to ascension, to becoming a true Adam, right? Like, to be a part of that journey is already a fucking profound privilege.
I think this might be my last day doing this. I'm gonna be so honest.
Yeah.
I think I'm done. I think this was it. This is what did it.
Okay, well,
I was gonna like get on a plane to Tokyo and disappear.
I think it's because this is a classic low cortisol activity. Okay, you already had a recessed maxilla.
What the fuck?
Yes, you already had a recessed maxilla, and the brutal mogging that you just watched, is indicative of the low cortisol levels that your cortisol levels are spiking. I forget which one is the bad one.
Do I have a recessed maxilla? Really?
Yes, your maxilla is so recessed.
What's a recessed maxilla?
I don't know, and I'm too afraid to ask. No, it's just like your face. Your mandibular is also not aligned. I didn't want to tell you this. And you have prey eyes.
Do I have prey eyes? That's
yes,
bad.
you have prey eyes. That's bad. You need to have predator eyes.
I just thought it was recessed maxilla. I do not have a recessed maxilla.
You have a recessed maxilla. It's fine. Like, you'll survive, but you do have a recessed maxilla. It's okay. It's not okay. I'm lying. I'm trying to make you feel better. Is March low tier normie? Yeah. His mandibular is weak. Prognosis is good. Leave March alone. This is TikTok language. This is not even TikTok language. This is worse than that. This is like incel forum language that got mass produced and sent out to every single person via TikTok.
Do you think? Never mind.
What? Go ahead. No, say it.
I was gonna say, do you think Claire Valdez is like watching the stream and she's just like, what have I done?
What? I'm gonna ask Claire Valdez these questions. Obviously, if she wants to make it to the big leagues, she needs to be able to answer these tough questions. I will be also doing a PSL rating on Claire Valdez as well. Because if Claire Valdez doesn't mog her opposition, how could she expect to win? How could she expect to win any race? She obviously needs to have, wait, what is it? The aura, the halo effect, in order to successfully win any political race. That's precisely the reason why JD Vance is going to lose, because he's fat.
Right.
34, by the way. Yeah, that means I had 34 whole years to learn all of this stuff, okay? Yeah, does she mog? It's a mog eat mog world out there. Did you see when Clavicular was mid-jester gooning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels, so he had to decide if it's better to ignore the foids while munting and mogging? Moids versus SMV Chad fishing in the club? Okay, that's even too insane for me. I don't like that we're just saying.
Did you see that?
I did. I actually did see that. I actually did see that. And like, it was a femcel. And she was like attractive too. She like walked up to him and was like talking about, you know, goy blocks or goy slop or whatever. And
devastating blow to the English language.
And then Clavicular couldn't understand like why a somewhat attractive foid would be saying, you know, goy block or using language terminology such as that. And then she turned around and said, "It's because I'm a femcel."
It's the ETA, man.
I don't know.
Get me the fuck out of here.
What are we talking about, Lamau? Okay, a lot of you need to understand something, okay? Lookism is a science. Like, phrenology is a science. Do with that information what you will, okay? You have like 9 more minutes in the car with me.
Okay.
So there's gonna be 9 more minutes of wisdom that I will impart.
Gooning.
Yeah, I'm gonna impart 9 more minutes of wisdom on you.
Cortisol.
Hasan, we're not into your racism.
So you want to have high cortisol or low cortisol?
No, you don't want your cortisol levels to spike, because when your cortisol levels spike, it's like you're stressed out,
which ages you.
And it like, well, so does steroids.
Right.
And Clavicular has done a lot of steroids.
Yeah,
and that's why he looks, even though he's 19, he looks like he's 34 years old now.
Yeah.
He's the most 34-year-old, 19-year-old.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to study phrenology, but I ain't got no friends. Yeah, I need you to read this sentence out loud. Oh, brother, I can't wait to see this sentence. I'm sure it's going to be really good. Oh, it's the same one. Clavicular was mid-jester gooning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels.
Tell us your name. Yep. My friend likes your cameraman. And then likes you. What's your name? I want to eat. Tell us your name.
Yo, W, his name is Kurt.
Kurt?
He has a march.
My friend likes...
And the title for this was, the description for this was, Clavicular was mid-jester gooning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels. Is ignoring the foids while munting and mogging moids more useful than SMV Chad fishing in the club? We're gonna have another tunnel moment, which is gonna save you guys for, albeit a brief moment.
That seems like a good time to remind Chad that there is a third person in this car.
Yeah. Yeah, he's getting imparted sacred wisdom as well. Anyway, we're going to the tunnel, everybody. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube. YouTube chatters, subscribe. And also like the broadcast. Twitch chatters, subscribe as well. YouTube chatters, you can get a membership. I don't know if you can still see it or not. Yay, tunnel. Pray more tunnel. Tunnel, thank God. I have to pee. This is the girl, like, she's attractive. Like, she's like a normal looking human.
Yeah.
Like, you should not have to do that, I think. Like, no one should do that, but like, Like, are you that desperate for male validation of the worst kind that you're doing that? Like, it doesn't make no sense to me.
The tunnel that goes under.
But wait, you guys can still see us?
It's crazy.
March, please stop him. L tunnel.
I have no control over it. I've tried.
A lot of women are for some reason. Oh, it's green. Thank F.
Oh.
Mini F. Glorp. No, we're back. She's a femcel. It's a choice, period. What if you're an incel, but you're like kind of low-key chill about it? Where you're like, you know, you're involuntarily celibate, women don't want to have sex with you, but you're also like nice. Like you're like, you don't make it your whole, you know, life's mission that you like hate women or whatever. You just like are unfuckable. Why does nobody talk about that? Why does nobody think about that? I'm here to ask the real questions. Another question to ask Claire Valdez will be that. You know they're watching the stream too beforehand.
Yeah, I know.
They're gonna pull the plug on this.
Yeah, they're gonna get the text right now and be like, oh, actually,
she has a very important, yeah, she's busy bone smashing. Meeting canceled, turn around.
Bone smashing stream?
Speaking of parrots, when I have a little bit of emotion at the surface and I have no move around my life without being a bitch, sometimes I make myself puke emotionally. In other words, I force myself to cry. I watch Peach Jars and Fan interact with animals at Alveus and I'm good to go.
Okay.
Thank you, chatter. I guess I'm not the only one imparting wisdom here. That's cool.
I'm hungry.
When are you not, brother?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm hungry. I'm gonna get food where we're going.
Inshallah, there's food. Inshallah, there is food. Hot smoke a blunt. Damn, you called March hungry? No, he is. He's a hungry boy. He's a growing boy. He has W hunger. I mean, he kind of has L hunger because, like...
What does that mean?
He kind of has L hunger because it gets in the way
of
just us doing stuff sometimes. Where he's like, I need to eat.
What is it?
I need to eat. That's what he sounds like sometimes. Your silence on clavicular getting frame mog is deafening. No, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the right moment to bring it up. Okay? Let March eat? No, I crack the whip. I don't let him eat. Last spam. Clavicular getting more than mogged.
I'm trying to be a Terra Chad.
Terra Chad?
Yeah.
The fuck is that?
Doesn't know about Terra Chad.
You just made that up. I'm so jealous of the leftist dude who got to beat the shit out of Clavicular in a grappling match. I got dibs on next. I'll show Clavicular a few moves afterwards in the spirit of sportsmanship.
What's my rate?
Oof.
I told you some people are gonna be on your ass, Clav. What's my rate, Clavicular? What's my rate? This is for all the bullshit that I gotta watch on my fucking feed. All the fucking time.
Wow. I felt that so hard. I felt that so incredible.
That's crazy. What an incredible moment, though. That must feel better than nothing. Like, honestly, 100%. That's just like, oh, you could ride that high for weeks because that's like legal too. It's not even like, that's the one time where you get to do that. It's embarrassing for him. It's on his stream. It's going to be all over the internet, but also you're not at fault at all.
Right.
Like, he demanded it.
Invited it even.
Probably the most loved Clav felt. That's how Chads make babies. He jester maxed a little too close to the sun. Yeah, that was actually, yeah, he was victim maxing. I think we might be here.
2 minutes.
Let's not. Okay. Let's not show the area that we're in, maybe.
Gauge.
I don't know. Able to.
I'll hide it as best as possible.
Yeah.
You're gonna be jester maxing in front of friends.
Yes, I'm gonna be jester maxing. Because you have to.
Right.
You have to jester max. That's true.
How about empathy maxing?
Nah.
How about genuine maxing?
That's a low tier normie behavior.
How about consideration maxing?
No, that's low tier normie behavior. Okay.
Yeah, this is good.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Bro doesn't want to empathy max. Okay, fine.
Snow everywhere. ZOHRAN. Every time I step on. Every time I step on the snow, I'm like, ZOHRAN.
It's so fucking cold in New York. Worse even?
Oh, it was worse. It was worse. But this is the closest I've felt to Minneapolis, like when it's windy.
Yeah, it's actually fucking painful. Claire's back here. She's coming out of the restroom. I heard
Let's just get posted up somewhere, I'm assuming?
And I gotta pee too.
So also, Aries, who runs it up here, she's a huge fan up here. If you want to say that.
Well, let's introduce you first. Is the light fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to go maybe like up there somewhere, or?
Yeah, where are we gonna be?
We're gonna hang by those tables until our lane comes up.
Yeah, just do that.
Let's go. Hassan. And you guys are live already, so.
Okay. Here or?
Yeah, I was thinking there, or do you guys want anything?
I'm gonna set up first, and then I'll probably grab something.
Yeah, he wants food. He's hungry. He's a hungry boy. He eats all the time.
Good nachos is the very
Hell yeah.
Okay, Chad, I'm gonna set you up. This.
That leaving you with the camera.
It's okay. On you.
We're gonna get you seated.
Take a seat, please. I insist. That way I can also light you accordingly too.
For the chat?
Yeah. Here, you know what? Yeah, don't read everything you.
Don't read everything.
Don't read everything they say.
Hi, chat. Welcome to New York City, Long Island City. We're gonna bowl. Or not.
We'll see.
We'll see what
Playing it by ear.
I show speed type shit, yeah. that's
You're gonna put it there? Yeah, let's do it like this.
I can't even tell.
I mean, you can start yapping. Go for it.
All right, so says running for New York 7. As you guys know, I'm trying to get socialists elected, and Claire happens to be one. We're very honored and very excited to have you on the stream. You are, you've been side by side with Zohran Mamdani from the beginning of the Underdog campaign.
That's right.
You've been there from the jump, and now you're running for Congress. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure people are going to have a lot of thoughts, but let's get started on your background.
Yeah, totally. So I'm currently a New York State Assembly member, like Zohran was, and here's one of the people who actually really convinced me to run in the first place when I was running for Assembly. We had a really great conversation about what our offices can do to build socialism beyond the legislature, and it was really inspiring. But before that, I was a union member. I was at UAW Local 2110, and I worked at Columbia University as an administrative assistant there. And I organized alongside 500 of my coworkers who are also administrative assistants, clerical workers, call center workers, the most underpaid, hardest working people on campus. And we organized and bargained against Columbia University, a $14 billion endowment institution that is mostly a real estate portfolio at this point, but also happens to grant degrees. So I got my start in union politics, and that was my introduction to this crazy world of organizing. I'm also a GSA member for the past 7 years, since 2019.
1 second, sorry. Is the audio too low?
Here, I'm gonna point it.
Why is the audio low on our? Is it on the microphone?
No, it's on the camera, but that should be a lot better. It's also just kind of loud in here.
Wait, is the shotgun not working?
Yeah, it is.
20, 30,000 spoiled babies in the chat, and they're literally like, "Oh, I have sensory issues. Like I can't hear you."
It's bowling alley chat, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
A lot of noise. We'll speak up. We're all speaking up.
I'm in a crowded bowling alley. Yes, there's gonna be a lot of background noise, but can you guys actually hear us or not? Yeah, you gotta yell a little bit. It's not audiophile, bro. Audio's not good. Maybe, is it like the directional side of the shotgun?
Yeah, it's right here.
No, I know, but did you like, I might have accidentally pressed the button that like is taking is focusing on the background. I'm sorry, we have to do live production tweaking like this.
You're all good.
Here's what I'll do.
I can't tell if chatters are fake saying it's fine, we can hear, or...
I'm getting some signs from my colleagues that I need to speak up. So
yeah.
Chat, I'll yell.
Because this was an issue with the protest too. I think there's something wrong with the shotgun. Maybe it's broken. Because we did a protest stream in the Ice Out nationwide protests that were happening in Los Angeles, and it was for the first time ever, like the audio was not clear at all. And normally we go to the protests and it's fine, but
problem.
It's a little annoying.
I mean, you want to just listen to it yourself?
Yeah, let me hear it myself. All right, la 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 la. I'm speaking.
All right.
Change a bit to you.
Yeah.
Deal. Oh, we're back.
So yeah, you organize alongside your colleagues at Columbia for the UAW, and you were talking about the clerical workers and all the people that 500 members that are some of the most like undermined.
Underpaid, most invisible workers on campus who actually make the university run. We went toe-to-toe with Columbia, got to sit across the table from management to negotiate our contract. It's a transformative experience to sit across from your boss and be an equal. And that was really my start into organizing, into politics, and it's the fight that I want to take to Washington now.
Hell yeah. So what are some of the what are some of the agenda items? Like if you were to break it down, Zohran style, like, you know, 5 major points you want to hit on your campaign, what would you say those like 5 points are? Because this is not a mayoral race.
Right.
This is a congressional race. So obviously the stakes are higher.
Yep.
You have more power, technically. I mean, I guess like the
mayor's got a lot of power.
Mayor's got a lot of power in New York.
Yeah.
But I meant like, you are going to be building coalitions with other progressives, inshallah, once you get in office.
Yep.
And there's going to be a legislative agenda. Obviously, it's still impacted by whether or not Democrats are going to win the majorities in both the houses, and there's still the White House.
Yep.
But let's say you are now a part of Congress, and you've been able to secure coalitions within the Congressional Progressive Caucus. You know, what are the 5 things that you would want to bring to the table?
Yeah. So the campaign's really about housing for all, healthcare for all, unions for all, ending the genocide in Gaza, and abolishing ICE. So the big picture platform is around those 5 things. I'd say in terms of legislation, the things that I'm really excited about fighting for: passing the PRO Act finally, winning social housing across the United States and here in New York.
Okay.
Let's go.
So I love that.
Yeah.
This is something that I've had a big gripe with the national Dems, with the party in general, including but not limited to even the likes of, I would say, Bernie Sanders, because there is no real vision. Like, this is an often not discussed element of the affordability crisis that Americans are facing. And housing for all as a policy, or social housing as a policy, is, I feel like, unheard of in America, but it is definitely one of the most important aspects of, I think, a socialist position, a leftist position. So it's actually quite surprising to hear that from someone who is running for Congress.
We don't talk enough about tenants and about social housing at the national level. Oftentimes at the national level, when we talk about housing, we're talking about, you know, tax incentives for homeowners, things like that. That the only path for stable housing is homeownership. This is a district that is 77% tenants, overwhelming percentage of tenants, and those tenants live in market rate housing. They live in rent stabilized housing, in public housing. But we need a real pathway towards true stability and decommodified housing at the federal level. AOC carries the Homes Act, and we're very supportive of that. But we need to be thinking about deeply affordable, permanently affordable, democratically managed housing, and social housing is the way forward. I was in Barcelona a few years ago doing a tour of their social housing developments there. And just beautiful, beautiful housing. We have the richest country in the world, and certainly the richest city in that country. We have the resources to make this happen.
All right, I'm going to show you a video.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to show you a video. I don't know if you've ever seen this one. You probably, a chat might know what I'm about to show. Have you seen this one?
Our boy.
American housing is in crisis. Right now, up to 12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction continues to expire.
A young Zohran Mamdani.
Pre-suit Mamdani.
Yeah, pre-suit Mamdani, talking about how socialists solved the housing crisis on the Gravel Institute way back in the day. This was my first this was my first
encounter.
This is the first time encounter. The first time I saw Zohran Mamdani, and I mean, I'm gonna be honest, he didn't leave a lasting impression on me at all, because only years later, after I had met him, people were like, "Oh, remember when you reacted to his video on the Gravel Institute?" But yeah, 2021.
Incredible. It's amazing. And I should shout out to my colleague Emily Gallagher, Assembly Member Gallagher, who carries the state version of the Social Housing Development Authority here in New York State. So lots of socialists are already working on this at the state, federal level. But it's a vision for truly equitable and socialist housing, frankly. And it's possible in other developed countries and other countries around the world. We can do it here in the United States.
Yeah, so the big focus on that piece from the Gravel Institute is obviously Red Vienna, which is a very famous, often talked about version of social housing and how it works. 65% of all of the readily available housing inventory in Austria, in Vienna, is social housing, government-owned housing. And these are beautiful apartment complexes that have a shit ton of amenities.
Pools.
Yeah, pools,
yeah.
balconies, green spaces, third spaces where people can congregate.
Yep.
And I think one aspect that's often misunderstood about social housing is they think, oh, this is brutalist architecture, this is ugly, whatever, all this stuff. First of all, even if that was the case, I'd still prefer that to rampant homelessness, people in the wealthiest country on the planet being forced to sleep outside.
Yeah.
But that's not the case anyway. And just like with adequate public transit and all these other social and welfare policies, there is a more the people become more cohesive as a unit. There's a communal aspect to it.
Yep.
When you live in social housing such as this, where it's like mixed income for the most part as well, like true mixed income housing. And people learn to love their neighbors. People become more neighborly.
Absolutely.
This is how you create, as conservatives love to talk about, a high trust society.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, and when we really invest in these things and make them truly beautiful, the housing I saw in Barcelona was gorgeous, gorgeously designed, and it was social housing. It was also co-ops. There were a lot of different paths for kind of like truly equitable, democratically managed, and affordable homes that can look a lot of different ways as your family changes over time, as you go from being a single person to married to having children and then being an empty nester. There are many paths forward for what that housing can look like and feel like, but when we really invest in it and make it beautiful, it's a constituency for this kind of program too. A lot of times people just think about public housing in New York and NYCHA, which has been so underfunded. We should be able to enjoy this idea with like, oh, government housing is like, it is because we've made the political choice to abandon it and abandon those residents.
Same austerity that has impacted public schooling. Same initiatives that have tried to move funds away from public schools to private education, with charter schools and whatnot, with the express purpose of gutting and destroying one of the last remaining powerful labor unions in this country, the teachers union. It's the exact same issue. A lot of people don't understand that when a social policy is failing, it's actually been made to fail by the government. It is being made to fail deliberately by the government with the hopes that they can actually justify privatization down the line.
Absolutely.
And we see this even in places like European countries, like the UK, that has a fairly robust, fully nationalized system of healthcare. They have the national healthcare system. And it's long been presented as the pride and joy of the United Kingdom. They don't get a lot of stuff right there, but that was one thing that they got right. And that was a policy that was long and hard fought for by socialist, trade unionists, communists, making the Social Democratic Labor Party to concede on this position.
Absolutely.
And now it's a system that British people not only take for granted, but actually see as the way of the land. There's no cutting the NHS, so much so that even the Tories, when they're running, like Boris Johnson, I still remember when he was running after like 10 years of Tory austerity,
was still running to fund the NHS. Now, he was lying. But that's important to acknowledge.
Yes.
Because once these amenities, or not even the amenities, but like once these social policies are implemented, people expect them.
Absolutely.
And people don't want them to go away. I guess Social Security is one example we can use here in the United States of America.
Medicare, the task before socialists right now is to rebuild these universal public entitlements, like Social Security, like Medicare. We need Medicare for all, absolutely. Because when you have universal programs, you build universal constituencies for those things. It's not just a service for poor people or the other, it's for all of us. And so NHS is incredibly popular because it services every single person in the UK. If we had a robust Medicare for all system in the United States, that services everyone. No one goes without. And so of course there'll be mass investment and mass enthusiasm for such a program. When it's just for a few people, when it's means tested to shit, like no one has faith that it's going to screw people.
Universality is the only path forward because any sort of like benefits cliff creates resentment.
Yes.
It also unironically does lock people into refusing to take like there's a benefits cliff for Medicaid.
Yep.
And I know that I have a lot of members in my community that are making this really unfair choice to not take on a different job that would pay them a little bit more because all of the benefits that they get from Medicaid, once they lose that eligibility, the additional salary raise that will not make up for that benefits cliff. So it traps people into a version of poverty. Universality addresses this problem. And I think that's precisely the reason why capital owners do not want it to happen.
Yeah, exactly. No, 100%. No, again, and when you build universality into these programs, that's an entire constituency of people who cannot be ignored, of people who are, God forbid, triple prime Democratic voters who will raise hell if their benefits are being cut. And so that's exactly why we need things like universal child care, and we're fighting right now at the state level to make sure that we're taxing the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations, so that the universal child care program that our wonderful mayor has just rolled out is truly universal and durable for the long term. Because otherwise it's just going to be a temporary win and not the kind of program that will actually help New Yorkers.
Absolutely. So let's talk about New York politics in particular. You're a state assembly member. You brought up an initiative about social housing in New York. You also brought up that like a version of social housing already exists, or public housing exists in New York, even though it's underfunded. So do you want to talk a little bit more about that? I'm going to be meeting with the DSA slate tomorrow as well.
Amazing. Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, on DSA slate, hi slate mates, really great to have you all on the slate together. Really incredible organizers kind of all over the city who are running for, the same things that we always fight for: taxing the rich, making sure that our transit is fully funded, making sure that our housing is beautiful and equitable and truly affordable, making sure that the child care program, again, is truly universal, durable for the long term, is not going to sundown in 2 years, and fighting to protect our neighbors from ICE. There are a few pieces of legislation on the table that would protect immigrant communities here in New York. One of them is New York for All, which would end the complicity or the collaboration between local law enforcement and federal ICE immigration enforcement, which needs to pass this session. It's a big push from a lot of immigrant coalition work, and really essential. The governor is moving on immigration, but she's not going nearly far enough. So there's that. There's access to representation to make sure that if you do end up in immigration proceedings, that you have a lawyer present, you have representation. The MELT Act to make sure that ICE agents can't cover their faces.
To make sure we melt them.
Melt ICE, baby. A lot of proposals on the table, but the ICE is something that, it's terrifying, and the chilling effect in New York is really, really bad. I talked to school principals who tell me that their kids are disappearing because they're having to work and drive Ubers and Lyfts because because their parents are afraid to go out and actually do work.
Yeah.
It's a really untenable situation, and we need our state representatives to step up right now.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing Zin. You go on.
And Hochul wants to tax Zin too. I don't know if you.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hey,
sorry.
chill.
Sorry,
chill.
Chad.
I was a big Hochul fan until this very moment. Kathy Hochul, my goat.
The only revenue on the table is coming out of your.
Yeah, tax it. Also, yeah, no, I'm in favor of taxing vices.
Yes.
I think that's a good thing. I mean, it's a very unpopular thing to do.
It's unpopular, but
I'm in favor of it.
That's right.
Okay, so yeah. Also, I'm not from New York, so.
New Jersey.
Well, I live in LA. So for me, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom is doing that anytime soon.
No.
All right, let's talk about Hochul a little bit. So do you feel like she is cooperative so far? I mean, she's universal child care is pretty good.
It's good. Like I said, we only have funding for 2 years of full universal child care, and so we have to tax the rich, baby. And really, you know, our power is going to come from the movement that helped elect Zohran. The power is going to come from the movement that hopefully is going to elect, you know, a bunch of new assembly members, Democratic Socialist assembly members, to the New York State Legislature. And the power is going to come from the, like, you know, thousands and thousands of people who are shouting and chanting "Tax the Rich" at Kathy Hochul at Forest Hill Stadium a few months ago. So that movement is really the thing that has to be sustained and maintained, and people have to stay ready to talk to their neighbors, to knock doors, to talk to their representatives who aren't budging.
Yeah, we got paid protesters.
Sorry.
We got paid supporters.
That's the movement that's going to sustain the call to tax the rich, and it's actually going to make it happen. So that's the organizing that DSA and a bunch of other organizations are doing in the next few months, but it's going to take all of us doing it. There's a mass mobilization to go to Albany on February 25th. If you're in New York and you want to come up, please hit us up. We need 10,000 New Yorkers to come to Albany and make this demand really clear.
So what's the dynamic of the state assembly look like right now, as far as like state assembly members that are, let's say, you know, team Zohran, team DSA, team like this entire DSA slate versus antagonistic towards that, towards these policies?
I mean,
what's the breakdown like? What's the percentage breakdown, give or take?
Hard to nail that number down. I'm not good at the math piece on this, but what I will say is that the mayor's race demonstrated there is a really broad constituency for like a Democratic Socialist platform, obviously, and so that has really sent shockwaves through a lot of the political world in New York State, and so everyone's talking about affordability, everyone's talking about utilities are too high, rent's too high, childcare is too high, and we need to really take aggressive action to make sure that our constituents aren't being left out in the actual cold, which is incredibly uncomfortable right now. But so people are moving a lot. People are moving. I think. I think this is a year of real opportunity, given Zohran's election, given the governor's race, given the kind of like true affordability crisis that New Yorkers are facing. And so we're working on it. Like I said, it's going to take a real movement to organize to make sure that we get the revenue raises we deserve and need to make sure that the city is whole, the state is whole. We're negotiating a $252 billion budget right now. It's a lot of money. We have the resources to do what we need to do.
So how do we ensure that the spoilers on this agenda that are backed by corporate interests, that will specifically play the role of undermining the legislative agenda at the state level, that will of course impact New York City, how do we apply pressure towards them?
We need their constituents to speak, you know. Here's what people respond to, what politicians respond to. Constituent power, voter power, and of course they respond to their donors, but there are a hell of a lot more of us than there are of the donor class. And so we need, again, the mass mobilization of people either coming to Albany, talking to their neighbors, making time to meet with their representatives, and making the case known that we have the room to tax the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations, and it isn't required of a mass movement to take on these corporate interests. Otherwise, we're gonna be screwed. And I think what I believe as a union organizer is that your average Joe has immense potential and immense political power, and what we need is to organize together to fight for the things we need.
Yeah. I ask this question all the time, given your experience so far in the state assembly, some of your colleagues, and I don't take any offense to this, I asked this to Rashida Tlaib, I asked this to every politician I talk to, and every elected I talk to, would you say they're cynical or stupid? Like, the issue is, the most common, the reason why I ask this question is it's commonly around Israel, right? There's obviously a groundswell of support for Palestinians, unlike ever in American history. It's an 80-20 issue favoring the side of the Palestinians, especially in the Democratic Party. This is a very blue city. This is a very blue state. And yet there are Democrats who don't abide by the interests of the base of support here. Is their inability to address this coming from a place of cynical posturing because they care more about AIPAC or they care more about Zionist donors that they have to their campaigns who care about Israel quite a bit? Or is it actually stupidity and they're still 2 years into this genocide very out of touch?
I think it's cynicism, to be honest. I think people are looking at a donor landscape rather than a mass movement landscape. They're kind of unwilling to see that the status quo is changing. It's changing from underneath their feet. And they're having a hard time catching up with that because the political status quo has had a lot of people came to office. A lot of people went through the traditional track of doing politics as usual and have arrived at seats of power. And now we're trying to grapple with the fact that that's not how it's going to operate anymore. That we're moving these seats back, we're in operation, that especially in New York and within the Democratic Party, that there's a mass recognition that you cannot claim to be progressive, you cannot claim to speak for human rights if you are not also calling for the end of the genocide and the liberation of Palestine. So they're gonna fall behind at their own peril. But.
And it's not even. This is no longer a question of being brave politically, even though, even in the last 2 years there have been tremendous institutional stigma still applied to those who dare to protest against these atrocities. At this point, it's undeniable that this played a role in Kamala Harris losing the election. This is an issue that the Democrats are completely on the opposing side of, and it's up to the electeds to realize which side they're on. Are they going to side with humanity? Are they going to side with barbarity? Or are they going to side with humanity and their base of support on it?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's not just the elections, I think, that are a vehicle of pressure, because it's very clear that Democrats are willing to burn an election and allow an incompetent, tyrannical fascist like Donald Trump to come back into power.
Sorry.
We got a lot of fans.
And they're all bowlers. Who knew? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, are you a demon on the bowling?
We'll see. Bowling is one of those things where every time I do it, I'm like, what if I'm actually really good at this?
Oh, so you don't even know?
No, I do know. I'm not good at it.
Which is why I do this. No, let's not do this at a bowling alley.
Don't bowl.
I suck at bowling.
Most do.
Even when I have the bumpers on, I still hit maybe one at most.
What I've been told is that the lanes here can be a little dippy too. So you can always take that as the reason why.
I like that we have an excuse ahead of time.
It's really helpful to have. Yeah, go ahead and just check it out.
Did you have the nachos? Is it good? Damn. The person that runs this place is a fan, bro. Apparently. They can't hear anything, apparently. They're fucking freaking out still.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I need the gutter guards and I still can't do it. So, You're originally from Texas.
It's true.
How did your background, your upbringing in Texas, like how did you find socialism? Let's talk about that. This is one of my favorite things to hear from other people.
I think I found socialism through working. So I've had a lot of like bad jobs, like many of us. I bagged groceries, I worked at Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, combination. I worked at Trader Joe's for many years. I came to New York for work, to work at a gallery here in Long Island City actually. And I think before I identified as anything else in my life, I identified as a worker, as somebody who had to come in, clock in, stand on your feet all day, get burns at Taco Bell, freeze in Trader Joe's coolers. And my socialism really came out of the idea that bosses suck, workers deserve everything, and when we organize together, we can win the living conditions, the working conditions and living conditions, the living wages we deserve. And I joined DSA in 2019, kind of after seeing AOC get elected, after seeing Senator Julia Salazar be elected here in New York, and just seeing not so much that they got elected, but that everyday normal-ass people were the ones who got elected. Like regular people came together and beat this consulting class, the Democratic establishment, and that was really inspiring. So I joined DSA, I got involved with the Bernie Sanders campaign in 2020, I went and knocked a bunch of doors, pandemic hit, the rest is history. But what has kept me in DSA is this, it's deeply democratic. We recognize a lot of expertise and power and thoughtfulness in each other, and we make these endorsements based on our shared analysis and strategy. And like, the Democratic Party doesn't give a shit if you have thoughts about like who they should endorse or who should run. But in DSA, we really think hard about which districts, why now, who's that candidate, and make these kind of calls together. And it's really, I don't know, I love it. It's nerdy, it's tedious, but I like it a lot. It's the most democratic process that I have ever experienced.
Something that Bernie Sanders said when endorsing Ana Lulia Mejia in the now upset victory, the underdog victory that she's about to receive in New Jersey 11. Something that he said on the campaign trail for her, I thought was really enlightening about the strategy that we have here, which is that I think he said, our fight is not just with the Republicans. You know, same old business as usual politics in the Democratic side is also something that needs to change. Our fight is with the establishment Democrats as well. Do you see yourself as representative of a different politics?
Yeah, absolutely.
For that reason?
100%.
That you will take the fight to establishment Democrats as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason that our fight is with Republicans and establishment Democrats alike is because they share the same donors. They're still funded by AIPAC, they're still funded by real estate, they're still funded by corporate interests who have a stake in gutting our labor protections, in keeping us in as precarious a situation as possible so they can make a maximum profit. And that is the fight. That's the real fight. And if we have to go through establishment Democrats to win that fight too, we will.
What are some of the biggest hurdles you feel like you must climb as a socialist elected? Do you feel like there's still a lot of stigma around the word socialism, Marxism?
In some ways, yeah. I will say New York 7 is probably the most progressive left district in the entire country. It is the heart of the commie corridor here in New York City, and it's represented at the state level in almost every corner by a Democratic Socialist. So if there's any district in the country that is primed for a Democratic Socialist Congress member, it is New York 7. But there's, you still meet some suspicion with the words. There's still stigma. The right has done a very good job.
And the liberals too.
And the liberals too, yeah, absolutely.
Which I would consider to be reactionary and right-wing.
Yeah,
but
100%. No, there's been a long propaganda program against the idea of democratic socialism, erasing them from the labor movement, and that's to our movement's history's detriment. But I think what we represent is a positive program for working people, housing for all, healthcare for all, a 4-day work week, time off, a retirement, pensions, all of those things are won by leftists. And that's what most working people are hungry for.
Yeah, I think there's a concept of consensus politics in the current duopoly that exists in America. You got the liberal Democratic Party, and you have the conservative Republican Party. What's up? Oh, damn, let's go.
That's so much ego.
I think we need a Diet Bev for sure.
You Diet Coke, Coke Zero?
Well, it's BDS, but which I do try to keep to the best of my ability, you know?
For sure.
There you go. If this holds up to the same standard.
It will not. Stop you right there. It's not going to.
The shitty melted cheese. I prefer it.
I do too. I'm tracking the best nachos in New York 7. Stiff competition. There's some good shit out there. Texas and the Southwest United States before it was the Southwest United States.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Do they say the border crossed us? You hear that?
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like that's what people in Texas say.
Sure. It did.
So, what do you think about the GOP efforts that have been quite successful in the state of Texas as far as getting the Hispanic population on board with the GOP agenda? Why do you think that happened?
I mean, this is boss shit 101. You know, like turn working people against each other. And I think it's a real detriment to the working class that class politics have been like totally evacuated from so many of our conversations about how we operate in the world. You know, like if you are a worker, if you're struggling to pay rent, you are my brother, you're my sister, you're my sibling. And we have a lot more in common than we do with some millionaire donor or, you know, really trying to tell us that you know, some poor brown person is trying to take your job, or trying to take your apartment, or trying to take your housing. And it's just, they've been very successful at turning us against each other. And the Democratic Party has not done nearly enough to try and reframe who our enemies are. And again, it's because they're Democratic donors too. But it's terrible. It's really sad to see. I think what I found really inspiring about Zohran's campaign is that he flipped Republican voters and people who sat out the 24 election entirely. He flipped them back to voting for, you know, a democratic socialist because we were running an economic populist platform that resonated with people.
Oh.
Hi. For weeks now.
I know. So, and my parents are here to help me with my kids because I just got elected to office and I have to travel a lot. And my parents are here from Florida. And I'm like, I am so sorry. I know that their love knows no bounds, but I'm
Where are they
pretty
from
sure
originally?
From Ecuador. So we're already like warm-blooded people from the equator. Yeah. And they live in Florida. So yeah, this is not.
Yeah.
Not the plan.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Do you want to introduce yourself to the chat?
Sure, yeah. Hey folks, Diana Moreno, new Assemblywoman representing the 36th District in Queens, Astoria, Long Island City. Formerly, some guy used to represent it. I don't know, Zohran Mamdani, you may have heard of him. So yeah, had an election on Tuesday, was up in Albany and sworn in on Wednesday. Back in Queens already. So wild.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. We're delighted to have Diana in the same assembly. She's an amazing organizer, democratic socialist. So yeah, it's great.
Thank you, Claire. I'm so glad I get to serve with you for at least one term before we. Yeah, before we get you to DC.
As a state assembly member.
What is it? What'd you say?
As a state assembly member, what are some of the immediate, like, high priority things that you're looking to do within the DSA slate?
Well, the first bill that I signed on to on Wednesday when I was sworn in was New York for All. We are obviously under a crisis with our immigrant communities being under attack. I've already been dealing with ICE activity in our district, and it's been really tough. And so we have to pass New York for All. There's a bunch of other slew of legislation that we have to push for. The meltdown to unmask ICE agents and others. But I don't think that legislating will be enough. As Claire could probably tell you, it's really going to take massive Minneapolis-style people on the streets, on the ground, pushing Democratic leadership beyond the state assembly to stand up. I mean, we have two senators in New York that are, one of them is like the leadership of Democrats that have failed immigrant communities even before Trump. We have a lot of work to do, and we can't just rely.
Name names.
Senator Schumer needs to grow a fucking spine and stand up for immigrant workers. I called him out as an immigrant New Yorker, and I'm ready to do so again as a legislator. We have to do more. And I mean, Gillibrand too.
He's too busy getting animated at the pro-Israel rallies that seemingly gets him excited.
The only spark of passion I've seen.
I've never seen that man so heated up when talking about how he's doing everything in his power to defend Israel.
Yeah.
If only he had like a little bit of that for his own constituents.
And you see the way things are shaping. I mean, I'm so excited that electorally people are projecting impact in historic ways. I mean, really the way that popular opinion is shifting before our eyes, and the way that these people are like almost like refusing to respond to that, and just kind of like holding on to the last grips of power. It's just doesn't bode well for us as we're facing fascism.
I think part of that is like the collective consciousness shifting so dramatically on this issue. As someone who's been anti-Zionist for, like openly, publicly anti-Zionist for the last decade plus of my professional media career, I've seen this dramatic sea change, and I welcome it, of course. But I think a lot of people discount how that sea change came about. And I think a big reason for why the average American was even aware of the atrocities that were unfolding in Gaza was partially because people were protesting. People were making it impossible to avoid. And I think that's why protests are very important, regardless of how some people might feel about them and think like, oh, we're not getting the change necessary as fast as we would want. Because the crisis is so large that it's understandable that you want change to happen overnight. But I think it takes time, and we mustn't discount people's, people taking matters in their own hands, people taking action, people demonstrating to apply pressure both to elected representatives, but also to engage in these broad awareness initiatives. Now, one of the protests is the work stoppage that's currently taking place. You have the beanie on. Let's talk about the nurses.
So before I ran for office, I was working for the nurses union full time. I was a communications person for the nurses, right? So I spent 3 years listening to our nurses' stories. I was already a very strong proponent of Medicare for All. I identified as a democratic socialist. But not until I worked with our nurses and heard firsthand the way that the profession has been eroded through decades of corporate consolidation, through decades of our private healthcare system failing not just patients but workers. I feel that I was radicalized. And it's no surprise to me that the corporate bosses, after the historic strike of 2023, are pushing back. Because the nurses won such historic concessions from the boss in 2023. I mean, financial their staffing. That's like unheard of in the profession, right?
What are some of the big areas you need with nurses right now?
Staffing, and staffing. That means
It's common everywhere where there is a nurse strike. It's always the same. That's what my nurses tell me as well in my community. Is that hospitals routinely refuse to staff adequate. Nurses are patient per nurse whack, which actually diminishes the quality of care. It's bad for the patients, it's bad for the nurses. And then when these sorts of demands are made, oftentimes hospitals would rather pay traveling nurses to scab. And them exorbitant fees. Much will staff unionized nurses in an effort to continue, in an effort to basically break the back of the striking labor force that they already have.
Nurses and rely on the staffing that is required to keep these hospitals run and make sure that patients are getting the care that they deserve. It's disgusting.
There's no question. The AI is an issue. The way that corporations are using this unregulated technology to essentially experiment on how to replace human nursing care, which, as we know, is irreplaceable. But for example, one of the things that our nurses are talking about now is workplace violence. Nursing has one of the highest rates of workplace violence of any other profession, and that is also a staff. If that's the demand they have on their contract, let's go.
Okay, so maybe that's not the best idea. I'm just throwing ideas out there, you know?
The nurses strike has been incredible. It's like historic. There's 50,000 nurses out right now. It's really amazing to see. We were on the picket line last night, like lots of energy, even the brutal cold. But this is also like such a moment for labor. There's organizing happening at Amazon warehouses here in New York. There are 2 Amazon warehouses that are just organizing with Teamsters. Starbucks workers have been out. They're concluded their strike now, but for many months, there's Starbucks baristas demanding a contract. There's a lot of activity happening right now, and I think it's because workers are fed up with the status quo and paltry wages and working conditions. It's really inspiring to see there's a lot of hope right now in the labor movement.
Yes. So fuck this fucking cold winter.
Yes.
Because our nurses need to be out there every day, and unfortunately, it's been really tough. So I really encourage everybody to donate to the strike fund.
Yes.
Donate to the hardship fund. Because our nurses have been out there for over 3 weeks now. It's really cold. They really need all of our support.
What are some ways hospital trying to...
You mentioned, right? Hundreds of thousands of dollars on scab nurses. They're hiring scabs to treat patients. That's one of the ways, right? And another way, they're trying to make it seem like asking for what is a respectful wage, especially considering how hard they work, asking for
$26 million
to see the CEO
patient care.
Do a 12-hour shift, be on their feet. Just wait to pee as long as our nurses wait to go to the fucking bathroom.
Well, if we had adequate protections on the labor side, they would be forced to basically make the front office do that work. But that leads me to my second question. What are some of the initiatives that the government is taking right now that is actually siding with capital, which is expected, even though a lot of people think, oh, New York is blue, it's woke. Now understanding that liberal Democrats still are a reactionary force and oftentimes a hurdle against labor actions such as this one. So what are some of the things that the state government is doing currently?
Yeah, so the state government, I mean, many things, right? Because again, we talked about the deteriorating healthcare system and healthcare workforce for decades, and it's been absolutely a bipartisan effort for corporations to become conglomerates at the pace and rate at which they have, which is why corporations like Mount Sinai, Montefiore, and New York Presbyterian can become the behemoths that they are, and they can close down maternity clinics, and then they can open up, I don't know, like plastic surgeon and orthopedic clinics, because those happen to be a lot more of a profitable, profitable healthcare.
Shutting out a funding mechanism at the state level through Medicare. Shouts out to Andrew Cuomo.
That's right, exactly, right? And then we're like, oh no, let's do a study of like why, you know, Black maternal mortality is like really high. It was like, well, yes. It's really, and so this is another reason why I'm so excited to sign up, because we have a chance in New York to be different. That would, you know, New York Health Act, for those who don't know, it's like Medicare for all at the state level, right? It would create a single payer system right here in New York, and that's one way to combat what's going on, and what we've allowed our nurses to have to deal with.
How do we get that across? Are there enough votes for it?
Like everything, you know, I think Claire and I probably have a similar stance where it's like, I think as an organizer, I don't think as like, are there enough votes? I'm like, is there enough energy on the ground to push for this? And I think that a nurses strike of over 3 weeks is a great opening to say, hey, this is not working. The current system in which these CEOs that make tens of millions of dollars a year that can tell the nurses like, oh, no, sorry. We actually have a great public healthcare system in New York, health and hospitals. Our New York health and hospital system is a public healthcare system in New York City that I think is a great model for a robust public healthcare system that serves all New Yorkers regardless of ability to pay, regardless of immigration status. That's really how so many immigrant New Yorkers survived the pandemic, right? It was through the incredible health and hospital system. So we have a model of a robust, that actually is also a really good model for staffing, because our health and hospital nurses got a huge raise in 2023 after the private sector strike. And H&H also hired thousands of nurses, and guess what? Service for the patients got better. Our nurses' rate of satisfaction got better. So
don't you feel like making them afraid by reducing the size of the workforce makes it a more efficient process for our true American patriots, the capital owners, the real hard workers, like the earners? Let's be real, the bosses, the guys with an MBA, not the guys with like an MD, or not the people that are like, they have a nursing degree, but the real hard workers in the hospital.
So they should be the ones that are a little bit afraid, and I think that we need to do a better job of making sure that they're afraid and to giving power to our nurses.
Okay, I'm not sold on it.
Oh my God, dude, I would love, next time you're in New York, I'm gonna bring my nurses here, because I'm telling you, I never want to be on the bad side of an immigrant union nurse. They're fucking badass. They should actually be running the state. Oh, actually, one of them is. Farrah. We have a union nurse as our assembly colleague, who's also a DSA member, who's a badass. So shout out to Farrah, it was her birthday a couple days ago. Shout out.
Cool.
And she takes her shit.
A necessary urgency initiative in place, right? To make sure that the hospital additional cover for the mechanisms in the state that are in play right now that make it
very clear that patients should never avoid seeking care regardless of the labor situation, right? So because nurses are always thinking of their patients first, which is like what makes me, pisses me off so much. Like that's why they're out there, right? And of course, again, going back to the point that healthcare is a human right, so they should never be put in a position where they're forced to strike, because everybody should have access to healthcare at any time. And so it's kind of ironic, right, that we have these mechanisms in place to allow hospitals to hire staff nurses because they know that hospitals are essential. Yet we allow hospitals to be private entities that, even though in New York are quote-unquote not-for-profit, you still have a level of wealth in which a CEO makes tens of thousands of dollars a year. So again, I think this is a really good moment for us to bring into question that very system and to push for the public healthcare system.
And they also operate off of subsidies by the state and local governments. There's no world where hospitals have ever been like a purely profitable system. That's precisely the reason why around the world most of these most hospitals are controlled by the government to a certain degree.
Right.
Here, even in the United States of America, profit seekers, or there is a profit-seeking alternative, even if it's not, even if they're running at a loss at all times. Demanding from the subsidies that we pay, as well as like a random person if you're not on patients overall.
100%. We're also at a moment when the Trump administration is cutting back on many subsidies are running out, and we're going to be forced to choose whether or not they go onto the ACA or buy private health insurance or just forego health insurance entirely. And that puts a huge strain on the hospital system, no matter whether you have insurance or not. Fewer people who are able to access health care hurts everything. Yeah. Hurts the hospitals, hurts the nurses, hurts the entire patient pool. And so another excellent reason for Medicare for all at the federal level and the New York Health Act at the state level. We really have a window here and an argument to be made for the healthcare system and actually services people.
Yeah.
Gotta fight for it though.
I feel like she paid. I feel like she paid for passing by.
Let's go, babe.
I mean, if you want me to really get humbled after winning like a really good victory on Tuesday, I guess this could be my leg. Okay, get back to the ground. Get back on the ground.
Trust me, I'm gonna lose.
From Brianna. The gutter.
We got some time. I mean,
It's on your schedule.
That's true.
You can do literally as long as you want.
That was amazing.
It's the microphone. We're bullying. Sit down interview. There's a lot of background noise, and chatters have been complaining about it. But you just gotta like really yell.
Okay.
Sorry, chatters.
But you guys have been doing great.
You've been great.
Thank you.
What does a game of bowling take?
It's crazy. I know.
Do you know?
I mean, as long as
Dip in and out if you want to.
That's crazy. You don't know. And I asked him, "How long do you think it is?" And he said,
One game's like 25, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
"We can play one game."
Depends on how many players.
Yeah, depends on how many players.
If there's only a few of us, we'll go.
Just kidding.
Because I literally was like,
very short, unassuming, you know, like really polite, and then you like get her in front of a mic on a picket line, and you're like, what the you know, like she's like the sharpest one and the loudest one out there.
Yeah. Give me a 7-pound bowling ball, and you have no idea what gonna happen.
"Oh, we're about to find out." I'm very timid and also very bad at bowling. So we'll see.
I appreciate it. Me too. That makes me feel a little less.
Yeah, no, don't worry. You are gonna look good.
This is how you like square up for bowling. Saying, "Oh, I'm so bad at it."
Yeah, I'm hustling you.
Yeah, we're gonna hustle.
Yeah, I'm actually a 3-time champion in my alley back home. No, not at all.
I see it. Go laugh retreat a couple.
A few years ago.
I'm busy. I'm a gardener. I love gardening. Not so much recently because it's been cold, but I'll be doing my seedlings indoors, raising a little garden soon.
I was an MTA driver, so I saw the little MTA patch.
You are a nerd.
I am such a nerd.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
That's what you chose for Halloween?
Of course.
Universal child. That's worse than me. My chatters make fun of me because I have no hobbies and all I do is stream and this basically. This is all I do. See?
Total nerd. You even have like the butt, like the little like. And of course.
Yeah, he's got the.
Just swapping lanes. They're getting shoes back, and then we're good to go.
Okay.
We need shoes.
You all do need bowling shoes.
Yeah. Anything about bowling. Watch TV shows. Show is a real hour. Right on cue.
Damn it, herself.
What's good? Join DSA. Maxing.
Sick action shots.
Her shoe. Tuesday.
Yo, sorry. I got a quick info.
Yeah.
I worked on Deanna's campaign.
Felix Biederman.
Lincoln Bill.
Back at the hodl after this, Chad. Like a fool of myself.
Yeah, I think they're scared. It's the longest they've been outside in a while.
But hey guys, honestly, I'm jester maxing, so it's not that big of a deal, you know what I mean? He loved that.
He definitely knows he's fat.
What? Yeah, no.
All right. These are our choices. Are you righty or lefty?
Right hand.
All right.
should probably figure that out. Deanna. We'll be talking about Uno's Pizza a lot. For some reason I went on a monologue about where all the Uno's pizzas are in New York City.
Guys, for all the people who talk shit about me not gaming, I'm gaming, baby. In the physical space, too. So this hits even harder. I don't want to fucking hear from y'all about how I don't game no more.
This literally is not what they meant. All right, Jester Max.
We're getting started. You're up, Hassan, Deanna, Claire, and Bobby are over here.
We're used to losing, but we still fight on, right?
Wow.
That's what it's about.
Bars.
Unfortunately.
It's still you.
Yeah, it's still you. You got another one. Hit it so hard it broke.
Wait, hold on.
All right, Claire, how we doing? How we doing? Did you do it?
She did, but it's no longer working. Much better now. Yeah, you can't say this one's for Zohran and then fail.
Chester Max.
I just
30 out though.
What's that?
We definitely gotta leave 5:30.
Whenever you gotta go. We'll just, you got a fundraiser to go to tonight. You have to leave it like in 20, 30 minutes. So whenever you guys are good. Pretty fucking good.
A lot better performance on the second one. Spin?
Yeah, she put a spin on it.
You hit a spin move?
I think I know what I did.
Yes. This is what the people get.
If I strike out, then we're in trouble.
This is what the people get.
People get crumbs.
Chester Maxim.
I used to get so scared of like this
Hitting
when I
your
was
hand?
a kid. Yeah.
Pinching your hand.
It is fine. It's all right. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Not your game. Final score is.
Which is.
Kick. 3, 2, 1. Oh, hey, 3, 2.
What are some parting words of wisdom that you would like to give the chat? Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. Thanks, chat. Love to see you. Go to ClaireValdezForCongress.com to get involved, to donate, join DSA. We're 100K members today, so get in on the party. And practice your bowling before you have to go on live stream.
No, you were great. You were great.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Okay, I'm
Nice
gonna.
meeting you.
We'll do.
Yeah, don't bring your shoes.
So nice to meet you, fan. I've got a gift for you. And then if I could ask you the biggest favor, if you could sign one for me.
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
That's fire.
Marge, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Chad? Oh man, this is my brother Clinton. We're both huge fans. All of y'all, yeah.
Is there a part where you want me to sign the back?
On the front, just anywhere that you think it'll be visible. Thank you. All right, have a great time. Huge fan. Clinton. Marge, nice to meet you.
All right.
Everything you do, appreciate it.
Don't bring
Since you got into socialism. Yeah, see you. Thank you so much. Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you for watching. Dude, you're great.
I know. Topics will be covering the car this time, I wonder.
Oh, more clavicular for you. He might have canceled.
Getting out of here is gonna be tough. Me sorry. Okay, it's unmuted now.
Okay, we got new drip.
New drip, no.
That was a very productive session, I think. Even if my bowling was subpar, I didn't get to dominate the DSA slate with my bowling skills. Classic, another game incomplete. Okay, dude.
True,
That's
actually.
freaking crazy. Another unfinished game, classic. Okay, well, we're making Felix wait. You know?
What are you doing tonight?
Nothing. Oh, you want to do something?
No, I have plans.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't get an invite to
I was just wondering what you were doing.
You didn't invite me to your plans, so.
Oh, you wouldn't want to go.
Oh, why? What is it?
I'm gonna go get dinner with Alvin Zhao. You know Alvin, the guy who makes the fucking food documentaries.
I think so. I know.
And Lychee.
That's cool. Okay, there's a chatter that I just read said, okay, clavicular talk, let's go. Says Koopa Troopa 61. I mean, can we acknowledge that this is like a high demand,
a popular position?
Like god damn, that's crazy. Cops are cops everywhere, huh? They just freaking drive like that, huh?
Why is it dark? Because it's nighttime, chat. The sun goes down. As Jason the Ween once said.
At the end of the day, it's night.
Exactly.
Pretty much. It's the truth. Ain't that the truth, brother? Okay. What else do we got going on? Oh, it was the radio host Tommy Sotomayor that was saying that the Trump thing was fine. It was good, actually. It was good that he did that.
Do you want to tell them what we're doing tomorrow?
Yeah, so chatters, tomorrow we are going to go on the DSA slate and meet all of the state assembly members that are running on the DSA ticket, like on the DSA slate. And we're gonna do like a speed dating, speed round basically of like, you know, who they are, what they're running for, you know, get to, and we'll have like a more holistic approach. We'll talk about like what they're doing, why it's important for accomplishing, you know, ZOHRAN's agenda as well, like the DSA's agenda, not ZOHRAN's agenda, but what the goals are, you know, some of the stuff that we talked about already. Hasan, I would respect you more if you went to a place people didn't know you were coming to.
What does that mean?
Nobody fucking knows nobody knew that I was going to this place. You understand that, right?
We actually made an intentional effort to
keep
the location went to hidden.
Maybe that's hard because you're recording, but more respect. Chatter, what the fuck are you talking about? We literally were actively banning people that were like trying to identify the location that we were at. And not only that, but also we didn't reveal where we were at all. I apologize to that one chatter because unfortunately, despite the fact that I do have teleportation powers, I choose not to use them. Maybe they think you just went bowling or some shit. Yeah, sorry, I revealed that I'm in New York City.
Keyholes for 2 seconds while I wait.
Don't act like you didn't know them. Wait, what? What? Are you serious? You think I just casually stumbled across a person running for Congress on my way to the bowling alley? I'm so what the fuck? Ain't no way. He's always schizo max. I mean, we're getting into the tunnel, so I won't be able to see what beautiful takes this chatter has. That's awesome. Hasan, I'd respect you more if you stalked congressional candidates and then targeted them when they're at a grocery store. Like ambush journalism. Haha!
They were just there to bowl.
Yeah. Like chatter literally thought I was just like I was presenting this as though I randomly happened across, totally randomly found someone running for Congress and a newly minted assembly member and their entire campaign staff too. I genuinely think dual streaming was a mistake. The audience gets you boosted less on both sides. I agree. Yes, chatter, you are not wrong.
To Twitch.
It's been a somewhat of a failure. This is scripted. Do you see this?
What is that?
It's you, but it's a Giga Chad. It's Marchie Poo Giga Chad.
Yeah, it just looks like me. What do you mean? That's how I always look.
Yeah, that is how you look.
I started bone smashing.
To be fair though, this is a IRL stream and it's Saturday. So that's like also the other reason why the numbers are dog shit. Like, let's be real. I mean, our ZOHRAN stream wasn't like that. The ZOHRAN stream was like 20K as well when we did it. People only, this is one of the issues with like being there, being the person that's there before they become, you know, a nationally prominent campaign. But yeah, when we did the ZOHRAN stream, that had like 20K people watching too. I don't do this stuff because it's a good viewership. Just like when I have like my friends on stream, that's usually not like good for viewership at all. The best thing for viewership is I stay the fuck at home, never leave my studio, and just do straight to camera commentary. That's how you max out on viewership. Anytime you leave the house, people go, oh fuck this, I don't want to watch this. Anytime you leave the house and the audio levels are like even a little bit tweaked, people lose their minds and don't want to watch. If I'm not doing full-blown news coverage, people lose their minds and don't want to watch. If I'm doing IRL, some people don't like that. Some people don't like when I have guests on, even at home. So if I cared exclusively about viewership and not about, like, you know, making stuff like this happen, I would just sit at home and I would do desktop streams and I would do just regular news coverage all day, every day. 20K is not that bad, bro. It's all good. I mean, the numbers are not great. Let's be real, chatter, for my normal streams at my normal time. But you use that excuse to not do any gaming, Pago. View count, Andy. Chatter. Someone else brought it up. I'm just responding to it.
Hold this.
It's not the end of the world. Yeah. And why, are you cold?
No, just because when I get out, I don't want to have to carry it.
Okay.
Have you considered gesture maxing and get the numbers up?
I've been gesture maxing. Okay. As long as your paid propaganda's in the chat, I need to know what you want to say. What you want me to say next? Say less. Bro, you're not counting YouTube? Yeah, I mean, it's the initial chatter's response was, your numbers are lower on Twitch and your numbers are low on YouTube. And he's right. It's because the audience is split. The audience is split into two. So instead of getting higher numbers on one place and then getting higher on the directory and then getting more viewership, like if the total maximum viewership, this is a thing that, I mean, this is inside baseball and it's like irrelevant for most people, but like if I was just on Twitch, I would probably have 30K, but right now the combined viewership is like 26K with 17 on Twitch and then 8 on YouTube because I've divided my audience. It's also Super Bowl weekend. Yeah, no, that doesn't matter. HasanAbi ran into a DSA leader at LIC and got brutally frame mogged by her. It's true. This did happen.
It's the ETA. So I can know when to cover.
What? Oh, there's still a long ass time.
Are you sure?
We got like, yeah. We got like almost 20 more minutes.
What is frame mugging?
I think the chatter was making a joke. Oh my god, did I already fucking lose one of the gloves? That's crazy. Ain't no way.
His cortisol spiking, chat.
It sure is. There's no way I just bought the fucking gloves and I lost one.
His cortisol is spiking.
Oh, I'm so fucking stupid. I hate myself. Seriously.
Alright, chill.
I'm not a fucking functioning adult. It's crazy. Oh no. Oh, thank god. No, I didn't fucking lose it.
So you are functioning though.
Saved.
Saved. It's looking grim. His cortisol is better, is rebalancing.
I was spiking for a second. No longer spiked. Them shits are hard to put on.
Hear me out.
What?
Fear in Mexico City.
Why?
Because I think it'd be fun.
Want to go back to the motherland?
Yeah.
Maybe. Back to baseline cortisol. Okay, buddy, today. Oh my fucking god, chatters. Sure, we'll do okay, buddy, later after Felix is gone. If I don't end the stream after Felix is gone. Okay? But yeah, tomorrow we're going to do the DSA slate, and then Pablo Torre is going to be on during the Super Bowl. I don't know enough about the Super Bowl, so we're going to be talking about...
We're going to do reacts.
We're going to do Super Bowl react. We're just going to say fuck it.
Just stream Super Bowl.
Yeah. Why aren't you ever home? What are you, my mom? Chatter? Watch Bad Bunny. Cover the TPUSA halftime show. Oh, cover it. I'm gonna be on it. I'm gonna be on the TPUSA halftime show.
I can't wait to see Kid Rock.
Are you gonna do IRL in Vancouver? Potentially, yes.
You been to Vancouver?
No, I've never been to Canada ever.
Oh, really?
Have you?
So many times.
Where, really?
Yeah.
The fuck were you doing in snow Mexico?
When I was like 19, 20, 21, I dated a girl who lived in British Columbia in Vancouver Island. So I would go to BC like pretty often.
What?
British Columbia in Vancouver Island. So I would go to BC like pretty often.
Wow.
That's actually why I got my passport initially, to go visit Canada.
Wow.
British Columbia is beautiful.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Canada. Real Justin Trudeau over here.
Hey.
Nice.
I've never been to the right side of Canada though.
The what?
The right side of Canada. The eastern side. Wagwan Kroski.
Okay.
Kroski.
Yeah. March had a girlfriend. She doesn't go here. She lives in Canada.
Genuinely, I did.
Yeah, I bet your friends love that one.
They did.
Whenever you're like, oh, she doesn't go here. Marsh was just like going to Bakersfield, telling his friends he's flying out to Canada again to see his girlfriend. Yeah, she goes to a different school. It's fine. You'll love the People's Forum. Yeah, People's Forum is goated. She runs the camera on a different stream, guys. Yo, Bakersfield mention. Ain't nobody should be excited to admit that they're from Bakersfield.
Yeah.
Crying baby Hasan hates Toronto, so I'm afraid it's fine. It's the East he ain't ever going to. That's not true. We're going to Toronto. We were supposed to go to Toronto.
What? Oh yeah, we were. What happened to that?
I canceled it because it was like some fucking tech conference.
Right.
It was even worse than the Web Summit. It was like all CEOs. Will Lewis resigns. Washington Post renames new acting CEO. Dude, this year start strong, good fun IRL.
Okay, hear me out.
All right.
Fear and Thailand, Vietnam.
Yes, I'm down.
Fear and Southeast Asia.
I'm down.
Okay. The problem with that is you basically can't go between the months of like March to September. It's just so hot.
Okay. Well, that is coming up.
Right. So winter, 2026.
Hasan, the best place in Canada is Winnipeg. Go to Winnipeg.
Nobody's ever said that.
No, what? I feel like you're abusing my lack of knowledge of Canada by lying.
Yeah, go to Alberta, man.
You gonna hate winter here?
Can you cosplay as Julian from Trailer Park Boys?
Sure. Why not? Or Heated Rivalry. Trying to get him stabbed. Winnipeg is basically Bakersfield. Oh, there's a Canadian Bakersfield? Nice.
To be fair, most of Canada is Bakersfield.
No. It's...
But with trees.
I think it's worse than Bakersfield. Most of Canada is uninhabitable.
Actually, what's the weather going to be like when we're there? We cooked.
Brother, I think at this point, you just got to take the L. You just got to recognize that we're taking that L no matter where we go, you know? Afghan audio auntie from New York City here. Hasan speaking louder voice shows excellent vocal technique, especially important for someone who talks for long periods daily. Vocal health matters. Polyps would mean enforced silence for recovery. Love, Zohra.
Okay.
Thank you, Afghan auntie, for the super chat.
Nice.
Y'all know March is Canada down. I'm looking
Top
at
left.
Yeah, I read YouTube chat too. Nothing to say here. Enjoy the dono. Thank you.
We need more chatters like that.
What is this? Hasan, I don't think you went hard enough against Nick Shirley and co. It wasn't just about them attacking social safety nets. We need to focus on more robust safety nets that don't include neoliberal policies. Wait, what? Hasan, come to Aberdeen next. We haven't seen the sun in 2 weeks. You would love it. I don't love that. Stock market stream win. I need the gamba.
Want to go to Wall Street tomorrow?
No.
Wall Street stream?
I don't want to do a Wall Street stream. Alright. It's tunnel time again. Hello, I really want you guys to come to India, but for your safety and mental health, I'm keeping the clavicular memes secret for now.
Okay.
Because
no. I just went away.
Okay, you can show it back.
Damn, the clavicular
We're
memes.
almost there, but we got like 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm holding the clavicular stuff in close to the chest. And the reason why is because I'm going to talk to Felix about it, because he's like the chronicler.
He is?
No.
Oh.
How was your heat tech? I think it held up. Marsh was talking about heat tech in Murderapolis.
Wait, had you never used it before?
No.
Oh. I mean, it's Japanese engineering.
Oh my god, you're so like Pog Japan. You're Mr. Pog
Thing in Japan.
Thing in Japan. It's literally just Long Johns, man, buddy.
But Japanese.
Long Johns, but Japanese.
No, it has sweat wicking technology patented at the.
Oh shit!
Monk.
I saw my life flash before my eyes, dude. Which heat takes you get from Uniqlo? Put us on.
The Ultra Warm?
Yeah. I got the maxed out. It's thick.
It's microplastics. That's
Wait,
how it
really?
works. Yeah, it works because it has microplastics. I'm not even kidding.
Fuck?
Yeah. Sometimes microplastics are good.
Yo, this shit's gonna make me gay.
Japan even made microplastics good.
That's microplastics Japan. Paul. Yeah. That's on your growling in my ear. I'm gonna tweak out.
What?
Hassan's butt be puckering every time he hears a siren or sees lights. No, that ambulance was coming right at us. Son, you gotta go back to just streaming on Twitch. Why do you care, chatter? That's what I don't understand. What, like, it's the same stream. It's not like there's a different stream on YouTube. If I make a decision on, you know, which platform that I stay on, you know, I'm gonna stay on it on my own. I'm gonna make that decision. That's why a very important new release. Somos Carlos Kirk, aka We Are Charlie Kirk, Spanish song version thumbnail is a lady in a red dress.
Very important.
Thank you for the update with that super chat, chatter. We carry el fuego.
It's the year 1 AK. Alright, I hide it.
I wonder if, yeah, we can hide it. I wonder if there's, we should hide it, yeah. I wonder if there's a way to, like, mic up for the desktop.
Mic up? Oh, I mean, you can just switch the camera mic to lobs and then use the camera as the audio source.
Oh, true. Well, you didn't even bring the lights.
The Holly Lark ones?
Yeah, they in the back.
Why is the Shure not enough?
The Shure noise gate is such a fucking problem, dude. Everybody constantly complains about it.
Let me take a look at it when I walk in, because when I set up your mic yesterday or whatever.
No, it's the software. The software is finicky.
No, I know, but you had a bunch of settings, like, it wrong.
Like what?
You had, I'll just take it. You had, like, the range all fucked up, and then, like, you twisted the knob somehow, and so, like, the noise floor was lower. It was weird. When I set the camera back up right now, I'll play with it.
Rick Max.
I have wool socks on.
Nice.
And E-Tech. Japan mention. There we go. There we go back to Japan, man.
Minus E-Tech too. These feet kind of stink.
We always have such an amazing time in Japan. And then
No noise gate's gonna fix being a bowling alley. No, we're talking about noise gate in the in the hotel room streams.
in the hotel.
Because everybody always complains about that too. When I have like guests on, they're like, I can't hear. Because like, it's weird. It's like there is no noise gate. Even when I disable the noise gate, there's still like a noise gate. If that makes sense.
I'll take a look at it. Yes, it's up the road. Somos Carlos Kirk.
Carlos Kirk.
Oh God. Right here's fine. Yep. Thank you. Oh God.
Good day, sir.
So cool. Do you want to come out this way?
Thank you.
Sorry. Hello, hello.
I have a guest, I think. I don't know if he came in or not. Okay, no. Alright.
Do you have your key?
Yeah. Do you not?
I do, but my hands are kind of full right now.
True.
Can you believe this guy?
What the hell? Uh-oh.
Are we stuck in the elevator?
I think...
No.
Oh, freaking way.
I do tend to have bad luck with elevators.
Do you?
Yeah, Will and I almost died in one.
Oh, yeah, true. Okay, that was one time.
You don't remember Elevator Gate on the podcast?
That was one time, bro.
One time is all you need.
But he is essentially, without saying, I don't want a money max, he's basically saying, like, I don't think about that because I'll get max. He's basically saying, like, I don't think about that because I'll get.
What the fuck? Hold on, I'm gonna flip it. Boom. Bruh. Come on, man. Wait, let's see if I brought the mic. Because you never use them, so it would have helped today. No.
Like, yeah, when you deactivate.
Yeah, I know. It's just not like if people are like talking in a low voice from afar. No, there's no additional noise gate. I know all this stuff. I'm telling you, it's just like fucking randomly doesn't work. I don't know what it is.
But,
Thanks, man. Wow, you were so helpful. You knew. Yeah, you really did you were noise gated when you swapped? No, I know, chatter. The noise gate is on right now, but my problem is sometimes when I'm noise gated, I'm not actually noise gated. Thanks, March. That's the problem. It says I'm noise gated when I'm not actually noise gated. Okay? Understand? All right, let's get back to this radio show host that was defending the whatchamacallit, defending the old Babe. What's up? Okay. All right. March is setting up political guests for me now that he finds on Instagram. He gets thirst trapped by people on Instagram and he's like, yo, this guy's sexy. You should have him on stream. I'm not even joking.
So I generally don't ask
All right.
questions this way.
but I just have to because to me, it's so obvious. Explain to me how this is not racist.
Well, first off, I think it's racist just to assume that apparently black people own looking like monkeys. Apparently, we're just supposed to own it. So if someone says we look like a monkey or that they put us on a monkey body or like what they did with the advertisement where the little kid had, the black kid had a monkey outfit, uniform on, just like the white kids did, it's somehow racist. So blacks should view themselves as monkeys. And anytime someone calls us that or puts us on the head of a figure, that we're supposed to be immediately outraged that this person is doing this. And let me explain to you.
Tommy, I'm sorry, I can't just let that go without asking you something. Have you learned anything or studied history in this country around slavery and the depictions of black people in this country during slavery?
No, I have. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you know that that was a common thing to equate black people to apes or monkeys. And usually it was a reference to they came from Africa, so they must be apes and monkeys. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, well, the idea of they came from Africa, there's a lot of animals that came from Africa. As a matter of fact, all of the ones that were depicted in the video, you guys didn't show the whole video.
Come on,
Biden was also a monkey. Well, Biden was a monkey in the video too, so why aren't we outraged? As black people, we have carte blanche to call anybody anything we want. And I'm from the South.
That's not true. That's
well,
not
who
true.
Who can't we call a name? Y'all have had people on your show that call white people.
That's awesome. Being this guy is awesome. Okay. I mean, what a battle to fight in 2026. You know what I mean? He's like, black people have it too good because we get to say all the words, whereas like white people can't say all the words. There's one word that they can't say, and that's really fucked up. And also, you know, a white guy was portrayed as a monkey too. Why is that not offensive? That's crazy. That's a crazy guy to be in 2026. Like, respect. It's almost like it's disrespect, but it's like almost respect given that this is how he operates. Background info on the video. The X account that created the video Donald Trump shared depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes was previously behind the clip the U.S. president shared that portrayed him as a pilot dumping excrement on No Kings protesters. Note the matching watermark. Oh my God, Felix went to the wrong hotel. That's amazing. I told him which hotel to go to, and he's like, bro, where are you? I'm like explaining to him like how to get to my room, and he's like, I'm confused, and it's like a little confusing. And it turns out he just went to the fucking wrong hotel. That's so funny.
Aliens that call white people
I'm
devils.
gonna keep changing.
No one gets in trouble on national television for calling a white man a devil.
I mean, a devil is not a bad person. A devil doesn't equate to race. It equates to character.
No, we actually, if the person beside you would tell you the truth, we actually believe that the white people are devil, and many believe that we're aliens. We believe
I'll give you
Tommy,
an example. No, hold on. I can give him an
this
example.
argument,
Tommy, don't put me in your... I'm not trying to... I'm not
Well,
shoulder to shoulder with you.
You asked me, though, but you asked me if I knew a historical context, and so when I give you one back...
But we're talking... You're trying to talk about calling white people devils. No one's saying that that's okay, but that is a different thing than what we're talking about.
What I'm trying to say is, as a black person, I refuse to believe that every time I see a depiction of a monkey and a white person doing it, I'm supposed to be outraged and automatically just upset. So I'm just agreeing that this is the depiction of me and my people.
It's so ride or die with certain people in Trump's camp that can't you bend the knee on one issue and still be a Trump supporter? Isn't this just one too far?
Oh, no, listen, I am one, if you watch my show, I criticize him as well. I think the people who support someone the most should be the ones that are most critical of them. Should he have posted this as a president? I think 100% not. There's a lot of things that he does as a president that are unprecedented.
We saw Tim Scott be able to say this is wrong, and I'm not sure why you can't say this was wrong.
Well, first off, again, when they use the word racist versus wrong, they're two different things. When I hear the word of racist, I'm supposed to just be afraid Klan member. And you have to understand, I've been black my whole life. And unlike you, I've been
that makes two of us.
I was going to say, but unlike you.
So now we're going to do colorism?
I was going to say, but
now we're going to do colorism?
Bro, that's crazy. Dude, I've been black my whole life is the number one, like, when you see a black conservative say, I've been black my whole life, the follow-up to that is almost always defending the most white supremacist shit you've ever heard.
It's like literally the CPAC moment. It's the CPAC moment. Anytime I hear that from a black speaker at like the RNC or CPAC, I know the follow up to that is just going to be the craziest thing. It's always like, listen, it's the only thing that's racist is if you're saying the N-word with a hard R, and that's only if you're wearing a Klan robe while simultaneously burning a cross and you're lynching a black teenager. That is the only time it's racist. And even then, depending on like if they are a Republican candidate that I must defend, I might still defend it. Like, oh, well, you know, the black people beat white people too. I mean, that's not racist. Like, you know, some shit like that is crazy.
Okay. But unlike you, wait a minute. But unlike you, I've been dark skinned my whole life. And you know what I've been told? You know what I've been told by black folks? That same monkey, crispy, blackie, midnight, smokes, and all these words are supposedly okay that black people use against their own people. When you're trying to insult someone, you go towards things that they don't like. I don't agree with the fact that we can say, well, we can diss these people and that diss is okay. But that diss is a diss too far. Because when we diss this man and we call him an orange orangutan, but that's okay for us to call him that because he's supposed to be able to accept it. I think insults either need to stop or be accepted all the way around. There's no way for me to tell you, you should have a governor on what you say to me, but I don't have a governor on what I say to you.
Fair, but he is kind of orange. And he can say it. And he can say that. And he can say that.
In an interview this week, President Trump was challenged on his assertion that he was, quote, starting to get great polls on the economy. He then backtracked, saying the polling should be great. So what are the polls saying? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton joining me now. Where do Americans think the economy is going right now?
Yeah, here is the reality check for everyone. And I would just say this is the problem for the President of the United States. You get elected to fix the economy, and the American people, they ain't buying it, because just take a look here. Say the economy is getting worse. Right after Donald Trump was elected back in 2024, re-elected, 42% of Americans said the economy is getting worse. Well, you want that number to go down. You want that number to go down if you're the President of the United States. Instead, it's going up. What are we talking about? Now, 55% of Americans say that the economy is getting worse. I don't know how you win when the majority of Americans say the economy is getting worse, because you go back through the record books, and that is a formula.
Holy Toledo. Now let's get back to Kalshi. Kalshi predicts recession in the heartland of America. Kalshi's prediction is that there is going to be a recession that is imminent in the heartland of America. What is that shirt? Is the Lithuanian basketball. YouTube chat said, why is everything in America treated like a sports play? We're just brain broken, dude. Can you cover this, especially after interviewing Ray? Yes. I can, and I will. I've collaborated with Nithya in the past. I didn't know she was gonna run. I have to dig into it a little bit better, but it is kind of a L, because like Ray Huang is DSA affiliated. She doesn't have the full-blown endorsement yet, but it's just like an unnecessary split.
That equals failure.
And what do Americans want Trump to focus on the most?
Yeah, this, I think, is the whole kit and caboodle, right? Much of the news stories over the month of January were focused in on Minneapolis, focusing in on.
And there is also like the whole, Israel stuff too. It's not only like a red flag that she's splitting, but also on top of that, like, I mean, there's just a bunch of things. It's not good.
Controlling immigration and reducing
Maybe
crime.
she can get
Those
the
are two
ADL
things
off
that-
your case. Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, another total fucking misplay in her career. Political misplays, voting for LAPD budget increases, posting pictures with ADL board members after UCLA's encampment was attacked, says Cinemarxism. You seem to be ignoring the kit and caboodle, however. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
The President of the United States and his administration has been arguing about. But where do the American folks say that Trump should be focused? Say their top priority should be lowering prices, 54%, the clear majority. We have looked at poll after poll after poll after poll after poll.
I'm confused. Where's the poll that says starving Cuba? Because that's like That's what Trump has been focusing on. And it's a bit confusing to me that like the polls are not reflecting this reality that the most important thing that Trump could be doing right now is starving Cuba. I just don't understand why it's not like bombing Iran, 10% reducing crime, not knowing game, which is that when you lift people out of poverty, you decrease crime.
Busting myself just talking about it. And every single
Americans don't think that way.
polls say that their top priority should be lowering prices or the economy. And it is still the case. Much lower down, controlling immigration at 22%. Even lower than that, reducing crime at 10%. You add together 22 and 10, you get to 32. And you don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that 54 is larger than 32. The Trump administration is putting their focus on the wrong issues, the issues that are not most important to the American public. And when you are focusing on the wrong issues, and the vast majority of Americans, or the clear majority of Americans, say that the economy is getting worse, again, this is X plus Y equals failure. Failure, failure, failure going into the midterm elections because Donald Trump was elected to fix the economy. And it's still belief in the American people that lowering prices should be the top. And at this point, 55% say the economy is getting worse.
So I guess the question, as we get closer and closer to the midterms, which party do people trust, knowing how they feel about how Donald Trump has handled things when it comes to the economy?
Right. The economy, right? Affordability. You know, Donald Trump has been dismissing affordability concerns. But when 54% say the top priority should be lowering prices, not much of a surprise, right? Party trusted more in affordability. Overall, it's the Democrats by 14. Look at this. Among independents, I'm laughing. It's 39 points. It's a blowout. This is the entire ball game right here.
What would be the danger being just lifting every sanction on Cuba? Nothing. Yeah. Like literally. Chatter, I'm going to say something radical to you that you might not have considered. That's literally the danger for every country. It's nothing. Nothing at all. The danger, I guess, is that they get to continue existing and actually participate in the global economy without any sort of significant threats from the United States of America. And therefore, the biggest danger is Cuban prosperity in spite of American engineering. That's it. The sanctions on Cuba are purely political and it's purely malicious. It's purely vindictive. It is just to punish Cuba for the crime of having a successful revolution. That's it. Cuba had a successful communist revolution. That's it.
And when you're having a 39-point...
If Florida wasn't a swing state, we would have lifted it already. Florida is no longer a swing state. It doesn't matter. It's like not even relevant. Florida is not even a swing state anymore. So it's not even relevant. So the Democrats should take a fucking lift the sanctions on Cuba position. Why haven't they? Barack Obama lifted the sanctions on his way out. Donald Trump immediately restored them. Joe Biden could have, gone back to that same position and normalized relations with Cuba again in an effort to continue Obama's legacy. He didn't do that until the literal last day in office. It was the most bullshit. Like it was worse that he lifted the sanctions on his last day than never lift the sanctions at all. It's absolutely unacceptable. We will, if there was a God, if there was karmic justice, we would be punished endlessly for our crimes against humanity. It's one of the most ridiculous, one of the most spectacular acts of cruelty. What we have done to Cuba since the beginning of the successful socialist revolution in Cuba, which wasn't even like a fucking Marxist-Leninist revolution in its inception. It was simply people rising up against our guy, Batista, who was a fucking cruel tyrant, enslaving the masses, incredibly racist, running the island like a major sugar plantation, and a wonderful place for the American mafia to park their fucking assets in the hospitality industry. And what we have done to Cuba, like, guys, most Americans don't know and they don't understand. And there's like this Cold War relic of being like, Cuba is a fucking despotic, tyrannical country. It's awful. It's all lies. It is exceptionally cruel. The entire world has consistently voted to lift these sanctions on Cuba, the trade embargo on Cuba, over and over again, every single United States Nations General Assembly. And America just says, fuck off. It's just so disgusting. Like, there is no defense of it at all. There has never been a defense of it at all. It's just purely because we don't like that they that they thwarted. They thwarted our guy, Batista. And to this day, we just lie about it. And it's like there's a pretty effective reactionary Cuban-American lobby. Nowhere near as effective as Israel, but like, almost as fascist as the Israeli lobby. It's one of those things that is an old wound that won't heal for the American imperialist dogs that choose to advance it over and over again, that choose to extend it over and over again. Do you think it's the wrong geopolitical calculation as well? Like the USA could have more influence by trade rather than sanction? I can't believe I'm about to agree with Neekskit, but yes, of course. Of course. It's literally slammed in our ass cheeks, a tiny fucking island. Yes, of course it would be better. Gotta wait for the boomers to die? No, boomers will not. It's not a boomer thing. It's completely unacceptable. And it is it's purely vindictive, okay? It's because we cannot allow a communist country to exist as a sovereign state in our backyard. That's what it is. Same with Haiti. We never stop punishing Haiti. We never stop destabilizing Haiti. We never stop committing crimes against Haiti for having a successful slave revolt, okay? A successful rebellion where slaves were able to free themselves through violence. We never let that go. And Western powers have never stopped punishing Haiti for that crime. That is unironically one of those instances where it's not fucking materialism. I mean, there is obviously a historical materialist perspective there, but like, it's not pure, like, it's not the fucking limestone of Haiti that is the reason why we keep it destabilized. Okay? That is pure ideological. No, Haiti isn't communist. No, that one is pure punishment. That is just to say, you don't get to do that. Don't get the wrong fucking ideas. That's it. That's it. It's just an endless sequence of punishments to Haiti and Cuba in the same exact way. Okay? Those two have no real political basis for the endless amounts of cruelty that we've subjected them to. Those two countries, we are cruel for the sake of teaching a lesson to everyone else. With Haiti, it was so that black people in America didn't hear about a successful revolution, a successful slave revolt. Okay? And for Cuba, it's so that no one so close in proximity gets to exist as a communist nation in our backyard. It's to keep everyone else in line and to stop them from getting the wrong idea that they might be able to fucking emancipate themselves from the chains of capital or the chains of white supremacist slavery.
Among independents, a 14-point lead overall on affordability. And right now, the top priority, the Americans say, should be lowering prices for the Trump administration. This is the type of formula that equals major success for the Democrats come the midterms, if it holds.
And we have seen that in the special elections. We'll see if that holds in the midterms.
We shall see, Sarah.
Harry Enton, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
As the world turns.
The new poll from KFF shows healthcare tops the public's list of economic anxieties. People say they worry more about the cost of health insurance and prescription drugs than groceries or rent, utilities, and gas. My panel is back now. Elena?
Yeah, look, what I find so fascinating about this, and particularly when you reference that poll, is that in the broader spectrum of how the president looks at this, he is obsessed with wanting to put not only his imprint, but Republicans at large, some sort of imprint on healthcare. He hates that this is an issue that Democrats have owned and Republicans have failed out for so many years. He still, even in the recent months, has brought up the McCain downvote about, trying to repeal and replace Obamacare. So that's part of this. The other thing is he is obsessed with this idea of trying to make drugs more affordable. It is going to be interesting to see if this actually is the case, if these drugs do end up, as Tammy laid out, being more cost effective for a lot of consumers rather than their insurance. I think, the fact that he's calling it Trump RX, that's something else I've heard. If Republicans end up doing some broader healthcare plan, he wants to have it be Trump Care or something like that. But at the end of the day, this is something he wants Republicans to be talking about. Interesting enough, I know, Sabrina, you'll probably weigh in on this. Republicans, at least when it comes to politics in the midterms, do not want healthcare to be one of the things that is a central focus. So just keeping that in mind as we look at all of this.
Yeah, I mean, to Elena's point, I think what's interesting is,
they want to show that they care about affordability. This is a really tangible way to do that, but we know that Democrats have consistently dominated on this issue, and for a lot of folks who last year lost the Obamacare subsidies.
I mean, the one positive aspect of all of this that I will recognize is that we are now adding healthcare into the calculus of affordability, because in the past, people, I think deliberately, separated the two as though they were totally separate conversations. Affordability means healthcare. Affordability means housing. Affordability isn't just about the cost of goods and services. It isn't just about your grocery prices. But in America, for some reason, we only talk about affordability from the perspective of consumer goods. And it's taken years and years and years to finally get here. And I mean it, guys. For like 10 years ago, if you were like, prices are so high in like 2016, if we were talking about like prices, people would treat healthcare as a totally separate thing. Yes, healthcare is a service, chat. I know, chatter. Thank you. Thank you for the fucking most basic understanding. I know. I'm just saying that it's still, from the perspective of the fucking average person, it's affordability.
And actually feeling the impact of, higher premiums. It is interesting. It will be interesting to see how that plays out in the midterms. I think we talked a lot about it late last year as that expiration was coming around. But I think the repercussions of that and how Democrats capitalize on that is something we're going to be talking about in the months to come.
Yeah, I mean, President's first term talking about healthcare, and they are determined to do the same now. Joining me now is the man who coined strong floor, no ceiling. It is, as you see there, the name of his book. Oliver Libby is a venture capitalist and Democratic donor and is here with me now. Thank you so much for being here. First of all, how did this slogan, the title of your book, make its way to Hakeem Jeffries?
It came to him through...
I can't. Bro, first of all, I love that this motherfucker's name is Oliver Libby, okay? I've covered this guy before. There is a robust market for people who will sit there and sincerely tell you that the real problem that you guys are experiencing, we see you, we hear you, it's not capitalism. It's just that capitalism is no longer as ethical as it once was. And that the real fear that you must have, the real fear that you must actually constantly combat against is not like the fact that those at the bottom don't have enough, but it's that should not come at the cost of those at the tippy top making super profits. Okay? The reality of the matter is, it's because those at the top, people like Oliver Libby, that are making unimaginable profits year over year, that is the reason why there are so many people who are getting less and less. Okay? When he says strong floor, no ceiling, that's called being homeless. True. Okay? The whole point that he's saying is like, we got to give the poors a little bit, but also don't try to fucking tax the wealthy. That's what he's saying.
There were people who heard that I was writing a book. I had shared a manuscript with a number of people I respect in the party, and actually he offered to write a testimonial, which you can find right at the beginning of the book. And when I first heard him say it on television, it was actually a surprise to me. I started writing the book, Dana, about 8 years ago, and it was really just a place for me to put all the ideas that I wished would be America.
Don't say the name of the hotel that I'm in, though.
I worry about all the time as one of our...
Felix is using the bathroom real quick, and then he's going to explain his little mix-up, which, it could happen to anybody, really. I mean, could have happened to anybody, honestly. To your point, Van Jones just did billionaire idpol. Oh, yeah, I saw this. I read the tweet post. I didn't actually hear him speak, but open presents, thank you for the gifted subs. Hell yeah, buddy.
Greatest national security threats. And so to hear Leader Jeffries take this up was an extraordinary moment.
So when people hear us saying strong floor, no ceiling, how do you explain it?
It's simple. And actually, one of my favorite things about this is when people see the book and they know it's about America and politics, they get it at their core. A strong floor is a floor made up of planks that we all know and understand. We want affordability. We want healthcare and education. We want housing and good paying jobs, safe and secure homes. Those are the things that are the building blocks of opportunity. But in America, it can't stop there. And I think every American wants to believe that if they work hard and play by the rules and pay their taxes, that they can have the good life. They can be in the middle class, and maybe even go far beyond that. That's actually the way we increase the economic pie. And so it weaves in today to some of the core themes, affordability. But look, here's one important thing. I think if folks are not happy with the current leadership and the Trump administration, we have never had a seismic shift in American politics without a positive and hopeful message that says what we want for America, not what we don't want. Whether it was the contract with...
He conveniently left out the word affordable. No, he said affordability in healthcare, which, by the way, the real word that he's leaving out in that situation is free or universality or things of that nature.
I want access.
Hold on. They're going to give you shit for that. It's BDS. Just letting you know.
Oh, yeah. I'm drinking a bottle of Israeli Cola.
Israeli.
Drinking the official soda of Ehud. Drinking Ehud Barak soda.
Hold on. Let's fix this up a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So,
Hold on 1 second. Before you do anything, before you say anything, do anything. Let me make sure I got the angle right. And hopefully the fucking microphone will not have an issue, even though it always seemingly does. Whenever I deactivate the noise gate and then everyone complains, I'm getting like, I have like a serious fear at this point. I get like PTSD. But ladies and gentlemen, Felix Biederman in the building.
Hello, everyone.
He's made it.
So I no real defense for this one for why I'm late, but I think if you've lived a real life, you'll understand it.
Once you've said back in the day, and I think about it all the time because it's happened to me. You once said that there are two types of stupids in America that are not cut out for living in civilized society. People who are dumb enough to get addicted to porn and people who are dumb enough to miss their flight. And every time I have missed a flight, and I've missed a flight in a very stupid way. But every time I miss a flight, I think of that. I'm like, damn, Felix would call me a fucking idiot.
Well, no,
right
I have missed flights like before. I even there was like one time where it was a really good like day for me. It was
the worst.
So no, I just mean like this whole like 24-hour cycle that preceded it. I was at my friend's wedding, and this is like 27 something, and this like I was in California, and this like woman I knew on Twitter DM'd me. She like wanted to hang out, so I took like a 2-hour Lyft ride because I was horny. But I hadn't really slept that well, and I had like taken a bunch of. I didn't know how to dose Ativan for when I flew, so I was still kind of like Ativan'd out. So I just gave her like the worst pipe ever. The worst, terrible, just like benzodiazepine hangover pipe, and then. I woke up, realized I'd slept through my flight, and then bought another flight that was like 4 hours later, and then like fell back asleep for another like 7 hours. It was like, oh fuck. Like I slept through like the checkout call at the hotel.
Ooh.
And I was like, oh, I'll buy another day. Like it was like so, and there was just no defense for that one. Similar to this one. So this hotel, the name is not even similar to the Chelsea Hotel, right? But I was told where it was like 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
But I had it in my brain. I looked how long it would take me to go to the actual hotel, like when I should leave. And then after about like the 2-hour point, I started thinking like, man, I never fucking got why people like Leonard. I don't like him at all. That fucking Chelsea Hotel song, what's the point? What if I wrote a song about when I had bad sex like 10 years ago? And then I just started. Every time I would think about going here, I would think about the Chelsea Hotel until it was time to go. And I was like, oh right, the Chelsea Hotel where Leonard Cohen lives. I was thinking about if Leonard Cohen was a dog and his name was Leonard. Thinking about my career as a musical parody artist, but I could have done if not for my shitty career now being a content creator.
You could also have been like, hey, are you staying at the Chelsea Hotel? Just double checking.
Or I could have like just looked at the thing again. No, I just like decided that it was that.
Yeah, you were assured.
Yeah, and it's just
funny because like he's like I found my floor somehow. He's gotten up, and while I was downstairs at the lobby, I was like, oh, is my guest here? Can you did you bring him upstairs already? Because I thought you were already in the lobby. You were not. And I was like, oh, I guess he's not here, even though he said he was. Oh well, you know, let me go prep, let me go change and stuff. And it turns out he's at the I'm giving him coordinates as to like how I'm giving him coordinates as to how he's going to. Is it the fucking noise gate? I'm gonna kill myself. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself with a gun in a video game. Felix keep cutting in and out. It doesn't even show on the audio side. Okay, someone link me the fucking clip. Sorry, someone link me a clip of Felix getting noise gated. If they're not noise gated, I'm just gonna fucking shut the stream. Okay. Every time I have a guest this week, chat has been fucking insufferable. Let's see.
And this is like 27 something. And this like
oh yeah, that is bad. Okay, that's not
okay,
good. Okay, that's fair. God damn it.
All right.
Hold on. That's awesome.
Sometimes shit happens. I'll help.
No, I understand. I just spilled coffee everywhere, chat. The mic completely flew off the fucking handle. And it was good to yeah, it was because the can they even hear me? I don't even know. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. I did it. I finally did it. I fucking broke the microphone. It's just completely broken. I hate this. No, it's fine. I mean, it's
those are S7.
No, it's the arm. We did a
oh fuck.
No, but it's fine. It's just like it's an annoying arm. I'll just it literally was the most you couldn't see, but it was the most comical way that it could have happened. I was like already annoyed with the mic. I was like moving the mic arm, and it's been like kind of wonky to begin with. And then the lady at the door is like trying to do turn down service. I don't care about this turn down service at all. So it was like for something so silly. And I got up and I knocked the mic off of its fucking arm completely, knocked the entire coffee on myself and on the ground.
Is anyone in chat like a like a born servant to come here and hold this?
Yeah, I need a nice Albanian, a strong Albanian.
yeah. Is there? I mean, for me, I'll take all kinds. I don't care. I think all ethnicities are born to serve.
Oh, what? I'm watching. The noise gate is fucking busted. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do the shotgun.
Okay.
That's that way you're not. Oh my god.
That is. So did it just come out of the fucking?
My brother built.
Oh.
Yeah, we need to get a different. We need to go to B&H. Yeah.
I love B&H.
We need to go meet the Red Bay.
B&H is so awesome. I get my replacement, like the knobs for this mic there, and they only sell you one knob at a time.
No, they're the best.
It's
B&H
so funny. Like
I would like for B&H, I would visit the Red Bay's grave.
Oh yeah, if Chabad was a religion about like running B&H, I would be in Chabad.
Yeah, it's the greatest. It's the most goated. Did you turn it on?
I use B&H all the time for like reply. You know, I'm always like fucking this thing up when I travel with it, and it's easy to like lose one of the nuts.
Audio on. Hold on, we don't have the clip microphones. Chatter, shut the fuck up. You don't know. God damn it, motherfuckers are like, yeah, it doesn't show up.
What if I go back to the Chelsea hotel and be like, do you guys have mics? You guys kind of owe me. Yeah. Okay. I'll talk to them. So as you guys know, I moved here in 20. My first ambition was not to be a fucking podcaster. My first passion actually is finance capital. I wanted to be an investment banker, and failing that, I wanted to be a bond trader like Sherman McCoy in Bonfire the Vanity.
No, because we need the light.
We'll find another.
But
light up.
I failed.
Just so you can like sit it down.
There's not enough money in that position. I had to create content. So when I decided to become a content creator, I decided I would follow my second passion.
You turned the noise gate to 11? No, we didn't.
Musical comedy.
You don't even need to hold that anymore. It's just, it's just the microphone from the desktop.
Okay. That was my improv background. It's an exercise where everyone holds the mic.
Audio's actually effed? I know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I think if I had a gun, I would probably go on a rampage. Like, with this community where they're like, they have no understanding of how like live production works. So when like things collapse like this, it's bedlam. But they think we're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Like they literally sit there and they go, dude, why are you fucking up with the audio? It's like, because I hate you, okay? I need you to understand, I fucking hate you. I love that you're autistic and you have noise sensitivity or whatever the fuck you're talking about, and I want your fucking ears to bleed. Okay? That's why I'm doing it, and I hope you take home that lesson.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, if you're a person of autism, I had autism in the 90s, back when it wasn't cool.
Yeah.
When it meant that you sprinted at your teacher at full speed with your mouth open, and you're like, I'm gonna take a bite out because you said Superman was in the X-Men.
Okay, that would piss me off too.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
understand.
I mean, it's kind of like why I don't say that I have, because it's like I saw kids who like actually had it, and it's like that's not the same. I just think like for what I had, it's just like medically I'm just kind of an asshole. That's like that. It's not the same thing as like having a debilitating fucking whatever. But anyway, that was not one of their problems, was sound stuff. Their thing was more
there's
a lot of things, but not sound stuff.
No, there's people with like sound stuff too as a spectrum, but these
I
guys
agree with the spectrum idea, by the way.
Oh god, let's hear your theories, Felix.
Well, no, I just don't.
Try this.
No, but it's not even the mic handle that's a problem. It's the fact that that one is ass cheeks.
Like, at least this way you can place it more accurately between the two of you.
I think I can figure out how to do the audio from this from the camera, but I just need to figure out how to do the audio from the camera first.
Oh, I think
wait. I think I added the microphone from the. Yeah. How about now? Is the audio good? Audio's decent now. It sounds fine now. Here, hit it. No. It's not.
No, it's that you're listening to this.
Wait, no, but it.
Hello. Oh,
damn.
I don't think it's this either. I don't know where the fuck the audio's coming from, but it works.
Let me see what's playing. You can tell by just how it sounds.
Yeah, I don't. Can you tell? La 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 la. I don't know what the fuck is picking it up, but it's good now.
Oh, that's
Crunchy, but we can hear you. It's the laptop mic again. Oh, literally nothing changed. Okay. Oh, because I went to 4K camera and I went to audio device, use custom audio device, capture audio only.
That might be where you.
But that's not where. Yeah, it didn't work.
It would be somewhere in the road, you know.
Oh, this is fucked. I think the wind got my vape juice. I had it with me.
Did you?
Yeah, it just got blown out. I walked like a block and it just like blew out, I think, and I didn't notice. Oh well.
This is better than nothing. I'm satisfied with it. Yeah, but I need to fucking fix it real quick, no matter what.
Yes, you're abandoning this.
What? No, hold on. Instead of abandoning that, I'm gonna try to see if I can reconfigure through the HDMI. Well, what if I were to? Hello? Oh, I did it.
Ooh.
I think I fixed it. Wait. Is the mic audio default still? Hold on 1 second. I think I fixed it. I think I figured it out.
They're saying it's fine.
Hold on. I haven't changed it yet. Hello? Okay. I think now it's now the HDMI. Hold on. Microphone. Where the fuck's the microphone? Oh, here. Let's lower this. Let's zero this in. Hello? Okay. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Wait, snap it.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is that.
All right.
Okay, I fixed it.
All right, cool. So
Okay. All right. Is it better? Can you guys hear us good?
Chad doesn't know how good they have it. Like, my audio is shit all the time, and it never gets better because whenever like I get on 2 seconds before we're supposed to talk to our guest, and so Chris has like 0.01 seconds to be like, can you fix that? And I always respond like an asshole, so he's afraid to say anything after I change. Like, I'll be like, what?
Yeah.
And I'll change it like 1%.
Speaking of which,
that's great.
Andrew Epstein asked why you haven't shown up to the ZOHRAN podcast appearance, nor the one where he was on.
I don't.
And I told him it's because you don't participate in bourgeois elections, and that you are.
Oh no, I love bourgeois elections.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm against the concept of municipal politics. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, we're good.
We're gonna be tomorrow.
All right.
I really don't like. I'm against cities having elections. I don't even really like state politics. When people are like, "All the real change happens in municipal politics."
Yeah.
It's like, so what? It's boring. No, I don't know. I don't like. I haven't done any of the episodes with him because I just don't think. I think it's awkward to do an interview with like multiple people. unless you have like a pre-established thing with that person, which I don't know him. No, I don't think I've ever voted for a mayor, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. Well, like, well, I mean, who was I gonna fucking vote for? Richard M. Daley.
Wait, this last election, you didn't vote for Zohran?
I forgot to register. He didn't need my help. He did not need my help.
That's funny.
I actually think it's more. If we're looking at my record of like times I voted for someone versus times I haven't voted, that people always do better when I don't vote.
That's why you were doing it for his sake.
I do kind of have a superstition about that because everyone who I've ever like expressed
Bernie
lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, lost. Voted. Yeah, voted.
Okay, low key, I feel that way about campaign fund. Like when I give a campaign contributions, I'm not even kidding. Like I'm not like the most superstitious guy, but anyone and everyone that I've ever fucking given campaign contributions directly to has actually lost.
I should look up my record with that because it's probably also not very good. Or actually, hold on, let me think. I know I gave money to Rashida. She's still there. At least 3 of the people I've given money to are still there.
That's good.
I gave money to Carlos Ramirez Rosa in Chicago. No, okay, I think it's the opposite. When I vote for someone, they're fucked.
With Bernie, I fucking maxed out.
I did that too.
And it was, I was like, oh fuck, did I do this?
They even called me. They like called me to thank me for maxing out, and it was like around the time it was like just one of these.
Yeah.
And I was like, shouldn't you guys? I was like, thank you, I appreciate it, but like, shouldn't you get to work coughing on Joe Biden?
Yes.
I didn't say that to them. I should have.
That would have been goated. That would have been perfect. Can they hear me from back here? I don't even know. Where the fuck did I put my? Yeah. I'm all over the place. It was bound to happen. These mics were bound to break. It's good that it broke.
That was one of like the most perfect 30 seconds of like all the shittiest, most annoying things.
It was very Mr. Bean-esque, the way it all fell apart. It was like the guy with the big penis who falls and then.
Oh my god, it was really Pants Dude. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Pants Dude. I just tripped and my big old penis flew around the room.
Man, the Pants Dude version is. You know it's a big fuck up when the Pants Dude version, he only changes 2 things, and one of them is that his penis falls out. When it would be exact... Pants Dude is really creative, so it would have been the coffee is high acidity content, and it melts your pants off. It doesn't, damage your dick for some reason. There are a lot of, you have to do a lot of suspension of disbelief in Pants Dude videos, but I do think it's a thing. It's like Goodfellas, where it's the point is that the narrator is sort of unreliable. He's kind of a... Or the movie Big Fish. People have seen that one with Jessica Lange. It's very. I do not watch it because it's gay pornography. I watch it because it has great stories. Okay.
Yeah. No. I get that. I understand that.
I had to watch Melania in theaters, and I was like, I wished I was watching Pants Dude, but I can't because there's a kid in the theater, and they told me I cannot watch Pants Dude videos. There are kids around because of what happened during Cars 3.
Israeli bobsled team says their hotel room was robbed. Comments did not disappoint.
There's an Israeli bobsled team?
Yeah. Yeah, they invented it, dude.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you actually read Deuteronomy, there's 40 pages of them arguing about the best type of bobsled to make, and if you have a fiberglass one, you should be put to death.
Yeah, this is an ancient Israeli tradition. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of clavicular stuff that we have to talk about. I don't know if you're familiar with.
I know. I saw that. I know that he was invited to hang out near a ledge with Peter Thiel.
Oh,
Peter Thiel's
that's
do you want to hang out at my trap door? I mean, regular part of the floor.
He wanted to be one of Peter. Yeah, he was invited to be a esteemed blood boy.
Yeah,
but he's too old, and his blood has too much steroids and stuff. I feel like he does math.
You know what? It would be one of those, really probably the cows they use for McDonald's, where it's it tastes great, but there's just so much shit in it.
Yeah.
Do you think that makes people taste better, their blood? Because grass-fed's better for you, like grass-fed everything, but the obviously the grain-fed tastes better.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the steroid does to the taste of your flesh. I don't know. I suspect it's probably worse because it's too muscly.
That's true. That's true.
Because like the best thing you could be is like if you had the Randy Fine body. Like you think Randy Fine, if you cut him up, he's marbled like a Wagyu steak?
It probably looks like it looks like a really well-made coffee cake.
Yeah,
the coloring and everything.
It's just like perfect. Like the layering of the fat is so perfect.
He would taste so good.
Yeah,
he would taste great. The worst tasting guy, yeah, it would be like one of those guys in the UFC who, like a Gleason Tebow type. I don't think he fights anymore, but someone who like they have such little body fat that they're able to cut from 170 to like. Tebow would cut from 190 pounds to 155 in like a 24-hour. Yeah, because they would dehydrate the shit out of his muscles. Yeah, and he would taste awful.
I think like Mitch McConnell would taste really like he would probably taste like poison.
That would, yeah. Oh God, is that a thing? Are there any butchers out there? Is there a thing? Do old animals taste worse? That was one of those ideas.
Because venison is like, it's delicious, right? Isn't it? Or
yeah,
I don't know.
Is it venison old?
No, venison is younger. That's why I'm saying like the younger the meat is, it's like a delicacy.
And lamb specifically refers to like younger, like a year old.
Yeah.
And veal, well, they do other shit to veal. That's one of those I can't.
I wasn't thinking of venison. I was thinking of veal. Sorry.
No, yeah, veal.
Yeah, veal.
That was one of those ideas I had. Yeah, veal.
Yeah, veal.
That was one of those ideas I had as a kid. I was thinking of a way that we could have meat, but it wasn't like mean. And I was like, what if we like just all the animals who are gonna die of old age? Because my grandfather had just died, and I was like, if he was a cow, it would be like you wouldn't feel because it was gonna happen anyway.
Yeah.
But no one, no one ever ran with my idea.
That's like ethical. Like vegans, they eat like roadkill.
What is there a name for that type of person?
I don't. Yeah, awesome.
Oregonian.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone who lives.
Yeah, Marie concentration camp Perez.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
You know she's eating roadkill.
You have to really at that point. It's just like have one day a year where you eat meat because there's nothing less appetizing looking than like an animal that's been flattened.
Yeah.
that always freaked me out. Like just seeing like a flattened 2-dimensional squirrel. They're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, Marie looks at that and goes, delicious.
that is a person.
I can't wait to pay rent with this one.
Yeah. No more garbage bags filled with like pure seeds and stems.
Yeah. This is the compound's gonna love the commune's gonna love this one.
How do you think she got into like third wave? Like, how does that? How do you go from someone who's like
Kirsten Cinema, same shit. She was a dumpster dive in like America is the Great White Devil.
Well, sort of, but she wasn't like a freegan. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to go from like early 2000s left wing politics or like WTO protester.
Yeah, like George W. Bush to Hitler.
Yeah. But going from like, hey, I'm paying my rent with hair clippings in case you get cancer. You can make a wig from the hair that I fished out of my shower drain to like that. Like, cause have you ever like known a freegan or any people like that?
No.
They're really like...
I knew a Wiccan, but that's not a freegan.
Yeah, Wiccans are really... Like, a Wiccan can become anything. I'm sure there's like a million Wiccan neocons.
Oh, yeah.
But a freegan is just like... They're really like intense people. You know, like they're really into that. I guess you would have to be to be into that. To not only...
To take it to that level.
Yeah, because it's like there's tons of people who get stuff from the garbage out of desperation, but it's like they're not like it's not like the main aspect of their personality.
Yeah, or if they had the option to, they wouldn't be choosing the garbage. They're not like self-selecting the garbage. Where it's like I could just have a nice steak, but I'm choosing garbage tonight for ethical reasons.
And they'll bring every chance they get, they'll bring it up.
Yeah.
Like most people, that would be the last thing they wanted to tell you is that they have to live out of the garbage. But that's the only thing they want to talk about. And
Yeah, those are the people that Republicans point to where they're like, nah, people want to be homeless.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It's
Oh
like
my God.
It's like 8 people and they all live in Portland, Oregon.
Do you think there's a 1-to-1 that I feel like not every crust punk is a freegan, but there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like a good, like if your dad is like a Republican senator, that's how you're like fuck you, is you become a freegan or a crust punk.
Yeah, you get back at them that way. But they're also irresistible to Mitt Romney types.
No, crust punk. Well, crust punks are like mean. I don't think he would like that. A crust punk would.
Or I guess the final iteration of crust punk, or what Kirsten Sinema became when she became a stand-up woman.
Yeah,
she still had like a quirk to her.
Well, yeah, well, that's just like a quirky sort of like the character fucking what's her name played in Arrested Development. Where they think she's just like a manic pixie dream girl, but she just like has a fucking brain injury.
I don't remember.
Who played
It's
that?
been so long.
Charlize Theron's character in Arrested Development. That's the
Charlize Theron was in Arrested Development?
Right, that's who played that, right?
No, Portia Rossi.
No, Portia Rossi played the sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Charlize. Thank you. Liza Minnelli played other Lucille.
Mr. F. Oh shit, Savannah Guthrie's paying the
okay, so what the fuck is going on with this?
Dude, I don't know either.
Do you think Yasher did it? That's why he's getting all these scoops.
He's doing it for Iran, bro.
yeah. Read this message live on air, or you'll never see your mom again. He's doing it for like another house to live in.
Yeah, I like that he's he hates the Islamic Republic, but also he's not like a Pahlavist either.
Well, yeah, who is it? Yeah, but like who? Like,
but I would assume, if your like main thing is like hating the Islamic Republic, like you probably, especially if you're in America, you're in the media, like you have one route,
But he is like a lib though. Like,
yeah, he is. He's not. He doesn't fuck with MEK. Like he's actually very realistic about like the outcomes of Iran, while simultaneously is like fuck the Islamic Republic.
He's weird. Like, he's not an out-and-out Zionist, but he does, he selectively shits on people who are, like...
Yeah, he'll be critical of Israel, he'll be very critical of Israel in an unexpected way from, unexpected in comparison to, the rest of the anti-Islamic Republic people.
Yeah,
He's calling balls and strikes, brother. You're just hating on him because he's doing what needs to be done.
I would never have the wherewithal to kidnap someone. I'm too fun-loving to have a hostage.
But I don't understand this because, I'm not disrespecting Savannah Guthrie, but something that is very weird about it is, why would you kidnap an 84-year-old woman?
Yeah, that is,
that... Yeah. I guess it's easier to kidnap an 84-year-old woman, but it's I was thinking about this a lot. It's and I'm not even saying this as a joke. I was like, is it more valuable because they have less time remaining? Or is it, because at that point it's things can go south very easily when you're kidnapping an 84-year-old woman, where it's you literally, there's the medication that you gotta fucking take with you, you know what I mean? Because you want to keep them alive.
Yeah. Oh my God. And 84-year-olds who aren't hostages just wander out of places.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Easy to take, hard to maintain every day.
That's why it's easier to kidnap kids, literally, because they can't fight back, and on top of that, they're easier upkeep in general.
Oh my God, it's so easy. If you have the personality type where you would kidnap a kid, earplugs, don't listen to this. If you kidnap a kid, you could keep them going. You could feed them for 83 cents a day.
Yeah.
That's how many, just fruit roll-ups. You can feed a kid fruit roll-ups for a year, and they'll be like, I thank you for the best year of my life.
Yeah, it's just the upkeep is much easier. They're smaller, so you can put them in a bag or something if necessary. Where an 84-year-old is logistically the hardest Like, I mean, no, the hardest is like an adult, I would say. Obviously, like a physically competent adult would be the hardest to kidnap. But anyway, they kidnapped Savannah Guthrie's 85-year-old mother, which is insane. And she already has like a lot of medical complications. And I guess like some people suspect that there might be like an Epstein connection as well, but I don't think so. I don't know.
Don't you think they would just like kill like?
Yeah, I feel like they would just be like, this is because of Epstein, and then fucking kill him or something, or I don't know.
But they also like didn't give her demands or anything. It just seems like it's someone who hates Savannah Guthrie. You know what I mean?
But who hates Savannah Guthrie? Why would you hate?
Know.
Like, why would you hate Savannah Guthrie? Like, okay, it's schizophrenic. Like, I assume.
Yeah.
Guy who like watched too much television. Because I don't think you develop, and there are a lot of guys like that in America. So who knows? But
do you ever randomly stumble on those YouTube channels where it's just like it goes back 20 years and it's every news broadcast like ever, and it's just they're all just listed by like date.
Oh, I love that.
There's so many guys like that, and those guys are just. They're waiting to snap. Gun to my head, I would say it's one of those. But no, man, if you kidnap a kid, you can literally put them on a leash, and people go, "Oh, I guess that's just a bad kid." If I kidnapped an 84-year-old and I had her on a leash, everyone would yell at me, even though it makes more sense to put an 84-year-old on a leash in a lot of circumstances. Yeah. And if you put an adult man on a leash, it really depends. It depends where you go, what kind of reaction you would get. The point is,
I think maybe parasocial. I don't know. I just don't fucking understand like what the logic is. Like if it was like a politician or something.
Yeah, what could Savannah Guthrie like do that? What is? Do you think it's like if you want to see your grandma again, like read our shitcoin address out online? Like what is? Like do they want her to do a pump and dump? Like how do you even like really make enough money for this to be worth it?
But Brian Ensign says the new note did not have any new ransom demands or provide a way for the Guthrie family to communicate with the sender, according to KOLD news director.
What if they just really like are fans of the mom?
Savannah Guthrie's mom?
Yeah, they just really like her. Because what else? What other reason is what else are they trying to fucking do? I don't know.
It's just
no demands.
It's such a random kidnapping that like I cannot wrap my mind around it at all. Ghislaine has been allowed private time with guests and laptops, by the way. Oh, she's getting out. So
yeah, no, she's 100% getting out.
Ghislaine Innocence Project, like she's getting out.
But not before she testifies to Congress that like Donald Trump like rescued.
He rescued
handsome. Like he was hot. He rescued like a dozen girls.
She said he was gentleman-like in his conduct every time they were around one another. It's like it really is like if you were to make like a very mean bully 14-year-old the president.
Yeah.
Like their way of thinking about this stuff is so crude. There's nothing sophisticated about it. Like it's just straight up like we are gonna go talk to Ghislaine Maxwell, my defense attorney, who I made the deputy attorney general, is gonna go and have a private meeting with the key witness, the only remaining key witness to this entire global sex trafficking blackmail operation that I'm entangled with virtually every person in my administration, by the way.
And the last one.
Which is the reason why we even know about the additional details. Like that was the domino effect of making Alexander Acosta the labor secretary.
That was insane. But also, I mean, like they made fucking Peter Mandelson the ambassador to the United States. I mean, I thought that was fucking insane. And obviously, there's the argument that they did that because when he sees Trump, it'll be like, hey, remember?
Yeah.
But it's still like, no. I used to think, like, apparently it's just no one really reported on it in the UK. Well, you can't. They have, both the culture of journalism there and their laws. But Acosta, like, do you think there was any...
He just really loved labor.
Yeah.
That was a secret project.
What if he was, like, awesome at it?
Yeah.
It's like the best we've ever had.
He's like, listen, I come from a union family.
Yeah. Listen.
My family are stevedores. We have a long tradition. We're a union family.
Yeah. Listen, I cut deals with Mossad-backed sex traffickers. That's just my day job.
Yeah.
What I really do, I when I clock out, you ask my family, I go to picket lines and I hand out donuts and shit.
He was gonna do card check.
Yeah. He was doing all this to get to card check.
Yeah, that's what he was like. He was really pissed off that Obama never followed through on that. He was like, I'm gonna finally get card check for the American labor movement.
He was like secret. He was doing like a whole like black bloc get up to like trying to organize wildcat strikes.
Yeah, he was salting. Yeah, he's just the salt. He's the guy. He was that dude. That's why he was like, listen, I participated in the cover-up of this like CIA Mossad joint sex trafficking blackmail operation so that one day I could be the guy for the labor union under Donald Trump. Yeah. And then people were like, wait a minute, weren't you the prosecutor that gave a sweetheart plea bargain to fucking Jeffrey Epstein that allowed him to leave prison amidst his like pedophilia, sex trafficking?
Have an office in the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
When he was supposedly in state's custody.
Yeah, no, he was doing a work from home scheme.
Yeah.
Like, it was normal, totally normal stuff.
Well, that was his idea because he wanted like white collar unionization too.
Yeah.
And he wanted to show that like work from home, people are still productive.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a big advocate for remote work. He loved it. When COVID happened, he was like, oh, we should keep this going post-COVID.
He had so he's Bill Barr in the first one. And Bill Barr, like, obviously he's connected to it through his dad. But you really see the difference in when you have a Bill Barr and when you don't. Because, Bill Barr, and pretty much everyone in that first one.
Are you trying to tell me Pam Bondi is not holding up to Bill Barr's standards?
Pam Bondi is another one where it's like, she was fucking Attorney General. Like, what the... But, you know, same idea, though. Like, Bill Barr... When they were like, okay, look at the Epstein files, whatever they called them at the time. Bill Barr, you didn't even have to say anything to him. He's like, oh, my boss, like Donald Trump is for sure all over these.
Yeah.
And this time, no one in there, except like maybe JD on some level, they're all like legitimately surprised.
Yeah, no,
that
like
he's in there.
like Dan Bongino had a crisis of conscience where he was like, oh my God. I've talked about these elite pedophiles my whole career. It turns out my boss is the elite pedophile.
It's like the worst person you can have working for you
is a true believer.
Yeah, it's someone who doesn't think you would ever commit a sex crime. Like that is because they won't think to preemptively cover it up.
Yeah. That's why he was having such a hard time when he was the deputy director, when they kept being like, hey, remember how you talked about QAnon a lot? This is suspicious. And he was like, it's something different. And he would just like knock stuff over and run away.
What do you think? I would give anything to see the meeting he had with like whoever told him like, okay, asshole, here's your real job. Like, here's what you actually have to do. I would have done anything to see like the moment when he realizes it.
Yeah.
Did you see his first broadcast back?
Yeah, of course, I sent it to you.
Oh yeah. Where he's doing the shitty shadow boxing.
Yeah.
He just like doesn't look like anything. I think I wouldn't say I feel bad for him, but I could like the relief on his face was palpable.
Yeah.
Like it was like, okay,
it's
you're
a 2 for
out
2.
It's
a 2 for 2 though, because like he also does genuinely love the game. Like he loves podcasting. Yeah. He's like his whole shit is botted. First of all, it's on Rumble.
Oh,
so
yeah.
like he's getting like 750,000 live concurrent viewers.
I love it. Rumble is so fucking awesome.
Like
just every show there has 20 billion fucking viewers.
Yeah. And it's like guys you've never heard, like guys who actually did get fired for raping people at Fox News, but you didn't even hear about it because they were so low level. They were low level rapists.
Yeah, like Tyrus.
They didn't even get like a Newsmax deal after, because that's where you go, or not Newsmax. What is it? OAN or no? What?
They're taking Newsmax and OAN.
Yeah. It's like OAN and Newsmax is where you go when you rape too much at Fox News.
Yeah. Oh my God. Eric Bolling will get one of those jobs, but they'll get someone who is on like The 5 with Kennedy.
Yeah. He's like the weekend guest slot for The 5.
My favorite...
Oh, News Nation, not Newsmax.
My favorite guy who got Fox News Me Too, but I think he's back at Fox News, maybe, is Tyrus.
Tyrus got Me Too'd?
Yeah, well, it wasn't like... He didn't like rape, but he did... He tried to fuck, what's her name? Kat McGillicuddy or whatever the fuck her... You know, Kat Timpf? Kat Timpf.
My goat.
They made like Tyrus. They made.
How many baby mamas does Tyrus have? People also ask, how much does Fox News pay Tyrus? Does Kat, Timph, and Tyrus get along?
No, there was actually a lawsuit. Tyrus, they made fucking...
Okay, well, this Google answer is giving me a very different answer. It says, Tyrus and Kat Timph are an amazing duo on Buttfeld. They're not just colleagues, they're great friends who always bring their A game. I love how they speak their minds and personality with each other. It's always entertaining. Tyrus is definitely a standout with his witty humor and impressive wrestling background.
Is this the AI's official opinion?
No, I think this is a Facebook post.
Yeah, I know. I just like to imagine that the AI becomes sentient and loves Tyrus. But I think they made Forgiato Blow out of his DNA, though. By the way, look at them side by side. This is Big Boss, Forgiato Blow, Solidus. But
yes,
it's like perfect 1-1. But Tyrus, see if you can find the text that Tyrus was sending Kat Timph, because they're really good. Like, this is, granted, he got fired, but they let him back because they actually read the text and they were like,
"You have swag."
Yeah, Kat, we're actually firing you for not fucking Tyrus because he was doing really well here.
Tyrus and Kat Timph. Wait, it was a Kat Timph that he tried to like...
It might have been another fucking person named Kat. Tyrus, Kat.
Tyrus, let's see, Tyrus, Fox News.
Sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Tyrus, sexual harassment. It just sends you to Tyrus's, like, booking agent. If you want Tyrus...
Oh, Britt McHenry!
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She's so different from Liz Timph. How could I get them mixed up?
Yeah.
All these people are so
all these
different.
Bry Lilith ass names.
Yeah, I was closer with Kat McGillicuddy. That's like closer to her name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fox News settled a lawsuit filed by former host Britt McHenry, who alleged she was sexually harassed by the network's pro wrestler turned commentator Tyrus. Terms of settlement were not disclosed. In the motion to dismiss the suit filed by both parties, while Fox News is confident it would have prevailed in the lawsuit, we are pleased. Wait, so Fox News was defending Tyrus.
Yeah.
That
is great outfit by Tyrus there, by the way.
Yeah, he looks very professional.
He looks awesome.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Oh, man.
The suit filed in December 2019 alleged that Tyrus, whose real name is George Murdoch. Wow.
That's like a woman strangler name.
Yeah.
Whenever you read about a guy who wasn't quite a serial killer, but he just strangled like 2 women.
Sent sexually suggestive text message and photos and behaved inappropriately towards her when they were teamed in 2018 as co-hosts on the Fox News streaming show Un-PC. Okay, that's the other thing. It's like, what do you think was gonna happen? I'm not victim blaming. Okay, I'm not victim blaming.
The show's called Un-PC.
But you literally, it's whenever like a Steven Crowder lieutenant comes out and is like, Steven Crowder put his penis on my shoulder and didn't allow me to take the weekends off. And I'm like, you're at the Steven Crowder network. Like, what did you...
Did you ever watch his show?
Yeah, what, you think he was fake? He was he's actually a really good boss.
He's a great guy, actually. Don't let any of his public statements or anything he's ever done fool you.
Like, his entire worldview revolves around paying workers less and being a fucking asshole all the time. Well, I don't understand why, women that go and work for Fox News are, shocked when the commentary revolves around women not deserving anything. And also sexual harassment is just how things used to be done. And then they're surprised. They do the surprise Pikachu face when the guys are also like that off camera.
I love the fucking Crowder guys are the funniest to me though, because they are literally I got into Steven Crowder like everyone else did when we saw his viral video, Crowder destroys rape victim. 1 year into my job, I was shocked when Steven shoved a walkie-talkie up my ass.
Yeah.
And then just figured out the most painful words for my prostate to endure. I didn't believe Steven was capable of that. The New York Times won't... Is it? No, this is the LA Times. They might actually show the text that Tyrus sent. Britt McDoodle or whatever... Britt McHenry. Sorry.
Fox News brought in 2 outside law firms to investigate allegations. Neither inquiry supported McHenry's claims, according to the company, which led her to file the lawsuit. I'm very proud to have stood up for my rights and hope that I've empowered other women. See, this is the other side of it, where it's okay, you're woke now.
Yeah.
Are you woke now? Are you? How does this work?
I guess everyone says empower women because it just.
Wait. Also, Yashar got the scoop on this as well.
Ooh. Do you think Yashar? I always picture Yashar. This is maybe not fair to him. I may be judging him on his appearance, But I feel like he's a Varys the Spider type, and I could see him like he was in Tyrus's ear, and he was like, you know who I heard wants to fuck you? Britt McHenry. And Tyrus just doesn't. He's like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm Tyrus.
Yeah, I'm Tyrus. Of course she wants this. And it said that Tyrus sent her sexually suggestive photos, which means that he was doing like
Pull your
stripteases.
boobs out? He said, just pull your boobs out now, why
pull 'em
don't
out.
you? Just grin and bear it?
Oh God.
Wait, he said, keep being negative and I'll send you another dick pic, which implies he knows that because normally when a guy is like this, they think the other party wants to see the dick pic. Tyrus in this situation knows that the other party does not want to see the dick pic and is threatening to send the dick pic.
Well, we had this. It's a really old one from like the beginning of the show. That this idea that like, no, of course women hate sex. They hate having sex with men. It's boring to them. No guy's good at it, but they do it to reward cool men. But that's like what he thinks.
Yeah.
You'll have to endure my cock again if you keep being mean to me.
What the fuck? What a freak.
The text
Wait,
was
also, he won this lawsuit. That's crazy. Well, I don't know.
Who was the fucking
They
judge?
got two outside litigators. Tyrus, a Fox News distributor, host on the network's subscription streaming service. Fox Nation sent lewd and inappropriate text messages. Just pull your boobs out now, why don't you? Just grin and bear it and keep being negative and I'll send you another dick pic. In June, Daily Beast reported Tyrus was pulled off the show he co-hosted with McHenry after McHenry complained to the network about him. Between November 2018 and 2019, Tyrus sent texts like this one to McHenry. I love the fact you're always working. If we ever had sex, I feel like after an orgasm...
That's mostly right. You got most of the way.
You say, speaking of feeling good, did you see the story on the puppy rescue? We should do a segment on it. Hand me the phone.
How did she not fuck him? How did that not work?
In response to his text message, McHenry replied, ha 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 ha.
That's such a good hypothetical. That's such a good... He put all his brain power into that.
He put all of the effort into spelling orgasm that way.
Yeah, it was like when a marathon runner crosses the finish line.
Yeah,
During the last
and then they
one.
collapse
He's like,
and shit themselves.
His nipples were bleeding by the time he finished.
Tyrus was shitting himself after typing orgasm.
What is like? What did he think she would say to that?
She said, "Ha ha 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 ha."
This is. I mean,
this is literally like, this is the closest you can get to raping someone via text message.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane.
It's also just like, I don't think everyone has the problem I do where
there's
like,
no room for like, oh, it was a gray area and he didn't understand.
Right. There was
out.
flirting on set, but no, this is just
there's
like
no
straight
defense.
up like
he just literally said, "You don't want to see my penis, and I'm threatening to send it to you."
Grin and bear it. Like, I don't think everyone has the same problem I do, where you imagine yourself in these situations where you do or say something about, like, you imagine meeting Ella Purnell and you're like, you know, you want to come to my Gmod server, and you physically react like you did it. And I think everyone has, and I think it's a common problem, the problem that I have. But also
I'm always thinking about that.
Just, I don't know why
I'm gonna see Dua Lipa and be like, "Hey, would you like to join my Gmod server?" No, don't look at the life-size recreation of Dua Lipa. No, oh no! I'm just like the penis guy. I just stumbled and showed you my Gmod server.
I guess that is kind of like I'm thinking of like social versions of Pants Can Do, but there were so many people who like all the invasive thoughts that you have where it's like, wouldn't it fucking suck if I did this? What would happen to my life if I did this? Who would still be friends with me if I did this? Everyone who has, when you cannot control it, all these thoughts that are just like, what is the worst fucking, most uncool, like life-ruiningly embarrassing thing I can do?
I can tell you, Tyrus has never had that thought.
Right, no, there are people who just do that. They don't, it bypasses the thought process, and they only hear the thought in their mind, and they go, "Oh, that's a good idea."
Yeah, no, Tyrus thinks that's awesome. Tyrus thinks you would love to see this, and immediately want to fuck me.
Yeah.
It doesn't. There's no other thought.
Yeah, there's no. it's not an invasive thought. Like, those are the only thoughts they have. Those are the only ones are the thoughts where it's like, what if we was at a news desk and you was sucking my ass and balls? It's like, what if?
Like, what is the expectation in them? I mean, I guess you're like catatonically horny, so you're just like not even thinking. But like, what's the expectation? Oh yeah, I would love that. Like, has that ever?
Tyrus, come over now and fuck me.
Like, that's not a thing. Like, you could be the hottest guy of all time. You could be Adam Levine.
Adam, yeah,
the Maroon 5
guy. Yeah, or James McCaffrey, Max Payne's voice actor.
Yes.
One of the best looking guys ever.
Yes, you could be either of these two men who are at the top of their games, okay? And if you were to send a text message like that, there's not a lot of women. There aren't a lot of women that would be like, yes, I would like to have sex with you.
Yeah. Yeah, like, there are some guys who can just, they can make things cool, but it gets to a point. It gets to a point where, like, if you...
Andrew said, Adam Levine literally sexted, I might have to see the booty. Okay, but that's fire.
That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like, if I said that, it would suck.
That's like the Harry Sisson.
Yeah, Harry Sisson's. Remember how he got Me Too'd for, like...
being a stud.
Yeah, like getting too many bra pictures.
Yeah.
He wasn't even getting nudes.
That wasn't even awesome. That's not even awesome, like, misogynistic shit. Like, he just straight up was like...
bra pictures.
Doing ethical polyamory.
Yeah. Which, it's not even polyamory. He's just, like, 21.
Yeah.
I remember there was this annoying...
What was it? It was like, your body is absurd or something. No, what was it?
Adam Levine said, your body is tea. Yeah.
No, that was Adam Levine. I'm talking about Harry Sisson. He said...
Oh, he probably said something cool.
He was like, oh, I can't wait to drink wine and watch NPR with you. My goat.
That rock. No, dude, I'm a Harry Sisson fan.
He said, holy fuck, that ass so fat.
Dude, that's a real... Everyone has felt this, right? Everyone has felt like a pair, like you said, catatonic horniness. I remember the first time when I like took like real Adderall that wasn't just like one of my idiot friends like test it. That's awesome. And that worked, by the way. He probably got 5 bra pictures out of that shit. Everyone's been catatonically horny, and when you're like that, if you're capable of like thoughts and feelings and abstract ideas, you do some embarrassing shit. Like I
don't. I just jerk off. I shut off everything.
Well,
and I jerk off.
No, now I know to jerk off. Yeah. Right. But
that's what you got to do.
But I've been caught unawares. I've bought furniture that I don't need because I've been like it's just it happens. Sometimes you just don't have the immediate command presence to go whack off. But Tyrus, he doesn't think that's bad. Like he isn't like, oh no, I'm in a state where I could ruin my life. He just thinks, oh, I'm like radiating cum. They must really want me now.
Yeah, my pheromones.
Yeah, but Harry also feels that, but he succeeds.
Yeah, because he's woke.
Yeah,
that's why woke is good.
Yeah,
because when a woke gets that level of horny, they just go, oh, I can't wait to sit around and listen to Up First with you, babe. And I won't be skipping the ads. Like,
I can't wait for a fucking...
Michael Barbaro to whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
Yeah, I cannot wait for a night with the Daily and you. Like... No, dude, you remember that fucking annoying conservative lady who's like, I've dealt with guys like this. And
yeah!
It's like, first of all, no, you haven't. You've never had a fucking guy like Harry Sisson.
Yeah, you would never be able to have a guy like Harry Sisson. How dare you?
That's 5-star pipe, lady.
Yeah.
Let's cool your jets, okay, hun? But she like tried to make it a Me Too thing, and it's like, first of all, lady, you're 47. You should, if you were on Snapchat, you should be arrested. Harry Sisson could be your grandson.
Sounds like a fridge just started. Okay, chat, shut the fuck up. I'm making coffee.
He actually has he has a guy like juggling around a coffee cup and running around back there.
Yeah, I'm beating his ass. They're saying you got frame mogged by Charlie Kirk. Hassan ran into Charlie Kirk at the DNC, got brutally frame mogged by him.
How tall was Charlie? He was like 6'7", right?
No, he's. I think either we're on the same height or he might be like a little bit taller than me. I can't remember.
You know, I ran in the flesh.
What's up, Charlie? How you doing?
You gotta send me commission on all the YouTube.
No, yeah, you guys look like this.
Anyway, he did not fucking frame mog me,
No,
bro.
they look the same height.
He did not frame mog me, bro. Chill.
I don't know why.
I saw someone on like Spanish Twitter or something, or like German Twitter, be like, it seems like he had a good relationship with everyone but his fucking wife. Truly, like he had a fairly good relationship with everyone, including people who despise him, like myself.
There's no clips of him having like a moment with his wife.
Soft
that's
moment.
Like,
Yeah.
No, it just always like she's always just. I mean, she's a true performer, and not in a good way.
No.
That clip of her where she's like, "All right, y'all, great dance routines at my husband's funeral," and then she like remembers it's supposed to be sad.
Yeah.
She's like, "And also my kids are definitely crying, but we sold so much merchandise."
Yeah. Isn't it wonderful how much merch we sold?
She's
also she like has
God.
She does put the accent on too, because like she's like lived in Czechoslovakia or some shit.
Yeah,
like, she's
yeah.
not. She is like. She had like a True World like reality TV show thing that he tried to do
She was on
with her
Amazing
boyfriend.
Race.
Or Amazing Race.
She tried
sorry.
to get on Amazing Race, yeah.
Yeah. She's done it all.
I mean, she's sort of like a Gretchen Carlson type person too, because she was like a PhD. Gretchen Carlson was what show? She was on like
She lived in Chongqing, China.
Yeah. No, Gretchen Carlson, the Fox News host, she like went to Princeton and shit. She like grew up in a very like rich suburb in Minnesota, and she like, but you just pretend to be just like this yokel.
Like, yeah, I hate that.
And Erica Kirk, yeah, isn't she? She's
It's
like
the same with fucking the Kennedy from Louisiana. It's like, you're a Rhodes Scholar. You're a fucking Rhodes Scholar.
He's so funny.
Oh yeah, I got colloquialisms for days.
He was just like some dickhead. Like he was a Democrat. He was like an urbane Democrat, and then he's like, "All right, I see which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah.
Who remembers lynchings? I do." And
yeah, it's like you sound like the old pedophile from Family Guy for no reason. Like, again, this motherfucker is a Rhodes Scholar, okay? Like, we know he has read books. He's putting on a fucking show whenever he's like, "All right, y'all."
He is probably
Howdy.
Oh my God, he's probably gotten into like epistolary arguments over Faulkner novels.
Yes.
He's probably
yes.
like spent like a 6-month back and forth like letter writing.
You know
arguments.
his ass was all up in that Oxford Union. Like
Yeah.
he was doing debates, and he did not sound like Herbert the pervert when he was doing that.
Dude, just start sounding like that when you're like 52.
Yeah.
I mean, again, there is like, I was thinking about this the other day. Why the greatest advantage to being a man, it is like the type of social transition you're allowed as a man.
Yeah.
That you can always become a different type of person.
Erica Kirk.
And no one will say anything.
Erica Kirk was able to do that too,
But like,
though.
not really. You know what I mean? Like, not really. No one really fucking buys it.
Yeah,
No one is into it. No one likes Erica Kirk. With John Kennedy, people knew John Kennedy his entire fucking life. They were like, "Oh my God, John, I was just thinking about you. There's a new translation of Proust out," and he's like, "Who the hell is Proust? I've certainly never studied him or written my master's thesis on him. I'm going to the seed store and then I'm going to shoot a crocodile.
I'm illiterate.
Yeah,
I don't know how to read or write.
I've never seen a letter." And they're like, "Okay, have a good day, John."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, I guess he changed."
He has a British accent after behind closed doors. He's like, "Yes, indubitably."
He probably when the doors close and the camera's off, he probably dresses and acts like Lois Griffin's dad, like Carter Peter Schmidt. No, but you're allowed to. All those Rogan guys, like I talked the Elephant Graveyard video. We talked about it too, like the transitioning into your new guy.
Yeah,
like what Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
did.
well, they all go Dominican, which is cool, and I like that.
I'm a Dick Zuckerberg fan. You know,
Dick Zuckerberg.
I love him. I really wish that Elon fought him.
Yeah, look at this. Was this man's wife the only person he didn't have a normal relationship with? I saw it in German Twitter too.
Very true. It's a very good observation.
Yeah. Also, let's talk about the real wifey, my queen. My queen.
So what possessed her to go in this direction with it? Like the YA direction?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this proves that she's just like genuinely mentally ill.
Yeah,
and
she's
also
a
not
crazy
very
per-
smart.
She's
like,
a legitimate crazy person.
Because if there was a better balance of like if she was grifting and she was a little bit more intelligent,
yeah,
she would know not to do this.
Right. The most salacious angle to take is like Erica killed him. Like, yeah, just keep hitting on that. Like he was betrayed by TPUSA. This shit where
Erica Kirk killed him alongside Israel.
Yeah,
is the perfect conspiracy, but she had to tie it back to like herself somehow. Because like crazy people like this always have to be the center of the story, and then it was like Brigitte Macron. Brace's gender fluid Brigitte.
I called her a passoid.
Oh yeah, passoid.
It's a famous passoid.
Yeah.
It like she's going so YA with it. Like they were both the chosen ones, and then this Erica chick got in the way.
Yeah, it's just like I know for a fact this is like what she's saying. She must believe.
Oh yeah. I mean, well,
because it's embarrassing.
And they did, like, to her credit, there was a text where Charlie's like, you know, who knows what he was going for here? But he goes, sometimes I feel like I'm a time traveler. And I don't think he meant that literally.
Yeah, he was trying to fuck you.
Right, he was trying to fuck
like,
her.
He had never met a woman. He had never met a woman like you, Candace.
Right. Or he was just like, we're the world's first, like, you're the first like hag for a heterosexual. You know what I mean? Like that. I don't know. He didn't know that term, but he was like, whatever that is, you're that for me. But he wasn't serious. But because she's crazy, she's like, oh my god, he told me. It was right in front of me.
Yeah. And now, but like, I will give her credit for. Well, one, I love that. Like, she just destroyed single-handedly the perfect opportunity for the Republicans to like.
They thought it was gonna be like. They thought it was just like, it was going to be Reagan for the next 20 years, and she's just like...
Like, we're going to have photos of fucking Charlie Kirk like Saddam Hussein in every classroom, you know what I mean? Nope.
They thought they were going to get like 20 billion people fired, and she just turns it into a spectacle about how Charlie, like, was an X-Man, basically.
Luckily, she didn't do that initially, though. That's why I'm saying, like, she slow-rolled the fucking insanity. So, when she came out of the gate swinging, she, like... exhausted how not exhausted, but like she exploited how like unconvincing the main narrative was, so that like everyone it was maximum impact because of Israel. Everyone was like, oh, this seems like this is definitely it. And then Benjamin Netanyahu came out and did like those 4 videos where he's like, we did not kill Charlie Kirk. We would never do that. It's a school ground. We would have killed all the children if it was us.
We would have never sent a sniper. It would have been an aerial attack.
Yeah.
I mean, well, that is the thing. That is like the thing about successful crazy people.
Yeah.
And by successful crazy people, I mean crazy people who get other like not as crazy people to go along with them. There's always like a bit of like truth seeming stuff in there, or they string you along with something that seems legit. Everyone in this world who is like a content creator of any type. They have gotten DMs where you think you have something. You think you have like a scoop, you know? Someone's like, hey, I've got the inside line on, you know, fucking the DNC, right? And they tell you one thing that seems like kind of, oh, there's this thing about this contractor. That's kind of weird. And then they're like, and anyway, I could tell because the secretary of the DNC who got me committed to the mental hospital has been showing up in my dreams. And you're like, okay, I get it. Fucking lunatic. I'll see you.
You got us in the first half.
Yeah.
Candace, luckily, like it was perfect. Like it was the perfect planet alignment where right place, right time, right amount of crazy, uses the existing enmity towards Israel to just single-handedly reframe the narrative.
If she had started out with like
astral projection, it would not have worked.
If she had started out with like me and Charlie, we used to do mental airdrops to each other. People have been like, "Okay, go away, you lunatic." But she's a lifelong crazy. So she knows what she's doing.
You think Erica's also trying to do the same thing now? Look, because Erica confirms Candace's claim that lights would flicker when Charlie was around is a total frequency thing.
What the hell? What? Do you think she's just like? Do you think?
She's
Do you think that's like guilt?
She's gonna start doing if I did it. Like, just to lean into the grip, she's like, well, a lot of people want to see this, seemingly. Candace is doing great with her numbers.
That's kind of what I think.
What if I killed Charlie?
Dude, that is kind of what I think, is that she's like, okay, like, obviously, if someone says all this crazy shit about your husband and implies that you did it, you have to be mad at them. But my numbers are shit. Hers are better than mine.
Yeah.
I need to, like, go along with this the best I can.
Well, let's see what Candace's, like, new meta is, because she went from Israel, then she went to France, and she was like, you know who the real Jews are? The French. Which was awesome. That was awesome. No, she literally was like, well, you know, the FBI was created by the French.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, you missed out on big chunks of this. I'm
behind on Candace.
I was following along I would tune in to her live broadcast.
I am very behind it.
Yeah. So let's see what she's at now. Where she's at now.
Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. That's why that sentence caught my attention in the article. He spoke about the street lamps that would go off when he would run, about the special school that he had to go to.
Where there was a bald guy, but he could levitate. He was handicapped, but he could levitate. The bald guy could. And then there was a Holocaust survivor who was his best friend. But of course, we don't believe the Holocaust at the Candace Owens show. The official position of the Candace Owens show is that it didn't happen. But if it did, then it was good that it happened, and more should happen. And the Holocaust guy could bend spoons. What the fuck? Charlie Kirk was an X-Man? Oh my God.
About a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood, the testing that both of us had to endure. We spoke about the fact that we could both astral project. You know all of this, of course. You have his phone. And how surprised we were when we learned that not everybody does that naturally. Sleep paralysis, you name it. We had conversations about it.
Charlie...
I would love to hear her, like...
No, you missed this. She said Charlie Kirk went to X-Men School for the Gifted.
In Lake Forest, Illinois?
No, like
there.
Okay, no, listen again.
Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. That's why that sentence caught my attention in the article. He spoke about the street lamps that would go off when he would run, about the special school that he had to go to. He spoke about a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood, the testing that both of us had to endure.
She's saying he went to Xavier's School for the Gifted.
And again,
Professor Charles Xavier.
We talked about this on the show. Imagine you're like a mutant who has electricity powers, and you're like, okay, what am I going to do with this amazing ability?
Foster Freeze, please give me $100 million so I can convince old people that I'm actually convincing young people about conservatism.
I have a 1 in a billion power. I have not even scratched the surface of what I can do. I can manipulate electromagnetic fields. Maybe I can train this power. If I did, it would put me on this unprecedented level, this unprecedented human level. Maybe I'm the next step in human evolution. I'm leapfrogging 20 trillion years. What should I do? Okay, get rid of the death tax. Like, what? That's your thing?
Yeah, that's what I would do. That's my life's mission.
If you had the powers of Dr. Manhattan, and you're like, okay, my lane is politics, but what I care about is Obama's hip-hop barbecue. I didn't like it. Are you going to use your powers in politics? Absolutely not.
No, we're going to use it on Obama's hip-hop barbecue.
Yeah, we're going to do this fair and square, okay? I'm not using my amazing abilities.
Dude, remember when they did the diaper thing? That's what he was using his power for. To wear a diaper on a college campus.
Yeah.
To make fun of, to own the libs.
Yeah, it's... You don't think at some point he would have used his electricity power like during a debate?
Yeah.
Like what if he was debating?
He would have used it against Cenk when he got up on.
Oh my God!
I live like a capitalist every day, every single day, Cenk.
If I was him,
he would have lasered him right there.
Oh my! Cenk is lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
But if I was him, you know what I would do is I would have one of those like debates from the God Is Not Dead movies where they're like, okay, for the first time ever, we're having a religious guy debate an atheist. It's never been done before. And Charlie would obviously be the God guy. And the atheist would go, if God's real, how come he won't turn that light off? And then if I was Charlie, I would start Naruto running. The lights off. How come he didn't do that? He could have saved 1 trillion souls, but he didn't. Why?
But turns out Erica Kirk is confirming it. So
We signed for you to know that Charlie's with you in something. When we first started dating, we were walking to dinner one night, and this happened a lot. The lights would start to flicker. And he'd look up at the light and be like, you know, it's so weird. This happens to me a lot. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah. So our whole dating and whole marriage, anytime we'd be away.
I've never told you, but my husband was an electricity guy.
Yeah.
You know the show The Boys? He was kind of like, what's her name?
also it's like a meme almost where
What are you talking about?
it's literally the worst version of this power. Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm so, my power is so awesome. I flicker lights on and off.
Could you imagine how annoying it would be to like be roommates with him when you were like 19? Like you're trying to play fucking Madden.
And he walks in.
It's like, Charlie, slow down. You know you turn off the lights when you go too fast.
Yeah.
Oh my, he probably got kicked out of every gym he ever belonged to.
He was in good shape.
That's what, oh, maybe that's what he used his power for.
Yeah.
He would go to Equinox, and to prevent gay guys from having sex, he would run by the sauna.
I like that in your headcanon, the only way he can turn the lights off is if he's running.
I know, yeah.
He's like, he has to get a certain speed going, otherwise he can't flicker the lights.
Well, Erica, who's a liar, said, "Oh, it happened when he walked by every time." It doesn't make any sense. Candace, who's an expert, said when he would run.
Yes.
No, he had to achieve a certain speed. Oh my god! Like he was probably. No, students of the X-Men comic books know this. This is made. It doesn't make sense to have a guy who just every time he walks by lights. Okay, when did that start? Obviously not when he was born, or else he would have fucked up the entire house. He would be dead.
Yeah.
But if he runs, you would have like that makes way more sense.
First time he ran, he probably ran outdoors. Like they didn't figure it out until like later in his life, at nighttime.
Oh, think how cool it must have been. He probably figured it out when he was a little kid and he would chase the ice cream truck. But when he got within like 15 meters of it, like the engine just shuts off. Oh, I can't wait till they give me a bunch of money to make the Charlie Kirk movie, and that's like one of the first scenes. And Erica's, by the way, obviously the villain of the movie. I will be having Erica played by Sir Ben Kingsley. No makeup. No, it's just gonna be Ben Kingsley, and he's gonna be like, "I'm Erica Kirk."
Oh, he's not even doing an accent.
No, he's not doing an accent at all. I'm Erica Kirk. I've given birth to our 3 beautiful children. I want to harness my husband's electricity powers for my own evil needs.
Like, or he would just look at me and wink. It was like our little thing. His power.
No, it wasn't your Candace.
It's a total frequency thing.
No, he's trying to steal Candace's shit.
Literally trying to steal her thunder.
Which is trying to...
the power that Charlie...
But you know what's funny about it is that even when she's talking about the light flicking, like they say, Erica confirms Candace's claim. No one even wants it to be her thing.
No, it is. But it is. Because, Erica, you were second to it. Why didn't you bring this up before, Erica?
Yeah.
It's just, like, this is such, like, third grader shit.
So
you have the alpha liar in the class, Candace, and then Mr. Me Too.
The night everything happened when we were in Utah, I was in a hotel room by myself, in one of the bedroom portion by myself, and the bathroom light was on, and it just was a strobe light all night, just flickering. And I was like, part of me couldn't sleep because it was a strobe light. The other part of me couldn't sleep because of how just my world has just crumbled, and the other part of me couldn't sleep because I was like, baby, I feel you. I know you're here.
What can you say? What, like,
brother?
Dude.
Oh my god.
Charlie, if you can hear us, can you... We're sorry, man. That sucks. I feel bad for anyone this happens to.
No, but like Candace is carrying the flame, though.
Right. That's what I mean. It's not embarrassing to necessarily be lied about. Like, if I died, and like Amber,
I'll be your Candace.
You, Amber, any of you were like, you know, every time Felix was around,
I just see vape clouds when I walk around, and I know Felix is there with me in spirit.
When Felix would do planks. Every Nintendo Switch, around him would turn off because he hated Nintendo. He hated their policy towards IP, but it would only happen when he did planks.
Yeah.
And
he could do them for a really long time. He could do it for hours.
He'd do it for hours, and he would do that when Nintendo was announcing a new thing because he wanted to sabotage them.
Yeah.
And the night he died, I was trying to play my Switch, trying to get my mind off it, and it just melted in my hands.
And I just knew in that moment.
I knew he was there.
I knew it.
But no, so like getting lied about is not like again like if people like after I died, they're like he had electricity powers, he could pick up a bag of Delta 8 and he could turn it into just 150 blue 30 milligram oxycodone.
Yeah.
With the M on it. I'd be in purgatory probably. I think I'm a purgatory type of guy. I'm too fun loving.
It's just if
to go to one of the two immediately. But I would be like thumbs up. But if someone was like, someone was doing the stuff Erica is doing, I would be having a terrible time in purgatory. I would feel so sad.
If Charlie had better powers, he wouldn't have died. By the way, like if he had like not light flickering powers, but something different, like he would be alive right now.
Well,
how kind of fucked up.
We haven't heard anything about the trial. Do you think Tyler Robinson maybe used like silver bullets or something?
Yeah,
or like antimatter
to take him out. Yeah,
he had an antimatter railgun.
Well, Tyler Robinson.
Tyler Robinson, who's actually Erica Kirk, her looper.
Tyler Robinson did kind of look like Charlie Kirk a little bit from the
it kind of did, yeah,
from a different timeline.
Well, there's a lot of that guy out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man, I like the story's like too convoluted and too long and just too much weird shit from my childhood, adolescence to get into it. But the one time there was a person who I'll just say I didn't want to talk to this person. I didn't want to see them or know who I was. I had not seen this person in like 5 years, and I ran into them at this place once. And she said to me, "Yeah, you look really familiar." And because I did not want to talk to her at all, just her presence really freaked me the fuck out. I went, "No, I'm just one of those guys that looks like a lot of people." Which is not true at all. That is fucking stupid. But this person was pretty dumb, so she was like, yeah, you know what, I think that's right. And it worked. Charlie really was one of those guys who looked like a lot of people.
Except for his freakishly tiny face.
A lot of people have that. But even, most people don't, like, I have met approximately 800,000 people who look exactly like Tyler Robinson and Charlie. Like when I went to camp, I went to camp in northern Wisconsin, and like half of them had that same fucking thing.
All right, let's look at Van Jones, who is back at it. He's
he has the blue thing.
He has the blue thing. He's standing up to hate.
So that means he was originally wearing a lapel pin that said "Dirty Jew."
The New York Times,
and then a guy put the blue thing over it.
The New York Times interviewed Clavicular. Oh my God! Oh, the gift that keeps on giving. Felix, you don't understand. I'm gonna put you on game, brother. I'm gonna put you on game. But first, let's look at Mao's Third World is Van Jones and what he's up to on the you can tell from the backdrop where he's at.
I know, yeah. We're about to have a real time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Progressives have a politics that says all white people are racist, all men are toxic, and all billionaires are evil.
Yep.
It's kind of hard to keep them on your side, and so we might want to think about if you're chasing people out of the party, you can't be mad when they leave. And maybe if we had a different politics, we actually said dignity for everybody, everybody's respected, and we need you, more people might stay.
He's so good.
I think he kind of nailed it.
He really does deserve the $100 million that Jeff Bezos gave him no reason.
How would he even...
Well, not for no reason.
Well, yeah, but okay, so Bezos gives him that money, so he's like, continue your work. But like, how does
continue your work?
That was it. He was like, you're doing such good work in whatever the fuck you do. Continue it.
Yeah.
How do you spend $100 million on like this? It's like a Brewster's Millions type thing.
Like Jeff Bezos is at this point giving more money to Van Jones than Washington Post.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you remember my favorite philanthropist of all time, Lorraine Powell Jobs, and how like she read too many damn articles in 2020, and she was like, okay, I have $70 gajillion. $400 million to the asexual puppetry workshop in Baltimore.
Yeah.
$200 million to the fucking
I like that though.
video games for deaf.
You gotta
people
identify
studio.
shit that like would piss off your former husband.
Oh, Steve Jobs would have hated that shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You just
She was
gotta-
doing. I mean, she probably. It depends. Historians will argue about this in the future, whether Lorraine Powell Jobs either killed woke or like set up woke 2.
Yeah. That's why I'm always doing a call to action every morning when I first start. I say, Melinda Gates, hit my line. Okay? Let's fund the armed revolutionary vanguard. Bill would hate it. Okay? Funnel it through me. I got you. Same with fucking Mackenzie Bezos. Okay? He's my boss technically, so it's a unique predicament, but I think he would be very upset if you gave me all of the money. Let's link up and build.
I think there's like a 22% chance that Melinda would be enamored by me. And I don't mean like romantic, I just mean like she would think I'm like she would go, there's one fun-loving guy. That's what she said. And then there's a 78% chance that she would find me utterly repulsive. But that's like you have worse chances in roulette.
Yeah.
And I think...
you can play those odds.
Oh, I played worse odds. And lost, but walked away smiling. And I think... No, she has enough money to get a decent Air Force for Ansar Allah. Not the group. Moderators, admins, whatever. I have a friend who's named that.
Yeah.
And he's Christian, by the way.
Yeah. And Hezbollah is his brother's name.
Yes,
Also
exactly.
Christian. They're real stand-up guys.
And by the way, he's dying. And his dream
Yeah.
is always to have had a plane.
Yeah. Build a runway in Lebanon that's totally separate. Okay? That's not, it's also... Because how are you going to fly the planes?
Exactly.
You need to have a separate airport, separate facility. And anti-aircraft weapons to defend it. Obviously, it's a bad neighborhood.
Yeah, it's a tough place.
Yeah.
So like none of these, all are mega billionaires who are, in terms of adjusted for inflation, accounting for their wealth relative to the size of the GDP. They're the equivalent to the Rockefellers, etc. Out of all the like top 20 guys, Bezos, I like him the most. And like, no, I don't think he's a good guy, but he's just, I think it's cute how he just has like the worst taste ever. He just has terrible taste, but he just he spent so much money on that stupid Lord of the Rings show.
Oh, and the fucking awful shirts that he wears.
Oh my God, yeah.
God.
I think it's like, there's a real humanist quality to him that I don't see in the other guys. And I like what he's done with Prime Video in that it's like, it is like a welfare program for great actors who have gambling problems.
Yeah, after you did all of that, $30 million for fucking Melania Trump is nothing.
Yeah. I mean, how much do you think Billy Bob made for Goliath is awesome. And no one watched it. I can tell because...
My dad watched it. And he loves Landman. You know who else loves Landman?
A lot of people, actually.
Giannis Varoufakis.
What the fuck? I mean, Landman's not conservative. It's just like...
Yeah.
It's more confusing than that, but it's also like a shitty shit. Like, Landman sucks.
Landman, Giannis Varoufakis did a Landman reference on my stream the other day when he brought up the price of the oil barrel, like, and how it has to stay at $60 a barrel, otherwise, like, the industry collapses.
Can someone tell him to watch Goliath? Way better show. The greatest vulgar Bernie Kratz show ever. The greatest. There's no other. They tried a bunch of Bernie Kratz shows. They all failed. Goliath, the greatest. Goliath is so good that its season 2 was horrible, but it didn't slow it down. And I know that no one watched Goliath because the fan wiki is unfinished. I check it every day, and it sucks.
That's awesome.
Their fan wiki is for like everything.
Yeah. Well, it's because they need a younger audience too. I think that's probably.
Yeah, I think I might be the youngest guy who's seen all of it twice by like.
Like my dad is not fucking going on a Wikipedia page to update shit.
Well, can he?
No, no, he will not. He doesn't know how to operate that stuff.
If I asked him to write the Goliath Wikipedia page, would he do it?
20 more gifted memberships. Hey, thank you, YouTuber. The YouTube gifted memberships. I don't know why you guys are peppering me with gifted memberships on YouTube right now, but what is this? Oh yeah, what do you think about this Washington Post stuff?
I mean, it's that is what this happens every time. Like someone picks up a paper. There are a few examples of really rich guys getting a paper for like cultural prestige reasons and also for them to be loss leaders. But it's always like, God, I remember when this happened with Samuel Zell when he bought the Tribune in Chicago. And Zell was actually like stupid enough to be like, hey, what the fuck? This newspaper isn't making any money. But Bezos
uses like a fleshlight to get like to set up his defense contracts.
Yeah.
And was like, I'm out.
Yeah. And
but I just like it's nothing to him. I don't understand why he just doesn't let it exist.
Well, do you think it's less of the thing of him being spiteful maybe and more of a thing of like, all right, I like spent all this money on this Melania crap and it paid off for defense contracts, but like if I keep running this fucking thing, like the Trump people are just gonna keep asking for more shit and he's just prepping to unload it on someone else. He's trying to strip it down so he can sell it, maybe. Because
Yeah.
he doesn't like the onus of having it under the Trump administration. Like it's just too annoying.
This guy said total commie slaughter. Yeah, the communist newspaper
of the Washington Post.
Yeah, run by Trots, the famous Trotskyist newspaper, Washington Post. Well, I guess former Trots turned neocon.
Yeah, I think like I would again at the roulette table. I would bet that like at least half the people who got fired are Trotskyists who turned neocon.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome that these guys literally, oh God, people are so stupid. Like, I mean, there's the argument where it's like they try to turn it in the editorial direction in a more conservative way, but like conservatives are just not literate anymore.
It's just such a bad investment.
Also, what example of a conservative newspaper is a profitable one? Like Federalist?
And the only conservative, like the only right-leaning newspapers that like work are establishmentarian conservatives, you know, like more Mitt Romney types or
with opaque funding.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I was thinking like Wall Street Journal.
Oh yeah.
Or like European conservatives that have an entirely different ethos than ours. It's like the...
Yeah, I was just thinking of like the Federalist and shit like that.
Would you calling the Federalist a newspaper is like pretty generous.
Yeah.
Like I would call it a website. I don't know, like it's a weird. Have you ever like just scrolled by it, like just checking what they're doing day to day?
No.
There's
only when they write about me do I ever am I ever reminded of its existence.
It is more like what BuzzFeed was before they hired a bunch of reporters than it is like a newspaper. Like it's they do a lot of like elite daily style content.
Wait, really? Five of the sexiest ways to not pay taxes? Like what would it be?
There's some real bullshit on there. They don't do like lists in the same way that like Elite Daily would, but it's just like there's a lot of like just like lifestyle bullshit and just shit that's like not, you couldn't really call it editorial or reporting.
ICE-hating anarchists are an occupying force.
Yeah.
Viral video shows how the left coerces fake agreement.
Yeah, it's
all their featured videos
stuff like this. It's like we saw a YouTube video. Let's tell you about
Queer lobby reports 65% drop in Fortune 500 celebrating corporate DEI.
Queer lobby.
Sick. Democrats hate anyone who doesn't love crime and fraud as much as they do, even leftists.
What? These are all just like, these aren't articles. These are like unsolicited conversations.
Yeah.
This is just like a guy
these
talking
are random
to you on
thoughts.
an elevator.
These are random thoughts concocted by a stupid man hallucinating an alternative reality.
This is a lonely man. Have you ever had one of those? A lonely man in an elevator?
He just really wants you to hear
like, I want to kill myself right now. God. Like it is just all like utterances, and here's a video we saw.
Mass amnesty in Spain. Oh, Spain's king is woke. By the way.
He's very
He's like pro-Palestine. He was like pro-immigrant. What the fuck's going on
They
over
have a
there?
history of woke monarchs. Juan Carlos ended the dictatorship. Remember, he got like not sexually, but like politically groomed by Franco, and Franco's like, okay, you're gonna help when I die. You're gonna fucking help my other guy take over.
Bill Smokes Crackman is reposting Dr. Naomi Wolf.
Two geniuses find each other.
Wow.
Two real fucking geniuses.
At Harmeet Dillon. I told you Zohran Mamdani won by exactly the margin of duplicate votes as the machine scanned duplicates, and poll workers were told to feed spoiled duplicate votes into the machines, which is told. I love these guys that are just like they're voting nerds. Like they love, this is the one angle that they always have to harp on.
My favorite one of those is Data Republican.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I forget, is Data Republican a girl?
I doubt it, but maybe.
I can't tell. The avatar is like, I think it might be just, I think it's a guy. I don't know. This is, how did she figure this out? How did she get to there from there?
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani won by 207,000 votes. New York reported 272,000 duplicate registration between 2022 and 2024.
Okay, so all
by one of her reply guys.
yeah. So a reply guy screenshotting another guy.
Buried under Please stop trolling New York City. There's no evidence we voted for Mamdani because the Board of Elections is still preventing a vote audit. Why?
And by preventing a vote audit, do they just mean like her going in and being like, let me take a look at
these votes.
Let me
give me the voter. Give me the voter rolls right now. I need to go door to door and see who voted for Mamdani.
I would. Oh my god, that would make my day. If I'm just at my computer and Naomi Wolf knocks on my door, and I get to proudly tell her I didn't vote.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I didn't vote, ma'am, and they said I voted 20 times. Can I come with you?
I mean, that is what it is. The Nick Shirley method is tested and true at this point. It works.
But if Nick Shirley came to my door, I would like put a leash on him.
Dude, imagine you're James O'Keefe, okay? Esteemed Broadway musical talent, James O'Keefe.
A sort of a seafaring villain.
Yeah, and you've had many successes. I mean, you took out Acorn, and you put together these like somewhat sophisticated smear operations.
Yeah, there's a lot of good tricky editing there.
Yeah, you like liquor up, I don't know, the third assistant, and then you like greatly overemphasize their position in the company. You liquor them up. You act like you find someone to go, on a date with them.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're of course talking mad shit about their bosses. You edit it. You chop all that up, right? You get one of those big bags with a camera in it. Remember when they tried to do that to the Washington Post?
Oh, yeah.
Like a big hat with a camera, like a big cowboy hat with a massive camera in the cowboy hat. And they were like, that's a camera.
The hat that Milo wears every time he talks to someone in conservative media.
Yeah.
Oh man, do you remember with the Roy Moore thing they tried where they're like, I'm Washington Post reporter.
No, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, the Bernie Bernstein one.
Yeah. Where they were,
do you have any lies that I can pay you Jewish money for? That was so awesome. That was great.
Yeah, and
that was so good.
The Washington Post reporter was like, "Are you recording this? Is that a camera?"
No, this is a medical light in my hat. It comes on when I.
Anyway, but you're James O'Keefe. You've made a career out of this wonderful operation.
Yeah.
Okay, and you put a lot of work into what you're doing, right? There's a lot of effort that goes into it.
Yeah, you have an organization.
And then they chop you down because you're gay, okay? Which is very homophobic. They chop you down because you have a separate passion, okay? And then Nick Shirley comes to the town.
Wait, is that what happened to him?
Well, I think they were mad that he was misusing the funds because he would get all the Project Veritas people to fly in to watch his renditions of Oklahoma. That's not a joke.
Why do they love musical theater so much? They're so into it. They're so fucking into it.
They were like, you're misusing the funds that we gave you to blackmail people or to like fucking, set up these sting ops.
Dude, go fucking... Dude.
Yeah, that's not... I'm not joking. That's not hyperbole.
Like 20 airplane tickets to watch James O'Keefe do his song and dance routine. That's like a drop in the bucket for Robert Mercer. And he was a soldier. Dude, he got so much stuff.
Yeah, he got like actual results.
Yeah, he really made this country worse.
Half the reason why people still think that like Planned Parenthood is like eating babies is because of him. Like he went to the Planned Parenthood and
he got
he got the scoop.
He got the Democrats to shiv Acorn. Like he's made this such a worse place. What was that weird thing he did on a boat? Like tried to get some girl on a boat. and was like, bleh, you know. You remember that?
No. What is it? He got a girl on a boat?
He got in trouble for like putting a girl on a boat or something.
I don't remember.
I know. Look, I'm not being purposely vague. That's just all I remember is that they were like, you're under arrest for like putting. I'm making it sound like a Ray Donovan thing, but I think he was trying to have sex with her and like didn't or something.
James O'Keefe did do a dance number to Scissor Sisters at CPAC. That is true. He had a whole dance routine.
That's pretty cool.
He had a whole dance routine. He was really big into song and dance. Anyway, but like, imagine being that guy who spent his whole life doing all this shit. And then there comes like Nick Shirley, and his entire investigation, which I'm using the term loosely here, is to run up to daycares and be like, I want to see, I'm a pedophile who wants to see the children.
Yeah.
I am a pedophile. These are my friends. These are also my pedophilic friends. We need to see kids inside this
you heard of
facility.
You heard of the 1 to 10 system? I have a 1 through 15 system
Yeah.
on grading hotness.
Yeah.
It's way more intricate. Where are they?
I need to see how sexy the kids are inside of this daycare facility. Also, I have a camera. I'm not even doing the hidden camera technique.
Yeah.
I'm not even doing the James O'Keefe big bucket hat with the camera in it. Like, they're just straight up doing that. And everyone's like, this is the greatest. The vice president said he deserves a Pulitzer.
Yeah. And
the vice president, who's a Yale graduate lawyer, said, he went to Yale, right, J.D. Vance?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah. He's a Yale graduate lawyer.
Oh, wait, no, Harvard. Sorry. He went to Harvard.
Even worse.
Yeah.
Harvard graduate lawyer said, you deserve a Pulitzer for this. I would kill myself if I was James O'Keefe at that point.
It is, dude. And like, Nick Shirley is, if there has ever been a graduate from reading out loud at way too old of an age school, it is that guy. That guy. Holy shit.
You're being too nice. He does not know how to read.
He is, like...
He's a finger reader.
Yo, yeah, no, big... He could teach the class in finger reading. He is, like... Dude...
He's like, when he said benevolent...
What is benevolent?
Yeah. The irony of him wearing the quality leering sweatshirt that's like under every reply because Twitter is all crypto bots.
Yeah.
Like...
It just... Yeah, sometimes I feel like people have gotten like way fucking dumber.
Oh yeah.
In the last 10 years, and I'll like bitch about it, and then I'll be like, this is like, everyone says this every 10 years. This is just like getting older. You probably just we paper over things in our memories. Even if you have a very good memory, you do not remember these little frustrations along the way. But then
I do think that people have gotten dumber.
When I see Nick Shirley, it is kind of like, well, he would have 10 years ago. People would have been like, "Oh my God, let's get this guy some help."
Yeah,
like this guy. We need to make a fucking daycare and put this guy in it and never let him out.
And all of
we
his
need to make like adult-sized kennel gates. But now it's like, sure, let's give him a medal. Let's give him a fucking medal and not like interrogate his parents. Like, hey, which fucking Six Flags rides did you go on during the third trimester? Did you, Mrs. Shirley, did you ride the fucking American Eagle with this kid in you?
Yeah.
What
kind of G pressures hit this kid's brain before he got out of your vagina?
Was this kid on a Blue Angels flight? In the womb. What the fuck is going on with him?
Yeah. Speaking of which, here's someone who's actually brilliant.
Okay.
Clavicular.
No, I think, yeah, this is a very educated young man.
Yeah, he is. He's the future of the conservative movement.
He says, he hits on a very good truth that I think a lot of people, a lot of so-called intellectuals are afraid to hit on, which is, it feels good to do Adderall and steroids.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, well, he doesn't even do Adderall. He does meth.
Oh, yeah, he says that it's healthier.
Yeah.
He goes straight. That's kind of awesome.
He straight pipes the meth, which, you know, you got to respect. So, Clavicular went super viral once again because the clip accounts that post this shit all the time very sincerely write some of the dumbest titles, and then it's just like, it one-shots people. Like, when you read it, it alters the trajectory of your life.
Yeah.
This one was Clavicular ran into a frat leader at ASU and got brutally frame-mogged by him.
By the way, I don't agree with his editorializing.
No.
Clavicular is taller than him. He's taller
But he
than
got
him.
frame-mogged. It's undeniable. I will
Okay, well,
argue on
that's
this.
like this guy has great delts. Not gonna lie.
Just wait until you see the full.
Okay.
The full reveal.
I'll see them moving.
Appreciate you. Crimson Tide. Don't you stop. You got me by a lot.
Frame-mogged.
Well, okay, this guy's like naked. That's not really fair, is it?
No. This is come on. Look at his clavicles.
No, this guy's look. This guy has an awesome body.
Yeah.
No one's gonna fucking deny that. But he's like naked. It's not fair when one guy's wearing a shirt, one guy's like naked, and be like, "Oh my god, he looks so much strong." That's what Nick Shirley would do. Nick Shirley would see
object permanence.
See like a naked guy, and see a guy with clothes on, and he'd be like, "One guy's so much stronger."
Someone in the chat said that's not natty, right? Of course it's not natty, dude. What are you talking about? No,
Yeah,
it's not natty.
Look, I don't know. I think people are. There's some real nutcases out there who can.
Like the Russian child who has a genetic disorder that makes him shredded at the age of 6.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen people who can get like fucking jacked eating like Costco peanut butter.
Yeah, we call those people under 5'7".
But they don't. Well, yeah, but they don't like. No one really. I don't know. I mean, you are like a freak when you're 23 and shit, but I just do not think so.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't matter.
He's still tapered. His waist is cinched. He's got the perfect
the waist size. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the perfect V frame.
It's like not that it's easy to look like that if you take steroids, even though like
yeah, he puts a lot of work into it.
That's what people don't understand. You steroids just make it so you can train way harder, way longer.
Okay, have you noticed though? He's panicking. He's panicking here. Like, he doesn't like.
No. Well, okay. Let's do it frame by frame.
Also, Zoomers have the worst haircuts. Like, I can't believe I'm the one saying this, but like, what the fuck is going on here? Where he like is trying to do he's trying to do the thing that I do when I want to hide my hairline, but like worse somehow.
Well, I think we have to see it in motion.
Anyway,
like a lot of things.
He's panicking. I can tell his cortisol levels are spiking.
I don't think no, I think this is a look of like grim determination. I think if the cameras weren't there, he might even beat this guy to death.
These young men know nothing about Rich Piana. Felix knows this. It's true. Rich Piana was the method.
Rich Piana, I do think.
You know he's 19, right?
Oh yeah. Well,
so it's not weird that he's hanging around colleges. He's the one guy where
it's like totally okay. Yeah. What do you think Rich Pete would make of him? Because Rich was very open about the fact that he wishes he could be like a lean, jacked guy.
Yeah.
And he didn't like being really big was just like that was what his body would allow. So I think he would admire him. Rich was not like an envious person. But Rich might think that like the meth stuff is weird. I don't think he would be into that.
Anyway,
a little too odd for him.
Are you ready for Are you ready for the new command over the English language that you had not previously thought was possible?
These guys are really good at writing descriptions.
Yeah. Clavicular was mid-jester gooning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels. Smiling, crying, laughing, crying emoji. Is ignoring the foids while munting and mogging moids more useful than SMV chat fishing in the club?
You know, when you watch a movie like Demolition Man, this is like how the people talk. This is like how the...
This is future speak.
Well, yeah, it's like how people in like 1992 thought that people in 2050 would
They fucking nailed it. They fucking nailed it. Yeah, so everyone started making jokes about it. You're laughing. Clavicular was mid-jester gooning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels, and you're laughing. It's the captions itself, I think, make it even better, because the clips are so dystopian. Like, watching these clips, you're like, what the fuck is going on with the world?
Well, but also, like, kind of nothing happens in the clips. That's what's so funny about it.
Yeah.
Like, the captions are so... Like, obviously, they're written to get people to quote tweet it, but when you actually watch the clips, it's just, like, every shitty Miami nightclub I've ever seen. Or any nightclub anywhere. It's just, like...
I mean, the clip that we just watched, the frame mogging, was literally nothing.
It's a guy standing next to him.
A guy standing next to him. And that's it. That's the clip.
Yeah.
Okay, well, these are consequential clips,
I did like, you know what, clip of his I really did like, though, that I thought was really funny. It was the one where he's explaining how you can use the way you take off your shoes. You can use to what did he call it, like height frauding or something?
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
that was really funny.
He goes from
that was
vantage
really
point
good.
to vantage point
Yeah,
in his
yeah.
home to stay tall.
It's
He
so
has like
good.
things that he has set up in his house so that when he takes his shoes off, he goes from one tippy toe to the next point, so that he can stand without having to like consistently be on his tippy toes.
I think one of the things that pisses me off the most is how people like overuse autistic to just.
Oh no, he's so autistic.
Right? Yeah, people just autistic to everyone. That just means like you're like young Sheldon.
Yeah,
it's
no.
like, oh, I'm so autistic. I read a book about World War II, something that
Yeah.
no one's ever done before.
Yeah.
But he like that type of thing where it's like you've studied the angles of incline and like vantage points in your
Yes.
house to like look. That is like, it's very charming to me.
Yeah, no,
it's all super charming.
He
to
is
me.
the true autist for sure.
I
mean, he did bone smashing.
Oh yeah,
he did
Yeah.
bone smashing. He's done like experimental cocktails that like melt the fat off of your face. He was caught injecting this like it's not even. He does all kinds of Chinese peptides. That's not even that's the most normal thing he does, right? But he was giving his 17-year-old girlfriend these fat burning things, like he was injecting her face on camera. He's infertile from doing too much steroids.
I saw that clip where he's like, technically now I'm infertile, but I can change that. It's like, I don't know. It's just like, it's hard for me not to like him.
Yeah.
It's just, because the whole thing, it's so self-evidently ridiculous, and they're just like the level of people who are like true obsessives are incredibly interesting to me.
Clavicular got emotional talking about his autism in front of the huz. Autistic Clips follows you. Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Your average autistic clipper, not impersonating anyone.
This guy just.
Oh, he's doing gambling streams with the huz.
That's awesome. Just maximizing the amount of like socially malign behavior. like, telling people to do steroids. Like in gambling. He's awesome. Like, I love
telling
this.
people to do meth,
Yeah.
steroids, and gamble every waking moment that you're alive.
Yeah. I mean,
he truly lives.
I will say, like, me and Andrew would talk about this all the time, how much we loved Trainwreck's when those gambling streams started.
Oh yeah.
He was one of the first one. Those first gambling streams where he would be down like $1 million. It was like a Terrence Malick movie. It's like some of the best streams of anything I've ever seen were those. They were so fucking good. It's hard to how he would like turn off his camera and be like, I have to go vape in the other room. And you know what he's doing. Like it's just so, and he's in this giant fucking penthouse. Like the most beautiful penthouse you can buy in fucking Vancouver.
Yeah.
And,
which he had to travel to because it was illegal to do so on U.S. soil.
And he's not leaving this one little corner. And it's just so amazing watching his.
And the windows are open, so you know the time has passed.
Yeah, yeah.
You see the passage of time. Sun comes up, sun comes down, sun comes up, and he's doing a 48-hour fucking bender.
It was like it felt like Terrence Malick directed it. It was so well made. And ever since then, when more people got in on the gambling stuff, it like lost its fun to like when Aiden Ross is like he's a scheming type of fellow. I don't mean that ethnically. I don't mean that. No, we're the same thing, he and I. I'm not a schemer. I'm a fun lover. But you know, he's like faking, you know, to some extent. There's no real pathos in what he was doing. But when Train was doing it, the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And this is the only guy who I want to watch gamble now, besides Train. This is it because he knows pain in his soul. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is awesome.
Richard Donald cried at a restaurant earlier. I told them. Got scared of a medium rare steak. I already told them, bro. Like I'm not ashamed of it. I know I'm fucking weird and autistic, but it's all good. They like that. You see, guys? Girls like autism.
Well, because Autistic Clipper is also autistic.
I guess
so
he doesn't.
He can't
know,
read.
yeah,
He
yeah.
can't read social cues.
He would
looking.
He would see a clip where I'm like, oh, I can't find my vape juice, and he would be like, Felix cries talking about his autism.
You know what I'm saying?
He's just eating a chicken nugget. He's not even remotely emotional about his autism here.
Not emotional. Listen, autistic Clipper.
Stupid bitch.
Wait, what the fuck is the dono saying? Like, kill the women around you with a gun? What the fuck was
This is
that?
such a great community.
I hate that you're around women. You need to murder them right now.
Oh my god.
I hate women so much. I'm gonna kill my mom later.
Could you imagine, like, showing, like, General George Marshall, showing him this stream? And be like, okay, this is what happens, like, 100 years later. Showing this to him, like, in the interwar period. Okay, you're about to, you guys, there's gonna be a Second World War, but this is, like, this is what you guys create. This is what your legacy is when America remakes the world.
Oh, it's so awesome.
Can you imagine, like, I think Douglas MacArthur would have been like clavicular though. I 100% think that.
I mean, I do think that like there's too much freedom. There's too many options. Like you don't have like regular, like you don't have a path that you can follow.
Yeah.
So this is why things like this happen.
Well, yeah. I mean, this guy should be. He should be like a military officer. Like if we lived in a period.
Yeah,
where,
guy who like loves wearing dresses, but is in the military. Has like a stable job.
He's not like a dresses type guy, but he would be like one of those military guys. He would have been the most happy in like the 18th or 19th century, a period where there's tons of medium-sized wars, and he could get tons of medals and have tons of different outfits. And he would have, like, these types of guys were all over the military. The last one of him we had was General Douglas MacArthur. He was for sure. Douglas MacArthur would have done this.
This is like...
Yeah.
He did this before he got famous.
This is one of the greatest pictures ever taken. This
is like 330. People did not appreciate this.
They didn't understand what they were saying.
Yeah. So we got clavicular eating a nugget. He also gave the New York Times an interview. Oh, also... So he's at ASU, right? He's doing all this stuff. He's like butt mogging people, whatever.
He could be the smartest person to ever go to ASU.
That's true. Well,
just kidding.
Here, this is the Jester maxing meta.
Tell us your name.
Yo, W. His name is Kirk.
Kirk. My friend likes your kid.
Yeah, the caption's like his cortisol spike. He's pissed off, and it's like it just nothing happens.
He's
like,
not.
Nothing
His
fucking
cortisol,
happens.
Like I can tell he's not a horrible day for the English language. No, he's not. His cortisol levels are not spiking while he's jester gooning. I would go so far as to say he's not even jester gooning.
No,
he's actually demonstrating predator eyes right now. He's like looking around, scanning. He's got his radar on to find new voids.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
Whenever when I go to Equinox and I accidentally go into the Pilates room and I do all the moves from the peer pressure video, I'm like doing the crab walk thing that the guy does, and all the women are screaming at me to get out of there. I do the predator eyes.
What is this? Things get awkward between clavicular and his date after she found out he only makes $54K a year?
That was it. 4K a month, 54K a year, you're poor? Dude, wait, do you think that's poor? They're calling.
There's no way he
only made. No.
There's no shot.
Fuck off. And by the way, 4K a month is not 54K a fucking year. God damn it. Like that shit. Like no. God, I don't know how you got there, buddy. I don't know. I take back what I said about ASU.
He thinks there's more months in the year.
There might be for him. I don't know. He might be in a different system than we are.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Could be on a totally different system.
54K a year? That's good.
That's not good.
Why?
That's actually very not good. But the thing is that you're only...
Yeah, I'm only 21, so
I think that's pretty good for your age.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, right?
Are you telling the truth, or you actually...
I don't understand why you don't believe me. Is that good? Like,
no, I thought you would make more. I thought, I don't know.
Why? I don't know why you're trying to diss me.
No, I'm not.
Okay, something actually happens in this clip, though. So
there's friction. There's friction. For the first time ever, there's friction.
Yeah, I would give that 3 out of 5 stars.
Small but definite probability. I'll be explaining to my grandchildren in exile in Quito that the American Taiping Rebellion, which claimed 80 million lives and only ended with Chinese intervention, started because Clavicular refused to verify the Orlando Asian mogger. Oh, that's
There's the Asian Mogger
I've
as
seen,
well.
I'm
The
familiar with
Asian Mogger.
Mogger,
Okay,
yeah.
good, because you know he is the Orlando Asian Mogger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that's kind of a bold claim because, technically, like,
Clavicular goes
technically
off on
most
AOC
people are
ASU
Asian.
kid. Clavicular goes off on ASU Foyd after she called herself an incel. My culture is not your costume.
Oh, he goes off in a fake cell? I need to see this.
Yeah. Oh, that girl is also like normal looking, and it like fucked me up seeing her behave like this. I was like, you shouldn't do that.
COVID, they did. A lot of kids got fucking fried by remote schooling.
The fact that this girl said that she was an incel is just...
Yeah, she said goy nip. Like catnip, but goy. Which, again,
This is a Rhodes Scholar at ASU.
I do hate that, like, I think it's really funny. Like, the goy block thing, I think about that sometimes.
The goy block post is fucking hilarious.
Yes. It's just like, oh, go ahead, have your goy block.
And it's so good, too, because it's like, if you've been on a flight
Ever
that has-
traveled Delta, it's a Biscoff cookie.
It's like this big.
And it's delicious.
But the perspective, it looks like it's the size of this fucking laptop.
Yeah.
And it's so funny to think about, like, a mean rabbi, like, picking out all the goys, even in first class, and be like, eat this, you dumb piece of shit.
I like it because it's also delicious. I love the goy.
I know, yeah, but Biscoff...
It bangs.
A Biscoff cookie is great. And I would... You know what? For me, I would call it a goy block in non-derogatory terms. Like, I would say it's like a great accomplishment of Gentiles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that, can I just say that the people they're sending out to be like, actually, goy isn't bad. We don't use that to make fun of you. They're picking the worst guys to do that. They're sending the worst fucking guys they could ever possibly send. They're sending Eric Weinstein. They're sending, like, Israeli lobbyists. They're sending, like, guys who like,
There's the other guy. What's his face? The one that
Abiy Yemeni?
No. There's also the other side of this where it's like the edgy Twitter accounts that like you also probably thought were neo-Nazis like I did. And then it turns out like post October 7, they were like crying about, Israel being hurt. And I was like, wait a minute. I thought you hated Jews too. You speak like you hate Jews.
Yeah.
And it turns out like they're all like white supremacists, but they love Israel.
Yeah.
What's his name? The Canadian one, is the Canadian fail son whose father is like an academic who like disowned him. He's one of those guys. I can't remember his name now. Fuck.
But no, I know what you're talking. Like, there's a lot of those guys. There's a lot of those guys. There's a different set of guys too who are like
Captive Dreamer.
There are guys too who are like,
you know what I'm talking about? Captive Dreamer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always like even
his dad runs some like Christian university, right?
His dad. Captain Dreamer is one of those guys. The other one was what is it, Matt Fournier or whatever, like the fat neo-Nazi.
Oh, the guy from the video where he's getting chased by just like a Philadelphia fucking I don't know what they were, but they were like filming him, and he has like natural Mr. Bean choreography.
Yeah,
where he's walking backwards the entire fucking video,
and all these guys are like saying like, oh, it's actually fucking Brownoid behavior to not like Palantir surveillance.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean, dude?
I see so many. Like there are guys who are like different group where it's like their thing is that they're like an edgier Chris Rufo.
Yeah.
And they will, all they'll talk about is like the left is rife with the stupid idpol crap, and then out of nowhere seemingly, they will go, oh yeah? Well, why don't you try walking through New York while being visibly Jewish? And it's like, oh, what? Okay, so it's one group is okay to do identity politics.
Yeah, no,
okay.
you can only do woke DEI for Jewish people.
Everyone is like that, unfortunately. Like everyone is just kind of like, yeah,
when you think about it,
I hated Paul, but
they are doing woke idpol for white people too. So I guess they are it all goes back to, do you think Jews are white or not? There are anti-Semites who don't think Jews are white, and then there are all of these other guys who are they're all doing woke idpol for whites though.
Yeah.
Like that's what they're doing.
I think the most interesting thing to me is like Jewish people who like assert that like no Jews are white. Like that Ashkenazi, you're not white. Like what? and it's a really weird fucking thing.
Yeah.
Because like all of our like great grandparents, you were like, guess what? We're white. They'd be like, oh my god, we did it. And then you would show them like some guy who's Jewish in America, so Ashkenazi guy, being like, actually, I'm not white. They would go, what the fuck are you doing, pal? What the fuck are you doing? We rode on a steamboat that took 27 years to get here. Half of our families died. We all had to take jobs working for the mafia and selling pickles to become white. And you don't want to be white so you can like win an argument when your office does like DEI stuff.
Shai Davide.
That is, yeah, exactly. Okay.
So I'll show you him calling out my hypocrisy as well.
I'm pretty interested in seeing.
My culture's not your costume, you know? Like, bitch, I used to have to go days without talking. All right? Calling yourself an incel, you know? Fuck you, faking ass hoe. I hate when girls do this shit, you know? That shit genuinely made me mad. LARPing. It's just like such a spit.
He went nonverbal. I mean, he's not nonverbal here, but he used to go nonverbal.
When he says I had to go days without talking, does he mean he was like in a Count of Monte Cristo situation?
I
think that would be kind of cool.
He just went nonverbal. He got mad.
It's literally such a slap in the face. Toolkit's about
Anyway, so here's what happened. Apparently, there were a bunch of people that are at ASU that said the N-word a whole bunch and like said a bunch of other shit. Over 15 ASU sorority members were reportedly dropped after appearing on Clavicular Stream the past 2 days using racial slurs, flashing a bag of cocaine, exposing hazing rituals, discussing their body counts, talking about drug use. Discussing their body counts, I don't think that's not against ASU. I mean, but none of this is like supposed to get you in trouble at ASU. You go to ASU to do all that.
If they did like there was a real Project Veritas, which they don't have it anymore because they threw James O'Keefe out. His undercover investigation would be like showing ASU students who don't do any of that. ASU students who have never said a racial slur.
These girls were dropping the N-word on his stream.
Yeah, you're fucking retarded. You're so retarded, Jesus Christ.
Wait,
clavicular.
When you get
member of Woke2?
Yeah, what the fuck? He used to do that all the time. Wait, why is he? His clavicular stopped saying the N-word, chat? I haven't been tuning in as much. I guess he got hit with the woke. Oh, it's because he got canceled with the Heil Hitler stuff.
Right. Well, I'm actually next week. Me, Senator John Kennedy, Carter Peter Schmidt, who is Lois Griffin's dad, and David Rockefeller. He's still alive.
Yeah.
A lot of you don't know that. We're meeting at our country club. It's underneath Central Park, and they are clavicular scholars. That's what we have. People like me, members of the upper class, we don't have opera anymore. We're fans of clavicular, but they're better students of him than I am. So I'm going to ask them, when did he become a member of Woke2?
Yeah, it feels like he went Woke2 on here. Which is Woke2 is dark woke. That's why you said your R word. To check someone when you check someone saying the N word.
I've been thinking about a good like PSA for Woke2. It'll be me in I think like some type of academic setting. And one of my students, it'll be sort of set up like God's Not Dead, and they'll say what that girl said.
God, like you're so retarded.
And I'll go, you have fucking failed.
Why would you do that? No, you're fucked. You're literally fucked forever.
I think he legit thinks it's uncool to say now because women are saying it. It was fine when I was saying it, but when a Floyd starts saying the N-word, now I realize it's not cool anymore.
It's so fucked that like you can make people woke by doing that.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is Woke2.
That's like you could make everyone.
What do you mean
like fragility? But like just putting a bunch of girls in those like skull masks.
He's Ibram Kendi posting because women.
Yeah,
women made it uncool to be racist.
Oh my god, he starts doing streams with like Ibram Kendi starts reading the anti-racist baby.
Yeah,
he's like, this stuff's
the
actually pretty
1619
cool.
Project.
Yeah.
Did you guys know about this?
Yeah, this is actually all this stuff's pretty cool.
Ibram
Kendi actually does GH with me.
They got dropped. Like their sorority, like the president dropped them, and then the guy.
Oh, they didn't get dropped from the school. They got dropped from the sorority.
Which
With
that's
the
even
coke?
weirder.
Yeah, that
that's
makes no
even
sense.
fucking weirder.
The fuck?
Yeah, and they have drinks in their hands. They can't have drinks and any pictures.
And so who got dropped? How many people?
Roughly like probably 15. Yeah.
15. Wait, so they're kicked out of the frat.
Yeah, so the girls are kicked out of their. They have a beer or like talking about drugs. Or like their body count. They're supposed to be like. They have
Wait, could
they
you?
have to be like perfect.
Sorry, could you open it again?
They have to be like perfect.
Wait, so no way. How many people?
You can read like the hot ones. It's probably talking about.
How many people do you think got kicked?
Oh no, I can figure it out. I don't know.
Okay.
This is him thinking like, oh, look at my power. Like I think that's what it is. He's like excited. He's like, yeah, you guys got kicked. Avoids.
Well, I mean, if he can take down just one fake cell, this is all worth it.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. Saying the N-word on street. Yeah, dude, the bitch who said that is retarded. I don't know if she's
He's
so what?
He's a member of Woke2, dude. He's ushering this shit in. DEI is coming back to Florida because of him.
Oh, that's like that sequence of words is so funny.
I think he got like negatively polarized into it, just like by women. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is. Oh, it's because it's Black History Month. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Just for a special time only for Black History Month. He's just saying you can't say the N-word if you're a woman.
White girl saying the N-word is crazy. How did CLAV single-handedly ruin ASU Greek life? How did I ruin it? It was your fault. You guys did retarded shit. Okay? You guys were holding cocaine up to a fucking live stream camera. That's it. Dude, that's retarded. Yeah, it's your guys' fault. All right, it's not my fault. Okay. Well, the thing is, the alcohol is.
When you lock in, you are starting to wither away. Only reason we watch you is because of your looks. Lock in, stop being chopped, and get back with Lauren. Lock in, tip $2 to give him advice that he's getting chopped.
I would love to interview the guy who left that comment.
Yeah. Well, the New York Times had the same idea as at least.
How do you? Oh, it's like Frost Nixon, and they're like, "How do you respond to criticism?"
It's Ross Dalvin.
Yeah, Ross is like, people are saying you're chopped now and you're wasting away."
Dude,
clavicular.
If clavicular saw Ross Douthat, it would change his life. I think
it would. Oh my god, it would be
because Ross Douthat calls into clavicular and he's like, "So how can I fix my? How can I look max?" And clavicular's like, "Yeah, you gotta do bone smashing, and you have a recessed mandibular."
What if that was like his Sistine Chapel was like Chadifying Ross?
Yeah, Ross Douthat becomes a Chad and is woke now. He turns woke.
It would be like the movie Amadeus when Mozart basically like kills himself finishing the final fucking whatever he did, whichever one.
Him and Seth.
Because it would take all of his life force to do, but it would be like the greatest. Like he would be Mozart. No one has ever been better at this if he did that.
Yeah, this is his final masterpiece.
Jester maxing? Jester maxing? Yeah, I'm getting better.
Okay, this is not the New York Times.
No, it isn't. Yeah,
oh, god damn it. I was already sussed out because of like the placement of the camera and shit.
The New York Times is using like a laptop mic.
Yeah. God damn it.
Can you define jester maxing? Basically just being like a clown for people's amusement. Right?
And this is not, like the New York Times would not be using the same set that like Fuck Team 5 did.
You don't know. They're also on hard times.
Well, they're both owned by the Sulzerbergers. Actually, the Sulzerbergers started
and the New York Times.
Yeah, the Sulzerbergers started Fuck Team 5.
Well, once a loss leader, they have to make up for the loss of revenue somewhere.
People don't know this, but the patriarch of the Sulzerbergers started Fuck Team 5 in the year 1912. That's where their real money is from.
It's from his stream. A reporter is allegedly there asking him. And New York Times, it's New York Mag.
Well, that's still really shitty production. I would have expected
No.
more.
I think it's like I've done this before as well. Like I I have like a reporter on board with me and stuff, and then like they'll ask questions, but usually not on stream.
Oh, okay, I get that.
So maybe it's like
he's recording.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, like a lot of dudes will gesture max to try to get girls, and it's just like make themselves look like a fool. Yeah. And it's just like it's so embarrassing to watch that. Yeah. Okay. You know, like, but the thing is, I'll gesture max sometimes because I'm like a live streamer and like I know what I'm doing. Yes. Because it's funny. It's silly, but like.
Oh, when he's gesture maxing, he's doing it in like with full control. Like he doesn't. It's not. There's no loss of control there while he's gesture maxing. Respect.
If you're
not everyone can do that, chat. A lot of you guys don't understand.
Gesture maxing like, and you're just a normal guy. It's
Clavicular reveals to the New York Times the list of drugs he's currently taking and explains his reliance. Who is the fucking journalist that did this? It's gotta be someone I know. There's 0% chance this is like a random guy doing this.
What?
Who would be the New York Times like lifestyle tech? If it's New York Times, I wonder who it is.
Everything you've ever.
You think Bernstein went to fucking Florida to interview him directly? No shot. Ezra Klein. Yeah, Ezra Klein. Clavicular was gesture maxing the right way. I can see this being a New York Magazine piece for sure. More likely that it's a New York Magazine piece than a New York Times one. Wait, this is the lore update on why he doesn't say the N-word live anymore because he got pressed in real time.
Bro, and I got thousands of niggas gotta come down. I'm black and my son black. He talk about black people, talk about my kids. Fuck that bitch ass nigga. Call me a nigga hoe. On my mom. All right, brother. Call me a hoe. Say what you have to say. Talk about my kids. Go ahead, man. When you say black people, bitch ass nigga, you scared that because we're internet. Oh yeah.
Man, like a pussy, nigga. Pussy.
We'll bring the whole man and pussy. Hey, look.
I'm not scared.
The fuck?
You're not gonna do it. That's a bitch, nigga. You a trick, nigga. Go ahead, bro. Pussy buying that. You a millionaire buy. Go ahead, yo. Trick. Go ahead, yo. He's chilling. He's chilling, bro. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Please. Go ahead.
Let's go. I'm gonna let you know, bro. You talk about black people, talk about my kids. Now you know that. Now you say something about black people, say something about my kids.
Keep selling candy, bro. Keep selling
candy. Say something about black people, he says something about my kids, and I'll do whatever for my kids.
This tweet says New York Times reporters on the bus with him, but who knows?
Care that much, but I was like, come on. Like,
do you consider yourself a voluntarily celibate?
Not actually.
No. I guess that hurts your brain. In some sense.
Joe Bernstein is onboarding with Clavicular.
Oh, really?
No. I don't think so. Someone in
the
chat said that was the case. That'd be really funny.
It would be cool if it was like Brett Stevens.
No, Ezra Klein.
Ezra Klein, yeah. Do you think he would... I could see Barry Weiss talking to him and saying something about, like, trying to do some sort of self-deprecating joke.
Oh, I thought
he would get furious at her for being, like, a fake cell.
I could see it being, like, Barry Weiss covering it because it's anti-woke.
Yeah. Or covering it because it's like, oh, this is, like, the new, like, bad right wing that exists because, like, liberals are bad. She likes that angle a lot.
So apparently the New York Times reporter asked, "Are you an incel?" to the lady. Wait, it is Joe Bernstein?
That makes sense. Joe does a lot of like.
I mean, I know,
stuff,
but
yeah.
like, why? But he would go to Florida to do it?
Yeah, why not?
That's crazy.
Why not? Like, why not see him in action?
I thought that was a joke. Isn't he like the fucking editor now? Like he's like. He's not like a regular beat reporter any longer.
Yeah,
is
but
he?
yeah.
That's crazy.
I think he's higher up now, but he does a lot of culture shit. Like,
no, I know. I mean, I've interviewed with Joe. I just thought that he was like too high up for him to like actually go directly to fucking Florida to embed.
Yeah, he's embedded like it's the Iraq War. No, yeah, he's. What is he drinking here? Clavicular.
Gatorade, like with alkali, or I don't know, the fucking like, what's that water that you drink when you're hungover? Do you recognize him here?
Times.
Oh, it is him. No, that's him. That's Joe.
Yeah, that is him.
That's literally Joe Bernstein. Oh my God. Oh my God, it is Joe
man, I gotta
Bernstein.
ask him about this.
This is so fun. Pedialyte, thank you.
Oh man, what 1 degree of separation now?
That's crazy. He's been trying to get on the stream, Clavicular. He wants to debate me.
About what?
I don't fucking look.
Like what are his beliefs? Like beyond like you know, like,
someone needs to warn
stuff
Clav
I
about
agree with.
blockhead Joe Bernstein, same journalist who wrote BuzzFeed hit piece on Sam Hyde a decade ago. Nothing this guy writes will flatter you, Clav.
All right.
Another esteemed gentleman.
All right, buddy.
Sam Hyde.
Well, what? I am interested in the debate, you guys, because like you're not against someone like.
No, I'm for
doing-
clavicular.
Yeah, no.
I'm supportive.
But
of
like, does he have any political belief? Like what? I only saw that clip where he's like,
He won't vote for JD
Vance
Vance
is
'cause
disgusting.
he's fat
Yeah.
and gay.
He called him the subhuman. Yeah, I mean, what if he's secretly like he knows a lot about Austrian economics? What if he like
destroys me in the marketplace of ideas?
Yeah. What if he, or like not even that, he's just like he completed a PhD at 20 under William Easterly.
Yeah, this is all.
He's like he's incredibly well read.
And he's just hyper fixated on mogging now. That's why.
Yeah.
He puts a lot of effort into mogging, so maybe he put a lot of effort into his academia as well as
I'm just
academic.
trying to what would you guys debate? Like he doesn't give a fuck about like foreign policy, I'm sure. Right? Like I've never.
No, he's a moron. But I've heard him try to talk about politics. He says politics is jester.
Right. Well, maybe that would be the debate. But you don't necessarily disagree with that it's jester.
Clavicular doesn't want to debate you because of your cognitive dissonance.
Debate HasanAbi, he's obsessed with me? Yeah, of course, bro. He literally said that having a woman sit with you is gay. Like, I genuinely don't get it. There's no point in debating with a guy that has that much cognitive dissonance.
Do you have to say, like,
I'm
Wow,
debating.
he knows cognitive dissonance.
No, that's pretty true.
I didn't even say clavicular. Well, I think clavicular is gay maxing, but that's a totally separate argument. But in this one, I was joking about the people around him that were like, "Oh,
right, he wasn't being.
Why are
gay.
you paying attention to a woman on your lap when you should be locking in on business deals?"
Yeah. And it was gay when the guy said to the woman, "You're a 7 and you're sitting on a 10's lap."
Yeah.
But also, I disagree with the premise that being with a woman can never be gay. What if she's your hag?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, that is gay. That's the gayest.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Owned.
Yeah. I think of debate as sort of an MMA with verbal words.
Not actually, no.
I guess that hurts British. In some sense.
Exactly.
Like culturally in some, but not literally.
Yeah.
Is liking women gay?
Yeah,
No.
for real. Very true.
Unless you're a woman. And you're
Like you could be a voluntarily celib, you could be a vol cell, but that's fine. Like,
And then there was more. So Clavicular tells the interview from the New York Times that he should have dutesteroid Max because he's bald.
Even Facebook, when Facebook first started, it was a way for Mark Zuckerberg to have people rate the attractiveness of girls at Harvard. So, I mean, this stuff goes back, you know.
have you ever tried it?
What, rating attractiveness?
No, the putting yourself on the website.
In 2002? Yeah, I did in 2002. Well, you have to remember this is 2002, so I'm 17 and I had a full head of hair.
Okay.
Somewhere in the 7s.
7s? Not bad.
Well,
you should have dutesteroid maxed. You know?
Yeah, but we don't need to get too deep into this, but the potential side effects are something I'm not willing to.
That's a cope. No SIBO, garbage.
Fucking own, Joe.
He's
Get
awesome.
fucked, Joe.
But it's like I do.
He said that's a cope. Who cares if your dick doesn't work? You gotta have a full head of hair.
That's that's why like I hate the idea of him doing a politics debate because like no, this is his ideology, and I think that's as valid as an ideology as anything. Just like fuck it, like who cares?
It's more
all that matters is how you look. You can like fix your dick later.
It's more valid than fucking Adam Gentelson's Searchlight Studios or whatever. You know what I mean?
If there was a clavicular institute,
yeah,
and it was just all stuff like is it like would you rather have a full head of hair and a broken dick?
They're doing policy papers on dutasteride and how it's not that big of a deal if your
Yeah.
penis doesn't work anymore.
Well, he is. You could say that he is like a techno optimist, because every time they're like, "Oh, your dick won't work. Oh, you're infertile," he'll be like, "The only thing can fix that later."
Yeah. No, that's why he said like he's only infertile for the time being.
Yeah, and I believe him. I think a lot of infertility and fertility is like attitudinal. Whenever you meet a couple that's like, "Oh, we tried, we can't have kids," and it's like, yeah, because you guys are fucking downers.
Yeah, fix your vibe.
You guys
first.
have a bad attitude. What kid would want to be born? In the Mormon cosmology, where there is sort of like an infinite hourglass of souls looking for bodies to inhabit, and those souls see you this dour couple that's like, I'm doing these workmen like Seth Bullock on Deadwood pumps, and we just can't make a kid. Well, yeah, what kid is that? You don't look like a very fun-loving family.
Do you want food?
Yeah, sure.
You already know I'm gonna order Turkish food. Just letting you know.
No, I love the greatest bread in the world.
Okay.
I prisoner maxed.
Here you go.
But not eating anything else.
Don't show anything on the camera.
No. For your day? Yeah. Dude, that's the biggest nocebo cope ever, and that's with finasteride. Like the post-finasteride syndrome, yeah, it's like 1% of people get that, but it's...
He's
like,
right, by the way. I can't believe oh God. It's a very, very low likelihood.
No, he's right about
that finasteride will have like life-altering consequences for not just your libido, but like in general, it leaves you, it like permanently damages your sex drive.
I will go as far as to say,
I know because I take finasteride. I'm basically clavicular. I'm looks maxing.
I've accidentally gotten finasteride on my rod, and it's been fine.
Nocebo as a coping term is wild.
It is, yeah. He could, yeah. Okay.
Clavicular couldn't stop cringing.
Something off about this girl. D1 LARPer. Yeah, is she LARPing?
I'm really
Probably.
like.
Whoops. I'm thinking about getting a bigger iPhone. I'm keep mistyping shit on the smaller one, and it's really pissing me off.
This is the biggest one.
No, I want this one.
Because that's something like you can't really change.
You like bone masses.
Yeah, this is way better.
Tell me about that. Why is it?
I really like the Lady Gaga playing faintly in the background.
Hey. You're a lesbo?
A man
Dude,
of,
what can't he do?
A man of such few words, but such decadent prose.
Wait,
how do you justify that? If you're
everything
like
he says, it's like pretty great.
Are you a lesbo?
Wait, how do you justify that? If you're like a groper or whatever, or if you're like right wing, how could you be a lesbian?
Why is it like total faggot death?
He's contemplating whether she can say it or not.
Yeah, no, he's
Is that what
cringing.
you're on?
No, I'm telling you right now. Wait, did you mean to order this? Do you know what this is?
No, I didn't. What the fuck is that?
That's shalgam, which is and it's spicy too. It's spicy pickle juice.
Fuck that. Take that off.
I was
please.
gonna be so
Take that
excited
off.
that you were like that. You're Turk maxing.
No, that I'm not that intensely. I don't think hot pickle juice. That's like a joke drink.
No, it's. I mean, I used to drink it all the time.
It probably like, makes you feel good. It's probably amazing if you've had the flu.
It clears shit up. He's cringing. He hates this.
He really does.
All right, go back to 4chan, bitch.
Game
it's so awesome to say that. Then you just have to be in the car ride with them for the next like 30
But
minutes.
she just like eats it. She doesn't even care.
People don't actually talk like this in real life.
He could say to any of these girls that will like make them even leave.
Bro, it's like it's.
You realize like no one talks like this actually IRL?
No one.
You talk like this. What are you saying?
Yeah, but
you just said no one talks like this actually IRL, which is literally talking like that in the process of saying no one talks like that.
Exception that proves the rule.
Okay, well he does it as cool though, to be fair, because he's doing it as a moid.
Well, he's doing it as a moid, and he's like the point of this stream, the point of all these streams is that he is a man apart. You know, he has done all these things to be the king of regular society, but he's too like.
Oh my god! I just realized she's groip mogging him.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah,
this is kind of like Rashomon in that how they will recollect these events unveils their true selves. Because to her, she's like, oh, I grip mogged him.
Yeah.
And
he's testing the waters. He doesn't like that he's getting groip mogged.
But maybe he recalls it by being like, oh,
what the fuck are you doing? What do you? Hey, shout out to King.
I
promise you, like, literally no one says that. No normal.
It's got to be so strange to just like rent out a Sprinter van and get like a female version of yourself, and then you just like berate them until you get to the nightclub.
That is such an awesome concept for like just a thing to do. Like, I'm gonna just to have the most combative car ride possible.
Yeah, and like a bunch of 14-year-olds are watching this and going like, bass.
But
yeah, you tell that Floyd, kill a woman now.
How are you having these women around you without killing them?
Yeah, why aren't you murdering them with a gun?
I do, but that is kind of the point of this, though, right? That he's too fucked up to like be a member of normal society, but he's too self-cognizant and cognizant of others and their insecurities,
the mid-face ratio,
to really like truly enjoy being like an internet oddity.
Yeah.
So he's really good at, when the music is loud, when the lights are flashing, at making out like a member of the normal world.
Bernstein,
but once he talks, it's like all he wants to talk about is
his stats,
height faking.
Yeah. A New York Times journalist asked Clavicular's girlfriend if she's a groupie.
It's like, I was really into looks maxing.
Really?
Yeah, like both me and my brother were.
Okay, fair enough.
So you're a bit of a groupie.
Yeah.
Damn, Bernstein.
Yeah, I guess he burned her.
Well, Bernstein is muckrake maxing. He journo-mogged them.
Yeah, he did.
Yo, he said groupie.
He loved it. He loved
it.
It. Bernstein is in. That's why.
That's why he's the best.
He hit a little dart in the Foyd's direction to win over the alpha. He's like, yeah, you're a groupie, huh? He's like, yeah.
Bernstein knew just a
Bernstein, I'm gonna give you the gun. Kill her.
yeah. Bernstein, you get to do the official Stake.com Woman Murder of the Month.
Oh, that's awesome.
This is Bernstein, like he is like Jet Li in one of those bullshit movies where pressure points are a real thing. He every subject he has, he knows the exact thing he needs to do just a little bit to ingratiate themselves with it.
Yeah.
And
no, this is like
he
when
never pushes too hard.
When the undercover cop has to take a little fucking, gum the cocaine up. Like that's what he's doing.
He's Rust Cole in episode 3 or 4, I think, where the bikers think he's just like a scumbag.
Yeah.
Like them.
Yeah, that's what he got himself situated well here. He loved it, dude. He's like,
really
this is the most emotion I've seen out of this fucking autistic child.
Dude, I've never seen him happier. This is like the most genuinely happy I've ever seen him.
Yeah. She's happy because he's happy.
Yeah.
Groupie
just in the abstract, she likes it like a woman was brought down.
Yeah. She's morally consistent on this.
She's like, I don't like that it was me, but
are you ready for this stack? Are you ready for a stack? Let's take a look.
Let's see this. What's your stack right now? Like, what do you take every day?
Yeah. So right now I'm on a very low dose of test. I'm on around like 220 milligrams.
Okay.
I've been like lowering my dose, throughout the past couple months. So that's my TRT dose. I'm on 25 milligrams of Accutane. I'm on 12 milligrams of retatrutide. I'm on 10 milligrams of Nebivolol.
What's that?
What the fuck is Nebivolol?
Why is he taking retatrutide? Like, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck?
Well, okay, what are...
He's got Accutane for, obviously, acne. He's got T. He's got retatrutide for appetite suppression. But I don't even... 12 milligrams seems very high.
That is a shitload for... And that's like a GLP-1?
Yeah,
That's really fucking high.
It's
Holy
like,
shit.
this is the experimental Eli Lilly one right now that, like, I know some people that are on it that swear by it. They say it's, like, really fucking good. They say it's also, it's, like, the only GLP-1 that's out there that doesn't actually, like, impact your muscle mass in general.
Okay.
But, like, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's, like... Isn't like 6 is supposed to be like a high dose?
Yes, dude. I think the starting is like 2, if I'm not mistaken. That's crazy. Is this shit legal? Yes. Like technically, everything he's doing, a doctor could give you. Well, like, retatrutide is like a Chinese peptide for the time being, but like I said, it's like Eli Lilly already is like doing tests. Like they're already doing clinical trials for retatrutide. It's gonna be like mass available like by next year.
It's also like he's in Miami. It's just that I don't think any place has more crooked doctors per capita.
Yeah.
So even if it like not all of this shit is legal, you can get it if you.
He said max dose is 60 milligrams for retatrutide, or 15 milligrams.
No, maybe you just take it in higher amounts than the other ones.
I'm on 12 milligrams of retatrutide. I'm on 10 milligrams of nebivolol.
What's that?
It's a beta blocker.
Okay.
Oh, that's why he sounds like that. I thought he was just like autistic.
What is he on a beta blocker for? Like, as far as I understand, beta blockers, people take them for migraines and other shit, right?
He just posted this. He said, "This is clavicular explaining to me why I should have taken hair loss drugs in spite of potential sexual side effects."
What? But what is he taking? Can anyone explain why he's taking the beta blockers? Blood pressure. So does it lowers your blood pressure? I assume.
Hypertension. I thought just anxiety. I thought that's why you take it.
We have a problem of low blood pressure in my family.
Yeah,
because we're cool customers.
Yeah, your cortisol levels never spike.
Well, they do sometimes, but like not for stress reasons.
Kind of even
I'm
you
just
out?
trying to make them
even me out.
Really.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of taking the beta blocker?
So it blocks the beta 1 and the beta 2 receptors, which just make it a little bit easier on your heart with the higher blood pressure. And
yeah, it is. I guess.
Yeah, makes
sense.
Gotcha.
Okay, so
yeah, it's because the roids are increasing the blood pressure.
Testosterone, Accutane, Reta, nebivolol, beta blocker, or the nebivolol is a beta blocker.
Yeah, but nebivolol is more selective of the beta 1 receptor.
Okay.
Pranolol is another beta blocker people take.
Yeah.
That's the beta 1 and beta 2, which blocks like a lot of the physical anxiety that you could get.
Is that it?
No.
Keep going.
So I usually take melanotan too. I haven't taken it like a little bit, but I just want to make sure that that's in there.
What's that?
Melanotan 2 agonizes something called your melanocortin receptors, 4 of them to be exact, and that basically induces melanogenesis. So when you're exposed to UV, you're going to basically produce melanin at an extremely exacerbated rate. Tan about 100 times quicker.
So helps you tan?
What's up?
Helps you tan?
Yes.
Okay.
Because UV is extremely aging, so you want to limit your UV exposure as much as possible.
So you want to tan in as short amount of time as possible, essentially.
Yeah, because UV is damaging.
Okay, so the melatonin to what else? Melanotan. Apologies.
This is RFK Jr. stack, by the way. I'm convinced.
I feel like RFK is more I feel like it would look more like those Rich Piana stacks.
Yeah, but
when he's doing like better by the day.
I think RFK Jr. is taking the peptides that make your skin look like that. Like I'm pretty sure there's like a specific peptide that RFK Jr. takes that is. Do you know what these are?
No, what are those?
These are like puff protein bars. They're fucking sick.
They finally made a good protein bar?
Yeah, it's like marshmallow. You want to try one?
Try a little bit. It's
a little smushed up
I used
in my
to
bag.
fucking choke down those Quest ones.
Yeah.
I hated those.
No, this is 15 grams of protein, 160 calories. I'm just really hungry.
That's how I know that like something's gonna be better. When they have ones that are like, oh, there's 78 grams of protein in this thing. It's like, okay, that's gonna be pure shit.
Have you ever had the David bars?
I've never tried those.
Those have insane stats. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, this is really good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some of these.
You take melatonin too. That's a phenomenal antioxidant if taken in high doses. And a lot of people think I'm memeing when I say taking 300 to 500 milligrams is phenomenal.
Oh, before you sleep or?
Well, yeah. The problem is, like, when your receptors are sensitive, You're going to feel terrible the next day doing that, but it's an extremely good antioxidant for your liver and your brain. So what you want to do is you want to downregulate your receptors so that you're not going to, feel like shit the next day. And
Okay, so melatonin, keep going. What else do you want?
I'll do a lot of L-glutathione, so that's another antioxidant that's already produced endogenously, and that helps with a lot of dopamine toxicity. That helps with any liver toxicity from drinking, because I do like to drink sometimes, and on Accutane, that's not necessarily the best thing for your liver enzymes. That's a lot of oxidative stress. So I'll take the L-glutathione to.
Felix is taking notes on his phone.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
I'm buying plus.
in one tab.
No, he's buying all the stacks. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I have a special version of both Amazon and Walmart. Amazon for the peptides, and then the special Walmart. It's only available to certain people.
Yeah.
That's where I get this special melatonin.
He's note maxing.
Yeah.
Wait, I mean, this is like, he calls it biohacking, but it's just.
That's one way to put it.
I mean, I don't understand like why these guys have to make everything like into maxing and hacking and shit. He's just doing a lot of drugs that he should not be doing.
Isn't that kind of like what everyone who's like on a stack does?
Yeah.
They always like argue that it's the most efficient, like best fucking, and it is like, I don't know. It's like it's the same thing as anyone who has to systematize anything.
This is blatantly not true. This is not biologically possible. I'm literally a dopamine PhD professor. None of this is true. As a professor of neuroscience at a major university is making me scream.
Okay, point down, calm down there, Poindexter. How many times have you Jester maxed?
Yeah, do you look like this, dog? I don't think so, okay? You just got fucking mogged.
Yeah. Have you ever made a girl feel bad in a car ride?
Yeah, have you ever called a woman a foid and told them, screamed the R word at them as your legion of 12-year-old fans were giving you $2 donations to tell them to kill her with a gun? Yeah, I don't think so.
Have you ever been commended for like being mean to women?
Yeah.
No, I do not care about your PhD, pal.
Yeah. Oh, look at me. I spent my life studying this stuff. I'm still a nerd, though. I'm not mogging.
Yeah, by the way, this is Will Hunting. You're probably...
Yeah.
You're in your fucking...
I'm bald and gay.
This guy is in his dopamine class, and they're like, oh, there's a magic stack out there. It's the unified field stack that solves everything. But it's like
he's the janitor walking in to fix the equation.
Clavicular walks in. He like slowly takes his janitor, like he takes one sleeve off, and he's like, I have to shoulder max before I do this.
Yeah. Oh, he does do that, by the way.
Yeah.
He puts pads in. He puts pads on his shoulders.
Why? That looks insane. If you have any deltoid muscle, it looks insane.
He doesn't have it enough. Like that's why he's getting fucking frame mobbed, bro.
Okay, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. How many Floridians have you run over with your Cybertruck?
That was
buddy.
That was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I really like that clip. That was like, I don't agree with running over the mentally ill as a policy, but it's like a stopgap measure until we bring back butterfly nets. But his Goodwill Hunting would be so good.
Yeah.
He solves the perfect stack problem, and this guy's in it.
Yeah.
This guy's like, hey, you're vandalizing a problem. Then he looks at it, and he's like, oh my god. This is all actually correct.
Yeah.
It
all makes sense. This stack it's opening my eyes.
Who's the Robin Williams? It would have to be an even greater comedian, like Andrew Schultz. He's in it. He makes Clavicular open up about like, I don't know, something happens to him when he's younger that like just makes him really into like making the perfect stack, but never joining the. We have to make it not MIT.
Yeah.
The Massachusetts Institute of Testosterone. That's where it takes place.
Yeah. And Jeffrey Epstein was funding that one too.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was definitely, dude, oh my god. R.I.P. Jeffrey Epstein. He would have loved Clavicular.
Oh my god.
He would have loved, because you know JF Garepi?
Oh, of course. his wife tragically disappeared. He has nothing to do with it.
Yeah. And
he does nothing.
And he had like I think like someone with an intellectual disability that he like impregnated or something.
Yeah.
Who was like mentally.
There's a court case about it.
Yeah, and she was like mentally considered like not capable of giving consent.
Yeah.
And then he would debate people on like the virtues of this.
That's
on the internet.
amazing.
But the reason why we're bringing him up because he's a eugenicist, right? He was a race realist, whatever, biological. What is it called? Like he's a race realist, whatever, scientific racist. And Jeffrey Epstein gave him $52,000 for no reason
How did
he
Jeffrey
was like,
Epstein even find
That's
him?
what I mean. That's like he would have loved clavicular.
If clavicular could have, if instead of fucking the JFK Epstein again, husband to a tragically, mysteriously disappeared wife, she could be just going on a walk for all we know.
Yeah, still.
And he, again, after this, this does not demonstrate any guilt. This is not weird. This is not suspicious. He was so distraught by it, he did a deep clean of his entire house and bleached everything down. As like it's kind of, if you read the Tanakh, that's what they say to do after someone dies, or just goes on a really long walk.
He was kosherizing the house.
He was kosherizing the house. He was sitting Shiva in a French Canadian style.
Yeah.
But instead of giving him the money, if he got it instead, way better use. He's never killed anyone, which means he's the same as JF Garepi.
Yeah.
For sure.
Who's not
never done that.
Yeah.
Cannot be proven.
Which is extremely good for the health of your cells. It's good for your. I've used Anavar because that downregulates.
That's kind of a throwback, right?
Wait, but like he already said so he's stacking testosterone, TRT, and Anavar, or is he just?
I've heard of people taking Anavar with TRT.
Anavar lowers cortisol.
The glucocorticoid receptor. Okay. And that basically causes your adrenal glands to secrete cortisol.
I know you're very anti-cortisol.
I am. Yeah.
I love Joe, dude.
I know you're very anti-cortisol. No, this is why I said this is like male to male trans. Like that he is doing a male to male transition. First of his case, and there will be many copycats, I think.
Oh my god, yeah. No.
Some of them.
Yeah, W cortisol. No, guys, L cortisol. No, we don't like cortisol.
Whoever said W cortisol, the police have been called.
Yeah.
And it is the SWAT team. They're not looking to arrest you.
Yes. Yeah, I rely on stimulants and nootropics, right? Cimax is another one. Like, the thing is, we would be like here for hours if we actually talked about like my full stack of things, because I don't just biohack in the context of looks maxing. I'm also like a cognition maxer.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
No, this was all like Epstein loved this shit.
Yeah, this is like I feel like at a younger age I would have been this guy.
Yeah.
Because like this is how I felt when I first learned about like nootropics, listening to the Joe Rogan Experience, where I was like, what? There's like a secret drug. Luckily I didn't fall into this pipeline at all. But like Joe Rogan was literally promoting half of this shit. TRT, nootropics, and then he just turned it into a business with Onnit.
Yeah. Oh man, Onnit is one of the greatest wealth transfers from middle class and poor stupids to rich stupids ever. Yeah. But yeah, he's
35-year-old cops.
I mean, he really is. He's like a less fun-loving Ziz, a little bit.
Yeah, he's a real one though. He's like
absolutely.
He believes this shit. He's like Candace Owens.
Yeah, man, Rogan used to have done so many fun guys back then.
Yeah,
so many great cranks, and now he just has like Greg Abbott on.
Literally saved the kid from kid like this from the Sphere this week. Boo! He was literally about to ascend, dude.
Yeah, he's literally ruined a kid's life.
Yeah, now he's gonna look like a low tier normie, dude. He was about to ascend to true Adam.
By the way, the thing with the RFK skin, I was thinking about it. I think not everyone has this reaction to high TRT doses, but a lot of guys who take TRT do become like more leathery. Like I'm thinking of two or three guys specifically in the UFC who had high TRT doses. Vitor Belfort, who was an infamous abuser of TRT when there was a therapeutic use exemption, you shouldn't...
No, his testosterone levels were too low.
No, he was medically... He was going to die. He was going to die. And it's just a coincidence that he stopped fucking kicking people's heads off when they didn't stop taking it. But Yoshihiro Akiyama, who, if not TRT, I think he got popped for something. He did something that was, same idea, increased T production. Dan Henderson, all leathery guys. I would say that Akiyama was the most leathery looking guy, but Belfort, the moment he took TRT, he looked 1,000 times leatherier than he ever had in his entire life.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Trend Twins. Like, it just cooks everything. I feel like it just like accelerates everything. If you have if you're prone to get cancer, like you're probably speeding up that process.
Yeah, but like that's not so bad. Like if you beat it, everyone's happy for you.
Yeah, and you look hot.
You got to go to the hospital, eat that Jello, get some morphine.
Yeah,
and they won't. You know what? You used to be able to go to the hospital for exhaustion, and they would like give you the Jello and the morphine, and depending on what you were willing to pay, 1 week, 2 weeks later, you're on your way out. They won't let you do that anymore. You'd get yelled at it if you tried it during COVID. I found out. But if you get cancer, you get 6 months of that or more.
Duty's Connor Murphy for Gen Z. So cool that Melanie Phillips gets to post like a Kahanist about Zohran.
Oh.
Mamdani invokes the Hijra that justifies open borders policy. The Hijra literally refers to the journey of Muhammad and his followers from Mecca to Medina. At Mecca, they were unsuccessful in their efforts to peacefully Islamize via Dawah. A fanatical Islamist fifth columnist is running America's most important city 25 years after 9/11. Who knew? It's awesome. This is why.
If there's a Muslim...
This is why he can't go. Like, you can go to the fucking Red Bay's grave or whatever. It doesn't,
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Like, these people are insane. They're not gonna be like, oh wow, he's
oh, I was wrong about him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Judaism, he's Torah maxing.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't work.
They'll be like, oh, you're fake philo-Semite selling.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can't. You are. It's over. You're never gonna be a philo-Semite. You're never gonna be cattle. It doesn't work that way. You're too Muslim. Okay.
If there was an actual Muslim fifth column that was like taking over America, you would kind of have to just be like, okay, good job, because like there's not that many. There really like are not that many.
Yeah.
How many Muslim? What percentage of Americans?
There's less Muslim people in this country than there are Jewish people.
Yeah.
In this country, like it would be.
So that's like 1%.
Yeah, it's like
not even probably.
Yeah, the only one we've ever put in there is Dr. Oz, and he's too busy. He's too busy with the Armenians to do anything.
Yeah, that was crazy when he pointed to the Armenian sign. He was like, "That's a dialect."
Yeah. Like
not even a language.
He's like lavash. Oh, you know what that is? Code word for drugs.
He didn't even try to hide it.
Yeah.
It was so clear he went there just to hunt down Armenians.
Yeah. That's like you would assume a guy like that has like Americanized, but I guess you can't take the gray wolf is still living in his soul.
It's so revealing though, because it's like they're like we can't do migration because obviously if anyone gets in, they'll use the government to litigate their ethnic grievances, because like that's what they are already doing. That's what they've always wanted to do their entire lives. They're like, oh, if I got in there, I would take out all the Armenians.
Yeah.
So obviously everyone else is the same way.
Yeah, he's just next up. He's going to like a Serbian pastry store to be like, well, we gotta arrest these guys. They could work.
Yeah.
They could be doing work instead for me.
They're doing civil forfeiture, but for the Serbian baker's sons.
Yeah. Give me your children.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with like all the like Jared and all those guys who are like using the power of the state to make bullshit like the Abraham Accords.
Yeah.
What is this? Certainly not litigating ethnic grievances through the power of the state.
Well, they're also, they're doing Sigma Grindset. They're making a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of money.
Bro, they just go out there and it's just like, here's my credit card here's my bank card. Okay, go ahead.
I loved following that saga of Jared trying to offload like the worst building in New York.
666.
And then EPA finally gets rid of it. He was sort of like I don't know. It was like watching a Sidney Pollack movie from the 70s, where it's like there's kind of a like scumbag protagonist, but it's just so nerve-wracking. You're kind of rooting for him. And he did it. He did it. His back was up against the wall.
The only group that didn't like engage in the bribery scheme almost got invaded. Like, it's so crazy that like they went to everybody. They went to the Emiratis, they went to Saudi, they went to Qatar, and the Qatar guys were like, "Wait, what do you mean? Like, we have a prestigious soft power, you know,
we'll do a news report about
you."
Yeah,
we have Al Jazeera. Like, we're a serious thing. Like, we own a lot of real estate in London.
We
like,
bought a ton of your planes.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean we need to give you a bribe directly? And then literally a year later, they were like, "Oh, you're going to get invaded by Saudi Arabia and the UAE
dude,
now."
How happy do you think they are that it's now like out in the open, KSA and the Emiratis hating each other?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's always been like bubbling under the surface, especially when the Emiratis cut that side deal in Yemen. After they pretty much manipulated KSA into doing that and like taking the full like public hit. Because no one ever talked about the Emiratis' role in that war. It was always the Saudis.
Yeah. I mean, Muslim Israel.
I mean, I am in UAE versus KSA.
Oh, I'm
team KSA.
Dude,
yeah,
100%.
I see when I look at MBS, I see the spirit of the great King Faisal.
Yeah, no,
I take back everything I ever said.
No, he's 100%. I'm doing the Hajj.
True visionary. Yeah.
Yeah, there is. It's not even a question. Ugh, they're the worst. I mean, they are so.
That is one of the worst fucking countries in the world.
Yeah,
the UAE. Like,
I mean, a lot of the Gulf states, I feel like are. I mean, even Qatar is a little bit like this. Like, it's very Miami.
Yeah.
Like, there, all these countries are spiritually Miami, which is spiritually Israel. There is like this fake plastic patina on everything. Everything is new, and it's been built like a playground for like all the cryptocurrency dipshits.
Yeah,
pretty much.
They're like Dubai specifically. So there's an extra layer of skeeviness to it though, because it's like a free city. If you're an international criminal, you can have all your meetings there because it's no man's land. It's neutral territory.
Just don't do drugs.
Yeah, that's what like a ton of the Kinahan guys. So many different.
I find it so funny that you can be like an international pedophile. You can be like every type of criminal in one, but like just don't have drugs on you. Like even if you have marijuana, they're like, we'll kill you. You will go to prison and we'll kill you.
I wonder though, like there was this really weird case in Saudi Arabia during the 90s, or I think the 90s, early 2000s, where the Saudi police said they discovered an alcohol smuggling ring. And they just pinned it all on this random British businessman. John Dolan wrote this really interesting thing about it that I think is in the war. It's either in the War Nerd book or it's like way back there in the Exile. It would be, I think I would probably have to go to an internet archive to find it. But basically Dolan said that like they knew about this, but just like the right people didn't get paid off. And they just stuck it on this random British guy just for whatever reason. So I said like, in Dubai, I presume that, like, if you are willing to play ball enough, and you're, like, a Kinahan cartel guy or fucking whatever, if you pay the right person, you can just do coke in your fucking disgusting penthouse.
Yeah, they let you do it.
Yeah.
But it is, I don't know. I find it really funny that you can do, like, you can be the worst person on the planet, but, you know, as long as you're not doing drugs, you can do all the other crimes.
They let anyone there.
You can do, first of all the sex crimes, it's not even a given. Like, you have to do a sex crime. Otherwise, you can't stay in Dubai. You have to at least shit on the chest of a model.
Yeah, it is. I mean, again, Dubai, also elite sex trafficking hub.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, what?
Gun running, which is a lot of what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, aside from the sex trafficking.
One of the worst fucking places in the world.
Yeah. Oh man!
All those do you remember like all those videos and like there was that post that went viral that was like, I just found out what taxes are. Americans are so stupid. They should be like Dubai, where I live.
Yeah, it's amazing. Have you seen this guy? This guy Libby. He's like a VC guy. He wrote a book called like strong bottom, no ceiling or something, where he's like trying to
really called that?
I don't know, like, something like that.
Power bottom.
Yeah.
All future.
No, he's just like a VC guy who's trying to be like, oh, we shouldn't try to stop
the billionaires from making billions. I got to pee real quick, but you're
today to some of the core themes, affordability. But look, here's one important thing. I think if folks are not happy with the current leadership and the Trump administration, we have never had a seismic shift in American politics without a positive and hopeful message that says what we want for America, not what we don't want. Whether it was the contract with America or 6 for 06 or for the people, there was always something hopeful, something people could vote for, not just against. And I think we need that today.
Yeah, and so you're hoping that this book, which again isn't just the title, obviously, it lays out a prescription,
most books, I would
a
say,
roadmap that you think on various issues dealing with affordability. We put this poll up in another segment earlier as it related to the president's new Trump RX website, but I want to show it to you as it relates to your argument. You see there the affordability concerns, what people are the most worried about. Healthcare is ahead of everything else, and those are also pretty high. But the fact that healthcare is so high, your proposal for a strong floor on healthcare initiatives is a universal single-payer health insurance plan. Long-time goal of progressives, but it is definitely something that President Obama, when he did Obamacare, was pressured to do, and he shied away from it because he couldn't get support even among Democrats. And back then, I was covering it, there was 60 Senate Democrats.
It's such like John Delaney shit, like regular third way shit, where it's like,
oh yeah,
there's a lot of anger out there, and anger is bad. And
no, but that's literally what it is. It's a book that he wrote that is. I love that there are so many people who are just like rehashing the exact same third way neoliberalism, and they're all trying to like figure out what the best marketing solution is to this problem, and no one wants it except for the fucking politicians that I guess are looking for anything that they can hold on to, be like, oh, so we should keep doing the exact same thing that we've been doing for the last fucking multiple decades.
That's what's so ridiculous about this guy, because so you're telling like Hakeem Jeffries is like, oh, by the way, you have permission like not to do any of this. Oh, okay, thanks. Like, yeah. Okay, great. I really needed your fucking go-ahead, Libby, whoever the hell you are. And he's trying to do like a Mark Cuban thing. Mark Cuban already exists. What is your angle, buddy? What new thing do you bring? You look like every guy I've ever seen in an airport. You're not interesting looking. You don't sound funny or cool. You don't have like a crazy thing.
You're not mogging anybody.
What if he...
Let me see your stack, Libby.
If I was this guy's manager or agent, I'd be like, okay, your thing, you're going to just full clown makeup and get up. And you're going to come in on a unicycle and never explain it. If they ask you questions about it, just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Just gaslight them.
Someone said Ezra Klein loves this guy. Wow, I'm shocked.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. He must be a fucking genius then.
It's just, he's not saying it for that reason. He's saying, like, of course he does. It's awesome. It's awesome that these guys they hear the same thing over and over again with like different variants.
No, it's just, I mean,
they have the opposite situation with like the left. If you were to take like, I don't know, any sort of like Marxist analysis and then try to like reframe it, everyone would yell at you. Everyone would be like, no, you can't, you need to abide by the doctrine. Marxist orthodoxy is the immortal science. Meanwhile, liberals love taking the exact same third-way neoliberalism and just like repackaging it to be like, this time we're calling it abundance. This time we're calling it moderation. We're calling it bottoms up, no ceiling, or whatever the fuck.
That is what really pisses me off, is like, there's probably 20 books written exactly like this bullshit that came out like this year. There is no shortage for, like, this guy's family and his friends, he is just a nuisance to them. None of them care enough to be like, okay, Libby, 50 of those books already exist, and you're not interested.
I don't believe anyone reads them.
No, they just exist to get like laundered by fucking think tanks buying them.
It's the same exact bullshit with the policy papers that come out of like these places like Searchlight. If they even write one, they don't even. Has Searchlight even written a policy paper yet? No, they're vibes based.
What do they do?
They're just tweet. They just tweet about they just how awesome it is to be a moderate.
They just have Trey Easton tweeting. Yeah. That's it. The entire organization is to like make sure that Trey Easton does not become homeless.
Yeah.
Which is like as good of an initiative as anything, I feel like. I really cannot stand this guy.
Oh, another one of this was, when with stakeholder capitalism. That was another great one. Remember that one?
Oh, God. It just, like...
Yeah. Matt Iglesias, lifelong New York, D.C. Democrat. We need to practice billionaire positivity. Why mom living in the suburbs of Georgia? Every billionaire must be incinerated in a vat of molten lava. Like, this isn't even a joke anymore. I've seen it. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, man. I saw it when I went to the fundraiser. I saw it when I went on the fucking streets. I'm telling you, liberal Y moms are done. I mean, even like Essex is a great example of this.
Yeah.
New Jersey 11 is literally proof of what we are talking about here. This is a rich, white, decently high Jewish demographic neighborhood, very well educated, okay? And they turned around and they voted for an anti-Zionist who's saying abolish ICE. Sure, AIPAC spent a lot of money on this race against against who they thought was going to be the guy who wins it, right? Malinowski, because he stepped out of line marginally with like Israel. That was awesome. Like he was like, maybe I can do conditional aid sometimes, and they were like, no.
It's man.
But the ads that they ran were that Malinowski was not sufficiently anti-ICE, as in people saw those ads and were like, okay, who's the actual abolish ICE candidate? That's crazy. That's what people are looking for.
It is interesting. I wonder if like it hits a crisis point if they will just unceremoniously like dump Hakeem Jeffries, if that energy goes away, if they have someone perceived as halfway competent in there. Oh. Because I do think that a lot of this is a reaction to just like a completely ill-equipped leadership. And I don't like Democrats are just they're too.
Yeah, if it was like a Gavin Newsom type, even who was at least like aesthetically pleasing,
even though at his core he's like the same thing,
aesthetically like resisting, like optically resisting, rather than Hakeem Jeffries who comes out and he's like, meh.
He's just
stop it.
He reminds me of like when those SEALs try to scare people by slapping their bellies. That's really really frightening. But I do wonder though. I mean, the thing is, it's a pure hypothetical because the Democrats are such assholes about this stuff. The only way they would have never replaced Biden if he didn't say "Havoda Bubba" during the debate, and like with Jeffries and Schumer, that is out of the question for them because they paid their dues. The only thing that matters in politics, if you have been a fucking completely useless sub-replacement level asshole for 50 years, like Jerry Connolly, you get your time in the sun, even if sun kills you. In the case of Jerry Connolly. Instantly gave him cancer, which
instantly died.
You cannot say that he lost his battle with cancer. That was not a battle. That was a massacre. There's resistance in battles. Old people, sometimes it takes old people a long time to die from cancer. Because
because they're not leading the oversight committee after like 700 years and doing like 50 laps around the fucking Congress.
Dude, Joe Biden has colon cancer or something, right? What does he have?
He has colon cancer,
and he's ticking.
Well, is he still piping? You think?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think you could ever stop. I think you could put Joe in a.
Remember when that was the Daily Mail leak, like the article after Joe Biden's book? They were like, Joe Biden's secret to a long marriage is he fucks a lot. That was awesome.
I think Joe, whatever else his many problems are, if you even put him in a Johnny Got His Gun situation where all his limbs are gone and he's blind, mute, and deaf, and he can just communicate by like banging his head, he would still find a way to fuck Dr. Jill.
Hell yeah.
Or as he calls her, Dr. Joe Biden. This is my wife, Dr. Joe Biden. But he's a passionate guy. These other guys I don't know so much. But he's still, he doesn't even seem like he has cancer. Because all the cells in his body are dead. The cancer has nowhere to go. Jerry, about as old as Joe, and the cancer could tell they were dealing with a true weakling. I love that woman in the Virginia Democratic Party. Like, when people were like, this is the fucking guy you picked, this dying asshole, and this woman's like, fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry's gonna kick cancer's ass, and it's like...
And then a week later, he died.
Instantly in the ground.
Yeah, he read that tweet and just perished.
Yeah. like, she probably got yelled at by Jerry's staff. You're taking too adversarial of a stance against Jerry's cancer. He doesn't want to go low here.
Oh man, that was so crazy.
It was nuts.
Biden was diagnosed with aggressive form of prostate cancer that has metastasized to his bones. Yeah, not the bone that matters, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, he's still boning.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I know the cancer, it kills younger people fast because of growing cells, or at least that is what I've been led to believe by shows like ER. Joe is like a hollow from Dark Souls. I think he could just have cancer forever, live another 82 years.
Have you seen this? Has anybody explored Epstein's role as a mediator between U.S., Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen? Here, Epstein is seen as advising Yemeni billionaire on how to navigate Saudi genocide in Yemen, ties to Iran, advising the billionaire to pull Yemen away from Iran.
I saw some of that. Like, he was really tight with Khashoggi, right?
Epstein was?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's not surprising.
Well, Khashoggi was kind of like a proto Epstein, like a little bit.
Yeah.
Not like maybe involved in sex trafficking.
Well, wasn't his family in it too? I mean, what did his dad do?
Adnan Khashoggi?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't talking about the columnist. I was talking about the arms dealer.
Oh.
Yeah, no. I think Jamal Khashoggi was like related to them.
Yeah, but I thought Jamal Khashoggi was like suspected of also working in intelligence.
I mean, maybe. He definitely was a member of the court. You know, like he played court politics, and I don't know. There are guys who are like informal. It's kind of weird there, or it was weird because he was kind of an older guy, and it wasn't as like institutionalized. A lot of the Saudi intelligence state got more institutionalized because of the like everything from 1977 onwards with Afghanistan and Pakistan that forced them to professionalize and bureaucratize their intelligence bodies more. But he could have just been like, for all intents and purposes, an intelligence agent, but not like officially one.
They claim this is Jeffrey Epstein's YouTube account, by the way. They're saying this is Epstein's YouTube account via an email notification comment reply, but I doubt it because like
I mean,
this makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know why he would do that. And it's like, if anyone remembers the email that Sarah Ferguson sent him where she congratulates him on like a baby boy,
yeah,
he almost certainly had tons of secret kids.
Oh yes. And
that is the thing that everyone is overlooking.
Yeah, I think like even the one in Israel, like the Fortnite account, I think there is a likelihood that could have been his like an illegitimate.
Oh, 100%.
I wouldn't have suspected that if they hadn't deleted it off the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
That's when I was like, that's weird. Why the fuck would they?
That like, yeah.
What if it's just like a random? What if someone just hopped on the username? You know what I mean? Like you could just. There's a much easier way to argue about this, and the way that they went about it was like, oh, that account is not Jeffrey Epstein. It doesn't belong to Jeffrey Epstein at all, and it's you know.
Tim Sweeney came out and said it.
Yeah.
He's a fucking weirdo in his own right.
Difficult to find any info about this Nick Lee's online. Vicky Ward reported Epstein identified him as the son of an arms dealer who sources say got Epstein involved with Saudi arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi. Robert Maxwell, who introduced him to the Israelis. Douglas Leese. Hoffenberg claimed that Leese was an arms dealer. I remember distinctly that our first meeting, Hoffenberger told me that Leese was pivotal in understanding Jeffrey's MO because Leese had introduced him not only to the aristocratic Europeans who Epstein subsequently flees, but also to people in the arms business, including Turkish-born businessman Adnan Khashoggi, and allegedly the late media mogul Robert Maxwell. Dems hold a local House seat in a district that Trump won by a 13-point margin. Dems won it by a 25-plus margin.
Oh yeah, I saw this one.
Yeah, I kind of hate this though, because like this is gonna only convince the Democrats to not do anything.
Yeah. I've already seen people point to special election victories as proof that Hakeem Jeffries is like killing it.
Oh, you mean Matt Iglesias?
Yeah.
Matt Iglesias did that. I read that earlier.
I was thinking of someone else who did that, but I know for a fact Matt also did that.
Yeah.
It's crazy how everything that happens completely validates what I already
Official
believe.
Fortnite here. This was a ruse by a Fortnite player. A few days ago, an existing Fortnite account owner changed their username from something totally unrelated to Littlest Jeff 1, following the revelation of Littlest Jeff 1 as a name on YouTube. These Fortnite trackers only display your current name, not any prior changes to it. We have no record of the subject's email addresses referenced in the public document existing in Epic account system. Since the public document releases, people have created Fortnite accounts with similar looking email addresses and usernames.
Yeah, but why did it get deleted from Internet Archive?
Are yous in New York? Cunts. Thank God for the way back. Shut the fuck up. You're getting kneecapped. It's common. Kneecapped Hasan. No caps Hasan. Okay, take a week off, buddy.
It sounds like you're capping, buddy.
This explanation does not hold true when reviewing Fortnite.gg 2025 wrap, showing the username tied to games played in 2025. UID was consistent in 2025. See the alleged Epstein name, same name listed in wrapped. See player with the recent name change, previous named in wrapped. Weird that the same account also happened to have zero activity the week it was in New York prison A. Man, such a weird coincidence. Okay, like, do these guys actually think Jeffrey Epstein is still alive and playing Fortnite in Israel? Like, that's crazy. I think a much higher likelihood.
He was like a 65-year-old man.
Yeah, I think a much higher likelihood. Yeah, why the fuck? The people that at least recognize how stupid that argument is were trying to say, like, oh, he was using Fortnite to communicate with people.
Instead of, like, phones?
Yeah.
That's fucking so stupid.
Yeah.
That's so... Instead of a satellite phone.
He is. No, I don't think it's... I think it's a much higher likelihood that one of his fucking kids is, like...
Yeah.
Still alive in Israel.
That was the entire point of Zorro Ranch. It was supposed to be... Yeah.
Yes. That part of the puzzle is, like, often not even talked about or overlooked. Zorro Ranch, and if you look at the emails, they straight up say it there, too, was basically an incubation center.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, very strange that the Clintons went there a lot.
Do you think they were like, no, our daughter's kind of a dud?
we gotta get...
Can we get a new one?
Can we make one that's not ugly?
Yeah. Like, tried to return her.
Yeah. No, but, like...
Our daughter's kind of stupid.
Zorro Ranch was... So, Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with eugenics, which I'm sure you guys know by now. We've talked about it quite a bit. And he was also obsessed with, just like Elon Musk, having as many, like, children as possible.
Yeah.
And there are obviously, like, horrifying testimony and reports of, like, people writing in their diaries of Jeffrey Epstein victims talking about, like, you know, being forcibly impregnated and things like that. There's that one, like, really harrowing account that is consistent with, like, someone being someone getting, like, medical attention.
Yeah, and all those the fucked up rooms that they found both in the mansion and on the island and in Zorro Ranch that are just like, it's an OBGYN's office. Like, everything you would need for an OBGYN's office.
Well, they say it's a dentist's office. But you're right.
Yeah. Well, but there is also one that it just, yeah, an examination table, all that shit.
Yeah. So, he definitely has a shit ton of kids. I don't even know if the kids know that they're Jeffrey Epstein's kids. I mean, I'm sure some of them do. But there's definitely illegitimate kids of Jeffrey Epstein out there. Like, 0% chance that they're not.
Yeah, he was obsessed with, like, his own legacy, his own mortality. There's no way that there isn't at least one. And that is such a... There's so much more evidence for that as an explanation than this idea that, like, at, like, age 65, he's like, you know what I've been curious about is Fortnite.
Yeah, this is fake, by the way. What about the photos of a bearded guy? Yeah, that was fucking AI, dude.
God damn it.
Why would he be walking around Tel Aviv, dude? Are you kidding me?
With a beard?
Yeah.
Like, what do you think this is?
Yeah, he just grew a beard, and his hair is long, so he's hiding himself now. What is this? Epstein wanted to send the human race with his DNA impregnating 20 women at a time? Yeah. That's why he was funding all this, like, weird shit.
Yeah, no, that... I mean... What other reason was there? Oh yeah,
ex-Activision boss Bobby Kotick. Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah, not at all.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, no punishments. No punishments will come with this.
Nobody. Yeah, Leon Black, who is like the two of the worst guys in the entire thing. Leon Black and Glenn Dubin, like two of the guys who we, according to lawsuits, according to testimonials, according to their actions afterwards, and the way that they settled these lawsuits, we can pretty confidently say that they did these things with like 99% assuredness. The most they had to do, was like step down from their jobs or like step down from some foundation.
And they still are in polite society.
Yeah.
They make a return all the time. It's
Leon Black didn't lose a single friend, I bet.
Yeah, it's not like people don't even turn around and go, hey, you did like sex crimes with a prolific
international pedophile. Like, no one even brings that up at dinner.
Glenn Dubin is allegedly married to like a child bride that Epstein procured for him.
Like, still?
Yeah, no.
Well, I guess when you think about it, fucking Melania and Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's also in the files. Like, that Melania was introduced to Donald Trump through Brunel's modeling agency and by way of Jeffrey Epstein.
That was a like darkly funny thing when this ball first started getting rolling with the Epstein file shit. Was when the White House would, when the heat was really on, they would tweet like a picture, like a nice picture of Melania and Donald Trump. Like the few images where they actually like look like a couple for like one frame of a video. And it's like, oh yeah, you think he's a pedophile? Well, he loves his wife, who he bought from a pedophile as an adult. What if Barron is Epstein's child? I don't really believe that one.
No.
I don't, prima nocta type theories, there are only a few I believe in.
Who? Which ones?
Oh, no, I Saad Hariri and King Fahd. I like that one.
Mm-hmm.
That allegedly, I don't know why I'm saying allegedly, the Hariri family, even if they did sue me, I'm not going to Lebanon or Saudi Arabia to litigate this. But, okay, so apparently when Rafiq Hariri went to Saudi Arabia to make his fortune, King Fahd was like, okay, we'll like give you all these fucking contracts, but you have to let me fuck your wife and like knock her up. And Rafiq was like, sure, sounds fair to me. And allegedly, Saad Hariri is King Fahd's son. And if you look at them side by side, it does kind of make sense. But the argument against it is that Rafiq Hariri also had kind of a weak chin, and that is like the evidence that people use. So look at,
how do you spell it?
Hariri, Harriri, I think. So yeah, that's Saad Hariri, and yeah, side profile. I think he might have gotten a chin implant recently
to look less like his dad.
Yeah, see that one. That's like more how he used to look. Like he used to be. He definitely got a chin or jaw implant.
He's jaw maxing.
Or maybe he started watching Clavicular. Now look up King Fahd.
I can't even type.
I thought Felix was saying King Vaughn. The King Vaughn is Saad Hariri's dad. He's a time traveler. They're a little bit, right? Like a little.
You see it?
Yeah, like especially in the lower. Yeah. Look up, and if you see Rafiq Hariri, I always thought that Saad looked more like Fahd than Rafiq Hariri.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, see, yeah, Saad does not really look that much like Rafiq. Rafiq had really distinctive features.
Yeah, he don't even have the eyebrows.
He does not have his eyes, doesn't have his eyebrows. Rafiq had really distinctive eyes.
Rafiq Hariri also 16x's net worth after becoming prime minister of Lebanon. That's Sigma Grindset, dude. You know who else is doing that? Donald Trump.
Yeah.
My goat.
Well, people don't remember when Saad Hariri, when he was in office, he had a really big anti-fake cell policy. He really hated fake cells.
Yeah.
That's what got Rafiq Hariri killed, was fake cells.
All right. I'm dying. I'm so tired. We're at 8 hours and 37 minutes.
It's a pretty big one.
There's, no more half-day Hossie up in here. I said, tomorrow we're going to be hanging out with the DSA slate and Pablo Torre as well later during the same time period where the Super Bowl is playing. Shouts out to Felix. Felix, where can people find you?
You can find me at Twitter and Instagram by your logic. You can go anywhere where podcasts are minted and pressed and made and listen to Chavo Trap House. And on Patreon, we are having our 10-year anniversary show in Los Angeles on April 3rd. I don't think it's sold out yet. It might be. I don't know.
I'll be there.
Some will be there. We're going with a big casino theme. Not the concept, but the movie. And, just look out for Players Club Season 2. I am working on that one right now. We'll probably record the first episode soon. And I can tell you for a fact that we have a much-awaited sequel to the SVU D&D episode. That will be recorded this month. So lots of fun things coming.
We're living through Afghanistan right now.
We are, everything from that came true.
Yeah.
Everything.
All right, everybody. See you tomorrow. I love you all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Felix, for coming on.
My
Always a pleasure. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small.